appearance of being inconspicuous. Cultivators approached him directly in the marketplaces and meditation chambers, asking pointed questions about whether he intended to use his bloodline as the original designers had intended, whether he represented a resurrection of the suppressed cultivation faction's ideology, whether his presence at the trials was genuinely about athletic competition, or whether it was part of a larger conspiracy to destabilize the existing cultivation hierarchy. The organizing committee of the trials convened an emergency meeting to discuss whether continuing the competition under these new circumstances was appropriate or wise. The meeting lasted nearly an entire day, with heated arguments about the implications of the revelation. Some organizers believed that the trials should be canceled immediately to prevent Yi Qian from using the competition as a platform for demonstrating his weapons capabilities. Others argued that canceling the trials would itself constitute an acknowledgement that the cultivation world was so fragile that a single weapon could destabilize it completely. The final decision was to continue the trials, but with substantially increased oversight, and with explicit instructions that Yi Qian was to be monitored extremely carefully to ensure that his bloodlines used did not constitute any actual threat to the competition participants or the broader cultivation world. The message was clear. Yi Qian's right to compete was now conditional on his behavior and on the cultivation world's assessment that he could be controlled or at least understood sufficiently to prevent catastrophic harm. The most direct and challenging confrontation came from a cultivator named Chun Yuan, a legendary figure who had achieved such extraordinarily high advancement that he operated essentially outside the normal structure of sect politics and influence. Chun Yuan was rumored to have existed for more than 500 years, accumulating power and knowledge across nearly 24 different lifetimes' worth of continuous cultivation. He had competed in previous celestial trials and had even won the competition twice, centuries ago, before essentially withdrawing from active competition to pursue more esoteric and isolated cultivation paths. Chun Yuan confronted Yi Qian directly in the trial's main hall one evening, approaching him in front of dozens of other observers and communicating his message with the kind of authority that came from possessing genuine legendary power. The confrontation occurred after an evening meal, in a space where numerous other cultivators were present, ensuring that whatever was said would be heard and reported throughout the competition encampment. The hollow bloodline was designed as a weapon against my ancestors, Chun Yuan said directly, his voice carrying with it a weight of power that made everyone in the hall stop what they were doing to listen. My family's bloodline was one of the primary targets of that genocide mechanism. 3,000 years ago, the dominant faction used your bloodline to systematically eliminate my family's original cultivation line. The fact that my family survived at all is the result of extraordinarily difficult adaptations and deliberate alteration of our fundamental power structure to make ourselves less vulnerable to synthesis-based attacks. The statement hung in the air with palpable significance. The assembled cultivators understood that they were witnessing the emergence of a direct connection between Yi Qian's bloodline and the historical violence that the monastery documents had described. Chun Yuan's family had literal, personal experience with the devastation that the hollow bloodline had caused centuries ago. I didn't choose to carry this bloodline, Yi Qian said, meeting Chun Yuan's intense gaze and speaking with clarity despite the emotional weight of the moment. I was born with it, and for most of my life I was told it was worthless. I didn't ask for it to be a weapon. I didn't ask for it to be designed for genocide. I'm trying to understand what it is and how to use it in ways that don't cause harm. Your intentions are irrelevant, Chun Yuan said coldly, and the words cut through the room like a blade of ice. What matters is what the bloodline actually is, regardless of your personal feelings about it. The bloodline is a weapon. It carries within it the capacity to destroy cultivation lines that would require centuries to rebuild. The fact that you've been told it's limited and that its destruction mechanism can be countered through personal will doesn't change the reality of what it actually is. Your presence here at the trials, regardless of your good intentions, is a potential threat not just to individual competitors, but to the entire historical legacy of cultivation traditions that might be destroyed if your bloodline is used as the original creators intended it to be used. The confrontation set a precedent that shaped the remainder of the trials. Yi Qian was no longer being treated as a competitor in any conventional sense. He was being treated as the wielder of a dangerous artifact, something that the cultivation world needed to either eliminate, contain, or somehow fundamentally alter so that it could never become a threat. The rules had changed. The game had transformed into something far more serious and far more dangerous than athletic competition. Chapter 50. The trials conclude. The final rounds of the Celestial Trials proceeded, but the competition had been transformed by the revelation of the Hollow Bloodline's true origins. Yi Qian's opponents in the later rounds were primarily cultivators who were specifically interested in testing whether his bloodline's genocide mechanism could actually be inverted or weaponized in their own favor. Some competitors wanted to understand whether they could somehow absorb or neutralize the threat that the Hollow Bloodline represented. Others wanted to test whether they could force the bloodline's self-destruction mechanism to activate and potentially destroy Yi Qian from within. The semifinal matches became laboratories for studying the bloodline's mechanisms rather than simply athletic competitions. Yi Qian found himself facing opponents who were deliberately trying to trigger specific responses from his bloodline, deliberately attempting to create situations where the genocide mechanism would activate in visible and analyzable ways. In one match, Yi Qian faced a cultivator named Li Mei, a direct descendant of one of the original suppressed cultivation faction survivors. Li Mei had devoted decades to studying the historical records of her family's original bloodline structure, and she had deliberately trained herself to present a bloodline signature that matched the historical patterns of her ancestors, essentially recreating the power structures that the Hollow Bloodline had been designed to attack 3,000 years ago. The match was extraordinarily dangerous and extraordinarily significant. As soon as Li Mei's bloodline pattern encountered Yi Qian's synthesis capacity, something unexpected happened. The genocide mechanism within the Hollow Bloodline automatically and instinctively activated, attempting to invert and destroy Li Mei's bloodline structure just as the original designers had intended it to do 3,000 years ago. The activation was visible to everyone observing the match. The arena filled with a specific pattern of power that was unmistakably different from anything that Yi Qian had previously displayed. It was as though an entirely different consciousness had emerged from within his bloodline, a consciousness that was not motivated by compassion or strategic consideration, but rather by a purely destructive imperative to eliminate what it perceived as a threat. Yi Qian, suddenly and acutely aware that his bloodline was activating mechanisms beyond his conscious control, realized something profound in that moment. The self-destruction mechanism he'd been experiencing was not actually a failure or a limitation. It was the bloodline's primary defense against external attempts to manipulate or control it. It was designed to activate destructively in response to threats, and it was calibrated to recognize the specific bloodline patterns that the original designers had classified as threats. Li Mei, recognizing what was happening and understanding that continuing the match would result in her experiencing the exact kind of consciousness fragmentation that had destroyed the original members of her family 3,000 years ago, immediately surrendered and withdrew from the match. She did so before the genocide mechanism could complete its process of inverting her bloodline structure, but not before the mechanism had been activated and observed by dozens of spectators and by the shadow observers who had been documenting everything. The activation of the genocide mechanism had revealed something else as well, a structure within Yi Qian's bloodline that seemed designed to communicate and coordinate with the dominant faction's other bloodlines. The pattern of the activation itself suggested that the Hollow Bloodline was never meant to exist as an independent power, but rather as a tool that the dominant faction could activate and deactivate at will, controlling when the genocide mechanism would activate and when it would remain dormant. The realization was simultaneously empowering and horrifying. Yi Qian's bloodline wasn't just a weapon that could destroy bloodlines. It was potentially a remote-controlled weapon that the dominant faction had created centuries ago and was still theoretically capable of activating to destroy him or to force him into compliance with their interests. His bloodline was capable of turning against him, of using his own consciousness centers as instruments of his destruction. The trials formally concluded 2 days later. Yi Qian finished in second place overall, defeated only by a cultivator named Shen Yu, a legendary figure who had been competing in the celestial trials for over 300 years. Shen Yu possessed a bloodline of such fundamental power, a golden core bloodline of rank 3, that he had deliberately chosen a strategy of overwhelming raw power rather than engaging with the strategic complexity that competing against Yi Qian would have required. The match had been extraordinary, but it had concluded with Shun Yu's superior experience and accumulated power ultimately proving decisive against Yi Qian's more limited advancement. The result was simultaneously a triumph and a profound defeat. Yi Qian had proven that he could compete effectively against the cultivation world's most powerful figures, achieving second place in a competition where less than 2% of living cultivators would ever be invited to participate. But that competition had also revealed the true nature of his bloodline and had exposed him to scrutiny that was far more threatening than simple athletic competition could ever be. Every observer, every shadow group, every powerful cultivator in the world now understood exactly what his bloodline was capable of and understood that he himself might be nothing more than the unwitting tool of forces far larger and far more powerful than himself. Chapter 51. The Conspiracy Deepens. As Yi Qian prepared to depart from the Celestial Trials location and return to the Crimson Sword sect, Master Chen pulled him aside for a conversation that would reshape his understanding of what had actually been occurring throughout the trials and the months preceding them. They met in a private chamber within the official organizers' facilities, a location that was shielded from observation by the shadow monitors and by the Council's various surveillance mechanisms. The Celestial Trials were not random, Master Chen said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of revelations that had gradually accumulated across months of investigation. Your invitation was not simply recognition of your achievement. It was part of a deliberate strategy to expose you, to document your capabilities, and to determine whether you represented a potential threat to the dominant faction's control of the cultivation hierarchy. Who arranged it? Yi Qian asked, understanding the implications immediately and feeling a sense of his worldview shifting again. Multiple groups with competing interests, Master Chen explained, and the complexity of what he described was extraordinary. Huishan and the Eastern Star Alliance genuinely wanted to evaluate your capabilities and to expose the flaws in the bloodline hierarchy. That part is authentic. The Eastern Star Alliance has been developing reform philosophies for decades, and your emergence provided them with a perfect case study. But there were other interests that had their own reasons for wanting you to appear at the trials. The dominant faction wanted to document your power structure and to understand whether you could be controlled or manipulated. Several of the older families wanted to assess whether your bloodline represented a threat to their historical power bases. And a third group, an organization that I'm still not entirely certain I fully understand, wanted to ensure that you would become aware of the bloodline's true origins and its genocide mechanism. Why would anyone want me to know that? Yi Qian asked. Knowing what my bloodline really is seems to make it more dangerous, not less. Because, Master Chen said slowly, taking time to ensure he was communicating the concept clearly. Understanding what your bloodline actually is appears to be part of the process of learning how to escape the self-destruction mechanism that's built into it. The original designers believed that the wielder could never figure out the mechanism's true purpose, never understand that it was designed to slowly drive them towards self-elimination. They designed the mechanism with the assumption that the wielder would remain in ignorance about what was actually happening to them. But if the wielder understood the mechanism clearly, if they understood that it was a deliberate design feature rather than an accidental consequence of the bloodline's power, then they might be able to respond to it differently, not by trying to manage it through will and discipline and desperate attempts at synthesis, but by understanding and accepting it and deliberately choosing to invert it just as you've inverted other bloodline powers in your matches. So someone wanted me to learn this knowledge. Yi Qian asked. Someone orchestrated this entire sequence of events, my sect's reform movement, the regional tournament victory, the invitation to the Celestial Trials, the revelation of the monastery documents, to make me understand the bloodline's true nature? Yes, Master Chen said with absolute certainty. But I don't know who arranged all of it. And that uncertainty is profoundly concerning, because it means that there are powers operating at a level of sophistication that makes even the dominant faction's deliberate control mechanisms seem crude and obvious. The dominant faction believes they control the cultivation world through the Council of Eternal Ascension and through the various control mechanisms built into bloodlines and power structures. But there is at least one other faction operating at such a high level of sophistication that they can manipulate events across decades without anyone even realizing that manipulation is occurring. What does this third faction want? Yi Qian asked. I don't know, Master Chen said honestly. But I suspect they want to see whether the hollow bloodline can be used to genuinely challenge and destabilize the Council's 3,000-year monopoly on power. I suspect they're attempting to engineer a situation where the cultivation world is forced to confront its fundamental assumptions about power structure and hierarchy. And I suspect that you, whether you understand it or not, have been positioned as the instrument through which that confrontation will occur. The knowledge was simultaneously empowering and destabilizing. Yi Qian understood that he had been played, that he had been used as a tool by forces far larger than himself. But he also understood that being used by a faction opposed to the council might be preferable to being completely naive about the political forces surrounding him. The revelation transformed Yi Qian's understanding of the past months and created new questions that seemed to spiral endlessly without answers. Every achievement, every triumph, every revelation about the bloodline seemed to be part of a larger pattern that extended beyond his understanding or control. Chapter 52. The Sealed Archives. Upon returning to the Crimson Sword sect, Yi Qian requested access to the most restricted portions of the sect's library, the sealed archives that contained information deemed too dangerous or too sensitive for normal disciples to access. The sect's leadership granted him access, though not without hesitation, understanding that his request suggested that his awareness of the conspiracy surrounding him extended further than they had anticipated. The sealed archives were located in the deepest level of the sect's ancient library structure, protected by multiple layers of spiritual sealing formations that required the combined authority of the sect's senior leadership to open. The chamber itself was constructed to preserve the documents within it in perfect condition, controlled humidity, carefully filtered air, perpetual protection from decay and degradation of any kind. In the sealed archives, Yi Qian discovered records that the sect itself had been deliberately obscuring from its regular historical and educational materials. These records detailed the Crimson Sword sect's own historical involvement in the original suppression of the rival cultivation faction 3,000 years ago. The sect had been created partially as a tool designed to help the dominant faction suppress the rival faction's bloodlines and maintain control over the cultivation hierarchy. The sect's founders had been explicitly chosen for their ability and willingness to carry out the dominant faction's agenda, and they had been rewarded with power and influence in exchange for their service. More disturbing, the sealed records suggested that the dominant faction had deliberately infiltrated and controlled the Crimson Sword sect from its very founding, maintaining a position of influence that had persisted for 3,000 years. There were detailed records of meetings between sect leadership and representatives of the Council of Eternal Ascension, detailed discussions about strategic decisions that the sect should make, detailed assessments of which disciples should be advanced and which should be suppressed based on bloodline potential and political reliability. The sect's leadership believed they were acting independently and making decisions based on the sect's own interests. But according to the sealed documents, they had been responding to subtle guidance from representatives of the dominant faction at crucial moments throughout their history. When the sect had faced decisions about whether to accept or reject a particular bloodline reform proposal, the guidance had come from hidden controllers. When the sect had faced questions about whether to advance a particular ambitious disciple, the guidance had come from hidden controllers. The sect had essentially been a puppet of the dominant faction, acting with the illusion of independence while actually serving interests that were not its own. The sect's decision to support Yi Qian's advancement, according to the sealed documents, had itself been influenced by this long-standing control mechanism. Elder Wu's research into the hollow bloodline's true origins had been permitted and even encouraged by the hidden controllers specifically because they wanted the knowledge to emerge and become widely known. The support for the bloodline classification reform, which had seemed like a genuinely independent decision by the sect's leadership, had actually been authorized in advance by representatives of the dominant faction who believed that allowing the reform to proceed would ultimately serve their interests. Yi Qian confronted the sect's leadership about these discoveries during a formal meeting in the sect's council chamber. The confrontation was extraordinarily tense, because the leadership itself was divided about how much they understood about the control mechanisms operating within their own organization. Elder Jin admitted that he had always suspected some form of external influence, but had never been certain about its extent or its source. He had spent years trying to identify who the hidden controllers were and how they maintained their influence, but he had never found definitive proof until the sealed documents provided it. He remained steadfastly defensive, insisting that the sect's autonomy was genuine and that the sealed documents were historical curiosities rather than evidence of active ongoing control. But Elder Wu, when confronted directly by Yi Qian's direct questioning, acknowledged that she had known about the control mechanism for decades, had deliberately chosen not to reveal its full extent to the sect's general leadership, and had actually been manipulating events in coordination with the hidden controllers to ensure that Yi Qian would eventually become aware of his bloodline's true nature. Why? Yi Qian asked Elder Wu directly, feeling a sense of betrayal that was profound and shattering. Why would you manipulate my advancement? Why would you work with the people who have been controlling the sect? Because the dominant faction's control is ultimately unsustainable, Elder Wu said quietly, her voice carrying genuine conviction despite the accusatory tone that Yi Qian was directing at her. 3,000 years is a long time to maintain a secret conspiracy, and the strain is beginning to show. There are factions within the dominant faction that disagree about whether the hollow bloodline should continue to be suppressed or whether it should be deliberately unleashed as a tool to reshape the cultivation hierarchy. Some members of the council believe that the only way to solve the problem is to allow the hollow bloodline's wielder to become aware of what they truly are and what they're capable of, so that they can then be given a choice about whether to serve the dominant faction's interests or to oppose them. And if I choose to oppose them? Yi Qian asked. Then you'll have the knowledge and the understanding necessary to potentially resist their control mechanisms, Elder Wu said. But you'll also be accepting the reality that the dominant faction is extraordinarily powerful and that opposing them directly would likely be catastrophically destructive. The Council has had 3,000 years to build its power and to weave its control mechanisms through every major cultivation organization and power structure on this continent. Challenging them directly would essentially be declaring war against the most powerful force in the cultivation world. Chapter 53. The internal conflict. The weeks following Yi Qian's discovery of the control mechanisms operating within his sect and the broader cultivation world were marked by increasing internal conflict and growing instability within the hollow bloodline itself. As Yi Qian consciously tried to process the reality that forces far beyond his understanding had been manipulating his advancement for their own purposes, the synthesis instability he'd been managing at the trials returned with greater intensity and far more severe manifestations. The physical sensations accompanying the fragmentation were visceral and deeply disturbing. Yi Qian would experience moments where his head felt as though multiple consciousnesses were attempting to think simultaneously, each pursuing its own train of thought, creating a sensation of being pulled in different directions from within his own mind. His meditation practice became torturous rather than centering. Instead of achieving the deep spiritual harmony that meditation was meant to cultivate, he would sit in meditation posture and experience his own consciousness actively resisting itself, different centers of awareness arguing with each other in conversations that only he could perceive. He began experiencing moments of consciousness fragmentation where different centers within his mind were processing the knowledge of the control mechanisms separately and arriving at different conclusions about what he should do in response. One consciousness center believed that cooperation with the dominant faction was the only realistic path to survival and that opposing them would inevitably lead to disaster. It presented logical arguments about the Council's overwhelming power, about the futility of resistance against an organization that had maintained control for 3,000 years, about the safety that came from accepting one's place within the established hierarchy. Another consciousness center believed that opposition and attempting to break free of their control was the only path to genuine freedom, and that any cooperation would inevitably lead to permanent servitude. It offered passionate arguments about the meaning of autonomy, about the moral imperative to resist oppression, about the possibility that others had found ways to successfully challenge the Council. A third consciousness center believed that the entire situation was so fundamentally constrained by forces beyond his control that the only rational response was to seal himself away and refuse to engage with cultivation or the political dynamics of the world around him. It argued for withdrawal and isolation as the only path to stability. The fragmentation was beginning to approach the level that had destroyed Li Huang, a state where the different consciousness centers were not simply offering different perspectives, but were actually competing for dominance and attempting to control his actions against the preferences of other internal centers. In one meditation session, one consciousness center would craft a carefully detailed plan for approaching the council with terms of cooperation, complete with what it believed would be acceptable negotiation positions. In the next meditation session, another consciousness center would immediately dismantle that plan and replace it with a detailed strategy for opposing the council's authority, deliberately sabotaging the diplomatic approach by pointing out every flaw in the reasoning. The conflict became so intense that Yi Qian found himself unable to make basic decisions without feeling as though he was betraying one of his own consciousness centers. Should he meet with the council's representatives when they inevitably came? One center would urge engagement, another would counsel refusal. Should he continue his cultivation practice? One center insisted that abandonment would be capitulation, another warned that continued advancement was dangerous. Should he confide in the sect's leadership about the extent of the control mechanisms? One center believed in transparency and collaborative problem-solving. Another was convinced that revealing his knowledge would only accelerate the council's move against him. The conflict within his own consciousness was exhausting, psychologically destabilizing, and rapidly approaching a critical threshold where the different centers might stop attempting to reach consensus and instead begin actively sabotaging each other's initiatives. He could feel himself approaching the point of no return, the threshold beyond which the fragmentation would become so severe that he could no longer function as a unified being at all. Master Chen, observing the progressive fragmentation during daily observations of Yi Qian's condition, made a desperate decision to take Yi Qian to a location that had been deliberately hidden from the sect's broader knowledge for centuries. This location was a deep cavern system that had been sealed and protected specifically to provide refuge for cultivators who were experiencing consciousness fragmentation and who needed access to the most sophisticated healing techniques available. The location itself represented a chain of hidden sanctuaries maintained by multiple cultivation groups who understood the dangers of consciousness fragmentation and who had dedicated themselves to developing recovery techniques over centuries. In the cavern system, Yi Qian encountered an ancient cultivator who had apparently been living in complete isolation for over 200 years, sustained by the cavern system's extraordinary spiritual concentration and by her own advanced cultivation techniques. The cultivator introduced herself as Li Min, and she claimed to be a direct descendant of the original Hollow Bloodline users who had survived the dominant faction's initial suppression 3,000 years ago. Li Huang was one of my ancestors, Li Min explained, showing Yi Qian records that she had somehow preserved despite the dominant faction's efforts to destroy all evidence of the suppressed faction's survival. The records were extraordinarily detailed. Personal journals maintained by Li Huang himself, detailed descriptions of his meditation practices, comprehensive documentation of his advancement through various cultivation levels. He did reach the point of consciousness fragmentation, just as you are beginning to reach it now. But what the sealed records that the dominant faction created failed to mention was that he recovered from it. He managed to reverse the fragmentation and reconstruct his consciousness integration through techniques that were developed specifically to address the Hollow Bloodline's unique challenges. The knowledge was simultaneously hopeful and terrifying. It was hopeful because it meant that the level of fragmentation that had supposedly destroyed Li Huang was actually reversible, that the apparently inevitable cascade towards self-destruction could be arrested and reversed if the right techniques were applied. It was terrifying because it meant that Li Huang had been deliberately sealed despite having recovered from his fragmentation, which suggested that the dominant faction's decision to seal him had been politically motivated rather than medically necessary, that he had been sealed not because he was broken beyond recovery, but because his recovery itself represented a threat to the faction's interests. Chapter 54. The The recovery techniques Li Min spent the next 2 weeks teaching Yi Qian the specific meditation and synthesis techniques that had allowed Li Huang to recover from consciousness fragmentation centuries ago. The techniques were extraordinarily sophisticated and required a level of cultivation control and understanding that most cultivators would never achieve. They represented the accumulated knowledge of hundreds of years of work dedicated specifically to understanding and reversing consciousness fragmentation in hollow bloodline users. The core principle underlying the techniques was a deliberate inversion of the normal absorption and synthesis approach that Yi Qian had been using throughout his cultivation. Instead of trying to absorb new bloodline powers and integrate them into increasingly complex consciousness architectures, the recovery techniques involved deliberately simplifying the consciousness structure by releasing and purifying previous synthesis attempts. This required developing what Li Min called purification meditation, a process where Yi Qian would deliberately engage with each consciousness center that he had created, would understand what it represented and why he had created it, and would then make a conscious choice about whether to maintain it or to release it back into his broader consciousness. It was essentially a process of undoing years of accumulation and restructuring the entire consciousness toward a state of greater simplicity and internal coherence. The process was psychologically devastating because it required Yi Qian to essentially choose to eliminate consciousness centers that had become genuine aspects of his identity, centers that contained knowledge and perspective that he had come to value and that seemed important to his understanding of himself and the world around him. The first consciousness center that Li Min taught him to release was the one that had been created through synthesis of Xin Peng's silver thread suppression techniques. This center contained the understanding of how to invert suppression mechanisms and how to use inversion as a combat tool. Releasing it meant accepting that he would no longer have this specific understanding accessible as a conscious module within his mind. It would still exist as accumulated knowledge, but it would no longer be a semi-independent consciousness center with its own perspective and processing capabilities. Each release was accompanied by profound emotional responses. Yi Qian would feel like he was losing parts of himself, losing capabilities and understanding that he had worked hard to develop. But each release also brought clarity and reduced internal conflict. The consciousness centers that he released were partially responsible for the fragmentation. Each one had its own perspective on whether to cooperate with the dominant faction, and their collective conflict was creating the fragmentation cascade. But as he progressed through the recovery techniques over the course of 2 weeks, the fragmentation stabilized and began to reverse. The different consciousness centers gradually stopped competing for dominance and began reintegrating into a more coherent whole. The process was not one of elimination and loss, but rather one of consolidation and integration. The knowledge from the released consciousness centers was still available to him, but it was no longer structured as a semi-independent mind with its own will and perspectives. By the time 2 weeks had passed, Yi Qian had recovered from the fragmentation and had achieved a state of consciousness integration that was actually more stable than anything he'd achieved before, precisely because it was based on greater simplicity and more careful selection of which consciousness centers to maintain. His consciousness now contained perhaps 6 distinct centers rather than the dozens that had been threatening to fragment completely. Each center was stable, each represented a genuinely valuable perspective, and each could coordinate with the others toward unified goals rather than pursuing conflicting agendas. Li Min confirmed that Li Huang had followed almost the exact same recovery process centuries ago, and that he had emerged from it genuinely healed and genuinely capable of functioning at higher levels of cultivation without risk of refragmentation. The dominant faction sealed him, Li Min said quietly, her ancient eyes carrying the weight of knowing what had happened to her ancestor. Because once he had recovered, he became genuinely dangerous to their interests. He had proven that the hollow bloodline could be controlled and integrated safely. He had proven that their assumption that the bloodline would inevitably lead to self-destruction was incorrect. And he had proven that he might be able to live independently of their control, which threatened their fundamental interest in suppressing the bloodline entirely. Where is he now? Yi Qian asked, understanding that if Li Huang had recovered and had proven he could live independently, then his sealing represented a political imprisonment rather than a medical necessity. Still sealed, Li Min said. in a deep chamber far beneath the Starlight Temple, in a location that required the combined agreement and effort of all the major sects to construct and maintain. The seal is theoretically eternal, maintained by the combined power of all the major sects coordinating their most sophisticated sealing formations. But the seal is also beginning to show signs of strain. The formation that maintains it was constructed 300 years ago, and even the most carefully constructed seals eventually begin to degrade under the relentless pressure of accumulated time. If someone with the knowledge of how to break the seal and with the power to actually execute that breaking were to emerge, it would be possible to release him. The implication was clear and profound. If Yi Qian continued his advancement and achieved sufficient power, one of the potential paths forward would involve reaching the sealed chamber, where Li Huang was imprisoned, and breaking the seal to release a potential ally who understood the hollow bloodline at a deeper level than anyone else alive, and who had personally experienced the dominant faction's political persecution. Together, they might have sufficient power and understanding to actually challenge the Council's authority. Chapter 55. The dominant faction's ultimatum. 2 weeks after Yi Qian's recovery from consciousness fragmentation, the dominant faction made their presence and their intentions explicit in a way that could not be misunderstood or ignored. A formal delegation of cultivators arrived at the Crimson Sword sect, announced through official channels that made clear this was a sanctioned and authorized visit. The delegation was led by a figure of such extraordinary power that his mere presence seemed to distort the fundamental spiritual structure of the surrounding environment, creating visible fluctuations in the spiritual formations that maintained the sect's protection and cultivation infrastructure. The figure introduced himself as Shun Dao, and he claimed to represent the Council of Eternal Ascension, an organization that Yi Qian had never heard mentioned in any of the sect's official histories, but that apparently wielded sufficient power to influence every major cultivation organization on the continent. Shun Dao's appearance was deliberately calculated to communicate authority and power, ancient features that suggested centuries of accumulated cultivation experience, eyes that seemed to contain profound understanding, bearing and movement that communicated absolute confidence. Shun Dao requested a private meeting with Yi Qian in the sect's central meditation hall, and the sect's leadership arranged for them to meet without other observers present. The meditation hall itself was one of the most powerful spiritual locations within the sect, designed centuries ago to facilitate profound meditation and spiritual communication. The Crimson Sword sect has been permitted to advance its bloodline classification reform, permitted to support a hollow bloodline user's advancement, permitted to challenge the existing hierarchy, Shun Dao said, his voice carrying an undertone of power that suggested he was simply stating facts rather than making requests. This permission was granted as part of a deliberate strategic process designed to evaluate whether the hollow bloodline could be safely controlled or whether it represented an irreversible threat to the stability of the cultivation world. "And what is your conclusion?" Yi Qian asked, meeting Shun Dao's gaze directly, attempting to project calm and confidence despite the extraordinary power that was present in the room. "That you represent a controlled risk," Shun Dao said. "You are genuinely talented, genuinely capable, and genuinely dangerous. The celestial trials revealed that you possess synthesis and adaptation capabilities that no other bloodline in the cultivation world can match. Your consciousness integration is more sophisticated than anything that we anticipated. Your capacity to invert opposing bloodline powers is a threat that we cannot dismiss. But you are also capable of understanding the constraints that bind you and the reasons why those constraints exist. You respond to reason and logic. You attempt to minimize harm even when you could cause greater harm through your actions. These characteristics suggest that you can be reasoned with and controlled. We are therefore proposing an arrangement. You will continue your advancement, but you will do so as an agent of the Council of Eternal Ascension. You will serve the Council's interests, which we believe can be framed as compatible with the broader interests of cultivation world stability. In exchange, you will receive support, protection, and access to knowledge that would otherwise remain forever hidden from you. What exactly would this service entail? Yi Qian asked, attempting to buy time to process what was being proposed. Nothing incompatible with your current understanding of honor and propriety, Shun Dao said. The Council does not require you to harm innocents or to betray your fundamental values. What we require is that you advance your cultivation in directions that we find strategically useful, that you participate in specific research projects that advance the Council's understanding of hollow bloodline capabilities, and that you refrain from using your bloodline in ways that would destabilize the existing cultivation hierarchy. In essence, we are asking you to allow your extraordinary power to be directed toward maintaining the stability and functionality of the existing system rather than toward challenging and disrupting that system. And if I refuse? Yi Qian asked, understanding that the answer would be profound and devastating. Then we will be forced to implement containment protocols, Xin Dao said coldly, and the warmth that had been in his voice until this moment completely disappeared. These protocols would involve sealing you in a location similar to the one where Li Huang has been imprisoned. The seal would be constructed using the combined power of all the major sects, reinforced with the most sophisticated preservation and containment formations that the Council has developed across 3,000 years of experience. The seal would be maintained for as long as necessary to ensure that you never become a threat to the stability that the Council has spent 3,000 years constructing and maintaining. You would exist in eternal imprisonment, conscious and aware, but unable to advance your cultivation or interact with the world around you. Your consciousness would have infinite time to contemplate your decision to refuse the Council's offer. The ultimatum was presented with absolute clarity and with profound psychological weight. Yi Qian's choice was either to accept the Council's control or to accept sealing and essentially permanent imprisonment. There was no third path. No possibility of independence or resistance, no way to advance his cultivation or expand his understanding while refusing to submit to the Council's interests. The choice was stark and brutal, servitude or imprisonment, with no possibility of genuine freedom. Chapter 56. The hidden third path. What Xin Dao did not know was that Yi Qian had spent his time in Li Min's hidden cavern network learning more than just recovery techniques for consciousness fragmentation. Li Min had been carefully teaching him about a third faction within the cultivation world, a faction that had remained genuinely hidden from the dominant faction and from the Council of Eternal Ascension for centuries, maintaining their independence and their opposition to the Council through extraordinary sophistication and sacrifice. The caverns themselves seemed to breathe with the weight of centuries of accumulated secrets. Deep beneath the earth, where the sunlight could never penetrate, the spiritual energy flowed in patterns that seemed almost alive, guided by formations that had been carefully maintained and refined across generations. Li Min had shown Yi Qian the carved records in the cavern walls, intricate carvings that documented the history of resistance and survival, telling stories of cultivators who had chosen freedom over power, who had deliberately limited their advancement to avoid detection by the Council's monitoring systems. This faction, which called itself the True Path Alliance, was composed of cultivators who had been actively working to develop techniques that would allow them to exist outside the Council's control mechanisms and to eventually challenge the Council's 3,000-year monopoly on power. They had been maintaining these hidden refuges across multiple mountains and territories, developing alternate cultivation methodologies that operated differently from the Council's standardized approaches, and deliberately spreading knowledge about the hollow bloodline's true nature precisely, so that a wielder would eventually emerge who could potentially break the Council's monopoly on power. The philosophy underlying the True Path Alliance was fundamentally different from the dominant faction's approach, where the Council believed that centralized control was necessary to maintain order and prevent chaos. The Alliance believed that true stability came from genuine freedom and authentic choice. Their cultivators operated through consensus and voluntary association rather than through hierarchical command structures. Their knowledge was freely shared among members rather than jealously guarded as proprietary advantage. Their communities functioned through mutual support and collaborative cultivation rather than through competitive advancement and individual supremacy. The True Path Alliance had been deliberately encouraging the emergence and advancement of Yi Qian specifically because they believed that his unique bloodline power could eventually become the tool that would allow them to challenge the Council's authority. They had been working on this long-term strategy for centuries, patiently cultivating the conditions that would eventually produce someone like Yi Qian. Yi Qian found this revelation almost overwhelming in its implications. to understand that his very existence, his bloodline, his emergence as a cultivator, all of it had been anticipated and deliberately encouraged by a hidden faction working across centuries, was to understand that he was far less autonomous than he had believed. Yet at the same time, it was strangely comforting. It meant that others had believed in the possibility of resistance before he had even been born, that the path to freedom was not something he alone had discovered, but something that countless cultivators had been quietly building toward across generations of sacrifice. Li Min had connections to this faction that extended back through her family line for over 200 years. She had been teaching Yi Qian not just how to recover from consciousness fragmentation, but also how to recognize and activate the hidden countermeasure structures that the True Path Alliance had been building into the cultivation world for centuries. These countermeasures were not obvious or visible to the Council's monitoring systems. They were subtle spiritual patterns embedded within the foundational structures of cultivation itself. The countermeasures were extraordinarily sophisticated. They involved cultivating in specific patterns that would avoid triggering the dominant faction's control mechanisms while still building genuine power. They involved using the Council's own desire to monitor and control Yi Qian as a means to access knowledge and techniques that would normally be hidden from cultivation world participants. They involved deliberately presenting the appearance of submission to the Council's control while actually building the capability to resist and oppose that control when the moment of confrontation finally arrived. When Yi Qian was presented with Shun Dao's ultimatum, he made a deliberate choice to appear to accept the Council's terms. He bowed with formal respect and acknowledged that he understood the logic of the Council's position. He expressed his willingness to serve as an agent for the Council of Eternal Ascension, to advance his cultivation in ways that the Council would find compatible with their interests. He even agreed to have a liaison cultivator monitor his advancement, accepting this constraint as the price of avoiding sealing. Shen Dao, satisfied with this apparent capitulation and confident that the Council's power was sufficient to control any individual regardless of their bloodline strength, departed from the Crimson Sword sect with his delegation. They left behind a liaison cultivator named Huang Wei, a master-level cultivator of the Council's interests who would monitor Yi Qian's advancement and ensure that he was progressing in directions that served the Council's interests. Huang Wei established residence at the Crimson Sword sect and began attending Yi Qian's meditation sessions, requesting detailed reports on his cultivation progress. But in private, away from the liaison's monitoring, Yi Qian was already working with the hidden resources that Li Min had provided him through secret communication channels. He began cultivating using the specific patterns that would allow him to build genuine power while remaining hidden from the Council's observation mechanisms. The patterns were extraordinarily subtle. They created spiritual signatures that Huang Wei and the Council would perceive as consistent with the Council-approved advancement approach, while actually building power through completely different mechanisms. Chapter 57. The Dual Path. Over the following months, Yi Qian developed an extraordinarily sophisticated dual cultivation approach that required extraordinary mental discipline and emotional control to maintain. On the surface, he was advancing in ways that appeared to serve the Council's interests, developing control techniques that Huang Wei could observe and document, refining his synthesis methodologies and patterns that seemed consistent with Council-approved advancement, working to expand his understanding of various bloodline power structures within the parameters that the Council's liaison was monitoring. But simultaneously, beneath the surface, he was developing alternate cultivation pathways using techniques that the True Path Alliance had developed over centuries of work outside the Council's observation and control. These pathways were designed to generate genuine power growth, without leaving the signature patterns that the Council's monitoring systems were calibrated to recognize. The pathways operated on different fundamental principles than the Council's standard approaches. They emphasized harmony with cultivators rather than domination. They built power through integration and synthesis rather than through accumulation and control. They developed consciousness in ways that created genuine independence rather than dependence on external structures. The dual approach required Yi Qian to maintain two completely different meditation practices, two different cultivation patterns, two different understanding frameworks. During the daytime and during meditation sessions that Huang Wei could observe, he would practice the Council's approved methods, demonstrating the kind of advancement that the Council expected to see. But during the late nights, and in hidden chambers created by the True Path Alliance, he would practice the alternate pathways, building real power through different mechanisms. It was extraordinarily dangerous work, requiring constant vigilance to ensure that his surface-level advancement and his hidden advancement did not accidentally reveal each other or create inconsistencies that would alert the Council's liaison to what he was actually doing. One mistake, one slip of consciousness where the hidden advancement patterns became momentarily visible to the Council's monitoring, would be catastrophic. Huang Wei would report the deception immediately, and the Council would move to seal him before he could complete his hidden development. Master Chun, Elder Wu, and a select group of other sect members who understood the reality of the situation became collaborators in maintaining this dual path. They created subtle deceptions in the documentation that the Council's liaison was reviewing, carefully crafting progress reports that showed exactly the kind of advancement that Huang Wei would expect to see. They created meditation chambers deep within the sect structure that could mask the energy patterns of his alternate cultivation, using protection formations that had been maintained for centuries and that were not connected to the sect's official systems, where Huang Wei could detect them. And they provided him with intellectual and emotional support as he navigated the psychological stress of living a constant double existence, of presenting a carefully constructed false front to Huang Wei while simultaneously undertaking hidden cultivation work that could result in his death or eternal imprisonment if discovered. Lian Hui, operating from the shadows of the cultivation world's political structures with her extensive contacts throughout various organizations, began recruiting additional allies who shared the True Path Alliance's interest in challenging the Council's monopoly on power. She connected Yi Qian with other cultivators who had been secretly advancing in opposition to the Council's interests, cultivators from the various major sects who had doubts about the Council's authority, independent cultivators who had maintained their freedom through isolation and careful concealment, descendants of the originally suppressed cultivation faction who had survived and hidden for 3,000 years. She created a network of hidden resistance that extended across multiple sects and through various independent cultivator communities. The network was carefully compartmentalized so that no individual member knew more than a few others, ensuring that if one part of the network was discovered and compromised, it would not expose the entire structure. The most significant and meaningful breakthrough came when Yi Qian received a message from the hidden location where Li Huang had been sealed beneath the Starlight Temple. The message had been delivered through an extraordinarily complicated series of hidden channels, passed between multiple intermediaries to ensure that it could not be traced back to its source. The message contained only a few characters, written in a style that matched historical examples of Li Huang's own handwriting that Yi Qian had studied in Li Min's cavern network. The message simply stated, "The seal is beginning to fail. When it breaks, we will require your assistance in extracting me from this location. The Council will attempt to immediately reseal me, and this will be the most dangerous moment of the entire operation. Be ready." The message meant that Yi Qian had a timeline. Within months, possibly within just a few weeks, the seal on Li Huang's prison would break completely. That moment would create a brief window of opportunity where extracting Li Huang would be possible, a window that would close forever if not taken advantage of immediately. Once the seal broke, the Council would move to reinforce and reseal it within hours. They had been maintaining surveillance systems around the seal for 300 years specifically to prevent exactly this kind of escape attempt. Chapter 58. The seal's fracture. The seal on Li Huang's prison began to fail during the 10th month of Yi Qian's dual path advancement. The failure manifested as a subtle distortion in the spiritual structure of the Eastern cultivation region, a distortion that was noticeable only to cultivators of genuinely high advancement and that only trained observers would recognize as the signature pattern of a failing preservation seal. The distortion occurred first as a slight wavering in the protective formations that maintained the region's spiritual stability, then as increasingly obvious fluctuations in the baseline spiritual energy that cultivators throughout the region would have detected. The Council of Eternal Ascension detected the failure within hours through their sophisticated monitoring systems that had been maintained around the sealed location for 3 centuries. They immediately began mobilizing their resources to reinforce the seal before it could break completely and before Li Huang could escape. They dispatched representatives to the Starlight Temple where the seal was located, deployed additional spiritual formations designed to contain and stabilize the failing structure, and issued orders to all their affiliated sects that any attempt to interfere with the sealing process would be treated as direct opposition to the Council's authority and would be responded to with overwhelming force. The mobilization was visible throughout the cultivation world. Cultivators from major sects suddenly departed for the Starlight Temple region. The Council's liaison representatives at various sects became extremely busy coordinating with the Central Council authority. Spiritual messages were passed through various communication channels with unusual urgency and frequency. Yi Qian received word of the seal's failure from Li Min through a carefully hidden communication channel that had been established months before specifically for this purpose. She provided him with a specific location where he was to position himself, a neutral ground near the Starlight Temple that was not controlled by the Council and that offered multiple escape routes if the situation became untenable. She instructed him to be ready to move immediately when the seal broke, to position himself such that he could reach the sealing chamber itself within moments of the seal's complete failure. She explained that the moment of the seal's breaking would be chaos and opportunity, a brief window where the Council's forces would be focused on attempting to reseal the broken structure and would be momentarily less attentive to detecting other movements in the region. More importantly, the moment would be when Li Huang's power would be most accessible. Immediately upon the seal breaking, Li Huang would begin attempting to escape. If Yi Qian could coordinate with him during those first moments, they could potentially work together to resist the Council's recapture attempts. The Council's liaison, Huang Wei, who had been monitoring Yi Qian's advancement, became extremely busy managing the crisis around Li Huang's seal. He departed from the Crimson Sword sect to join the coordination efforts at the Starlight Temple, leaving behind only a junior cultivator to maintain basic observation. Yi Qian used this distraction to execute a transportation technique that the True Path Alliance had taught him, moving himself to the location that Li Min had specified with speed and stealth that avoided detection by the Council's monitoring systems. The transportation journey took him through cultivation territory that he had never traversed before, through hidden passages and alternate spiritual routes that the True Path Alliance had maintained for centuries. When he finally arrived at the location that Li Min had specified, he discovered that Li Min was already present, along with a small group of other True Path Alliance cultivators who had been waiting for this moment for years or even decades. Some of them were descendants of the suppressed faction. Others were cultivators who had dedicated their lives to opposing the Council. Still others were individuals whose personal circumstances had aligned them with the True Path Alliance's cause. The sealing chamber itself was located deep beneath the Starlight Temple, protected by multiple layers of protective formations. The location was sealed with such extraordinary power that the interior was essentially inaccessible to external observation. But Yi Qian could feel the texture of the failing seal, the exact pattern of its fracture, the specific points where the preservation formation was breaking down. The seal was straining under the pressure of Li Huang's accumulated power and under the fundamental degradation that 300 years of continuous operation had created. The seal broke at the moment Yi Qian and the True Path Alliance team were most ready, as though something or someone had deliberately waited for their arrival before allowing the preservation formation to finally fail completely. The breaking was not a sudden catastrophic collapse, but rather a series of progressively larger fractures that built on each other until the entire structure gave way. The chamber's interior became briefly visible before the Council's containment systems triggered emergency sealing protocols designed to reactivate the preservation formation immediately upon any breach. The chamber opened, and Yi Qian saw, for the first time, the physical form of Li Huang, an ancient cultivator who appeared simultaneously frail from centuries of isolation and intensely alive with power that had been building and concentrating throughout the entire duration of his imprisonment. Li Huang was seated in meditation posture at the center of the sealed chamber, and his eyes opened as the seal broke, revealing consciousness that had been aware and conscious throughout the centuries of imprisonment rather than in suspended animation. Chapter 59. The extraction and the confrontation. Extracting Li Huang from the sealing chamber proved far more difficult than Li Min had anticipated when she had received the message from Li Huang indicating that the seal would fail. The preservation formation, as it failed and its stabilizing structure collapsed, created a catastrophic cascade of spiritual instability that threatened to collapse the entire structure of the mountain where the chamber was located. The accumulated spiritual pressure that had been contained and stabilized for 300 years suddenly released all at once, creating waves of destabilizing energy that propagated outward through the mountain structure. Yi Qian and the True Path Alliance team found themselves having to contain and manage the spiritual explosion while simultaneously trying to assist Li Huang, whose centuries of isolation and meditation state had left him temporarily weakened and disoriented despite his incredible foundational power. Li Huang's consciousness had remained active throughout the centuries of imprisonment, but his physical body and his ability to immediately access his power had atrophied significantly from lack of actual cultivation work and practice. The Council's forces arrived before the extraction could be completed. Shen Dao himself arrived, traveling at extraordinary speed from the Starlight Temple with cultivators of such extraordinary power that the very air seemed to distort around them. The confrontation occurred at the entrance to the sealing chamber, with Yi Qian and the True Path Alliance team standing between Li Huang and the Council's forces, defending the ancient cultivator while his consciousness reacclimated to freedom and his power structure stabilized and reaccessed its capabilities. "You have betrayed the Council's trust," Shen Dao said, his voice carrying a tone of profound disappointment and genuine anger. "We offered you status, protection, and the opportunity to advance your cultivation under our guidance. We showed you the alternatives, eternal imprisonment or service to the Council. In return, you chose to conspire with the True Path Alliance against our interests. This is an extraordinarily poor strategic decision, one that demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of the power dynamics that actually govern the cultivation world. The Council's guidance was never meant to be voluntary," Yi Qian said, meeting Shen Dao's gaze directly despite the enormous disparity in power and experience between them. "It was designed to ensure that I would never develop genuine independence or the capacity to resist your control. It was built on the assumption that I would remain ignorant about the alternatives, that I would accept your ultimatum without considering that there might be other paths forward. I'm choosing freedom instead, even if that freedom means direct opposition to your interests." The conflict that followed was extraordinarily dangerous and extraordinarily destructive. The Council's cultivators attempted to recapture or kill Li Huang, understanding that his escape would represent a profound failure of the Council's 300-year commitment to maintaining the seal. The True Path Alliance team attempted to defend him long enough for his consciousness to fully stabilize and for him to access enough of his power to defend himself. Yi Qian found himself in direct combat with Shen Dao himself, experiencing firsthand the kind of power that had allowed the Council to maintain its monopoly on the cultivation world for 3,000 years. The combat was almost entirely one-sided initially. Shen Dao possessed centuries of accumulated experience and power that was orders of magnitude greater than Yi Qian's own. Every technique that Yi Qian attempted, Shen Dao had encountered before. Every approach that Yi Qian tried, Shen Dao had refined and improved across centuries of competitive cultivation. Yi Qian found himself being forced backward, his defenses being overwhelmed, his physical form beginning to suffer damage that he could barely manage. But Yi Qian had advantages that he had not possessed when he first encountered the Council's ultimatum. His dual-path advancement had given him access to techniques that the Council did not recognize and could not immediately counter. Shen Dao's analysis of Yi Qian's power was based on the Council's standard monitoring, on the reports that Huang Wei had provided about Yi Qian's surface-level advancement. Shen Dao had no knowledge of the True Path Alliance techniques that Yi Qian had secretly developed. His consciousness integration, recovered through Li Huang's own techniques and stabilized through months of careful purification work, was more stable and more resilient than anything he had previously achieved. And for the first time, he had a genuine ally in Li Huang, an ancient cultivator whose power had been building in containment for centuries and whose knowledge of the hollow bloodline extended back through generations and across centuries of accumulated understanding. As Li Huang's consciousness fully reaccessed his power, his strength began to multiply exponentially. He moved to stand beside Yi Qian, and the two hollow bloodline wielders, separated by 300 years but united in opposition to the council, began to mount an actual resistance to Shun Dao's onslaught. Together, Yi Qian and Li Huang managed to repel the council's forces sufficiently to prevent them from immediately recapturing Li Huang. The combination of Yi Qian's hidden techniques and Li Huang's accumulated power proved sufficient to create a stalemate situation where Shun Dao and his supporting cultivators could not overcome them, but where the True Path Alliance team could execute their emergency escape procedures. The True Path Alliance team executed an emergency transportation technique that moved the entire group, including both Yi Qian and Li Huang, to a hidden sanctuary located deep within territories that were not controlled or monitored by the Council. Chapter 60: The Price of Freedom. As the final days of Step 3 unfolded within the hidden sanctuary that the True Path Alliance had provided, Yi Qian understood that he had crossed a threshold from which there was no return. By extracting Li Huang and directly opposing the Council of Eternal Ascension, he had transformed from a cultivator being monitored and controlled by the Council into a cultivator in direct active opposition to their interests and their power. There could be no reconciliation, no peaceful resolution, no path back to the position he had occupied before the seal broke. The consequences of this opposition would be extraordinary and devastating. The Council would not simply accept his defection. They would mobilize their considerable resources to pursue him, to eliminate the threat that he represented, to prevent the knowledge of the True Path Alliance's existence from spreading further throughout the cultivation world. The Council had maintained their 3,000-year monopoly on power through ruthlessness and through thorough elimination of threats before they could fully develop. Yi Qian represented exactly the kind of threat that the Council had traditionally dealt with through complete suppression or elimination. But in accepting those consequences, Yi Qian had also accepted something else: the possibility of genuine freedom from the control mechanisms that had been designed into his bloodline 3,000 years ago and that had persisted through the entire history of his existence. The self-destruction mechanism within the hollow bloodline had been designed with the assumption that the wielder would eventually either submit to council control or would destroy themselves through the consequences of resistance. But Yi Qian had discovered a third path: not submission, not self-destruction, but genuine opposition and liberation through connection with others who had maintained their own independence across centuries. By working with the True Path Alliance, by learning the techniques that allowed him to resist the Council's authority, by finally connecting with Li Huang and understanding the true legacy of his bloodline, he had positioned himself to potentially reshape the entire structure of the cultivation world. The alliance between Yi Qian and Li Huang represented something that the Council had never anticipated: two hollow bloodline wielders, separated by 300 years but united in opposition, combining their understanding and power in direct resistance to Council authority. The Crimson Sword sect would inevitably face consequences for its association with him. The sect's leadership understood this when he communicated his position to them from the safety of the True Path Alliance's sanctuary through secure spiritual communication channels. Elder Wu, who had known about the Council's control for decades and who had orchestrated much of the hidden support that had allowed Yi Qian to survive the trials and resist the Council's initial ultimatum, expressed her support for his choice without hesitation. She understood that she could not remain in her position of authority at the sect once her knowledge of the control mechanisms and her support for Yi Qian's resistance became known to the Council. Elder Jian, who had suspected the control mechanisms but had chosen to work within the system for decades, faced a more difficult decision about whether to accept the consequences of open opposition or to distance himself from Yi Qian's rebellion. After extensive consideration, Elder Jian chose to remain with the sect and to serve as an internal voice advocating for the sect's long-term interests and gradual transformation rather than radical opposition. It was Elder Wu who chose to abandon her position and to join the True Path Alliance in its growing opposition to the Council, bringing with her decades of accumulated knowledge about the Council's control mechanisms and strategic weaknesses. Yi Qian stood once more in a high place within the hidden sanctuary, looking out over the cultivation world that he had briefly begun to understand. The regional tournament had been his first triumph, a victory that had seemed to promise a new era of bloodline classification reform and systemic change. The celestial trials had been his first encounter with the cultivation world's highest powers and with the fear and opposition that genuine threats generate within established hierarchies. His recovery from consciousness fragmentation had been his first direct confrontation with the Bloodline's internal mechanisms and his first understanding that salvation could come through learning from predecessors like Li Huang. And the extraction of Li Huang had been his first direct act of rebellion against the council that had created his bloodline as a weapon 3,000 years ago. It represented the moment when he had chosen freedom and resistance over safety and submission. But these were just the beginning of a journey that would extend far into the future, a journey whose endpoint was genuinely uncertain. The Council of Eternal Ascension had spent 3,000 years building their power structure and their control mechanisms, had successfully suppressed and contained the hollow bloodline for those entire centuries, had maintained their monopoly on power through ruthless elimination of threats and careful manipulation of the cultivation world's political structures, challenging them directly. Even with Li Huang's support and the True Path Alliance's accumulated resources and knowledge, would require cultivation advancement that extended far beyond anything Yi Qian had currently achieved. It would require the development of techniques that did not yet exist, the integration of understanding that would take years or even decades to accumulate, the kind of transcendent advancement that Li Huang himself had struggled to achieve without fragmenting beyond repair 300 years ago. The path ahead was uncertain and potentially catastrophic. Yi Qian understood this with complete clarity, but he also understood that he had already committed himself to it, that the moment of hesitation and compromise had passed, that turning back now would only result in his capture and sealing by forces that had already made clear their intent to eliminate him if he did not submit to their control. Yi Qian understood, as he began the final meditation that would conclude Step 3 and prepare him for whatever extraordinary challenges Step 4 would bring, that he had accepted a path that would consume the remainder of his existence and that might ultimately lead to his failure, his eternal sealing, or his transcendence into something completely new and completely unknown. The future stretched before him, full of both tremendous possibility and genuine peril. There was no certainty, no guarantee of success, no promise that the True Path Alliance's centuries of preparation and the alliance between two hollow bloodline wielders would prove sufficient to challenge the Council's overwhelming power. But he had also accepted something more valuable than security or control or acceptance from the cultivation world. He had accepted the possibility of genuine freedom, and that possibility was worth any cost, any sacrifice, any danger that the future might bring. With genuine freedom came genuine choice. And with genuine choice came the possibility of creating a cultivation world fundamentally different from the one that had been structured for 3,000 years. The chains of the bloodline's self-destruction mechanism were no longer binding him. The fear of sealing no longer paralyzed his decisions. The compulsion to submit to the Council's authority no longer constrained his choices. For the first time in his existence, Yi Qian was genuinely free. Free to choose his path, free to act according to his own will, free to join with others in opposition to injustice and corruption. That freedom was everything. It was worth more than all the security the Council could offer, more than all the comfortable servitude that the cultivation world's established hierarchies could provide. And with that freedom came the understanding that whatever came next, whatever challenges and dangers and catastrophes the future held, he would face them on his own terms, with his eyes open, with his consciousness integrated and stable, with genuine allies beside him. Step 3 had ended. The transformation from the terrified young cultivator who had been assessed with a worthless bloodline to a cultivator wielding a 3,000-year-old weapon of civilization-altering power was complete. The final meditation of Step 3 was complete, and the path toward Step 4, toward whatever genuine transcendence or catastrophic failure the future held, was beginning to unfold. The weakest bloodline turns lethal against the strong. Step 4. Chapters 61 to 80. Chapter 61. The Hidden Library. The True Path Alliance's primary sanctuary occupied an entire mountain that had been hollowed out and reconstructed over centuries by cultivators who understood that secrecy and isolation were the only defenses against the Council's relentless pursuit and unrelenting efforts to suppress all opposition. The mountain itself had been selected with extreme care through a process that had involved years of careful observation and analysis. It occupied a region where the natural spiritual energy patterns created zones of significant interference that disrupted the Council's detection methodologies and rendered standard magical surveillance ineffective. The location was positioned far from major sect territories, far from Council administrative centers, positioned in regions that appeared strategically insignificant and therefore unworthy of intense Council surveillance effort. The isolation came with profound costs. The sanctuary was extraordinarily difficult to reach, accessible only through hidden passages and routes that required knowledge of obscure cultivator techniques to traverse. Supplying the sanctuary required careful coordination and planning to avoid creating patterns that the Council's intelligence network might detect and track. Living in the sanctuary meant enduring geographical and social isolation that would have been unbearable for many cultivators. But the isolation also provided the ultimate security. As long as the location remained unknown, the sanctuary's residents and the knowledge it contained could not be compromised. Within this mountain, layered beneath protective formations of extraordinary complexity that would take years for the Council's forces to penetrate even with full commitment of their resources, existed a library of cultivated knowledge that had accumulated across 3,000 years of resistance and documentation. The library represented the collective accumulation of knowledge from generations of True Path Alliance researchers, from hollow bloodline wielders who had conducted research into their own bloodlines, from cultivators who had dedicated their entire existence to the preservation of knowledge that the Council had attempted to suppress or destroy. Books and scrolls filled chambers that stretched deeper into the mountain than any single cultivator could traverse in a day, organized according to systems of categorization that had been developed and refined by generations of True Path Alliance scholars who had dedicated their entire lives to the organization and preservation of knowledge that the Council had attempted to suppress or destroy. The library had been constructed through an enormous investment of resources and labor that spanned multiple generations of cultivators. Stone chambers had been carefully carved from the mountain's interior rock using specialized techniques that preserved the natural spiritual properties of the stone while creating working spaces suitable for storing and accessing texts. Protective formations had been embedded directly into the stone itself during the construction process, making them permanent and impossible to remove without destroying the chambers entirely. Climate control formations maintained constant temperature and humidity levels to preserve ancient texts across centuries, protecting them from the decay and degradation that would naturally occur in environments not carefully maintained. Lighting formations generated soft illumination without producing heat that might damage fragile paper and ink, something that required extraordinary sophistication in formation design because conventional lighting formations all generated at least some heat as a necessary byproduct of their operation. The library's lighting formations had been designed by some of the True Path Alliance's most skilled formation experts, and they had taken decades to perfect and refine. The entire structure represented an extraordinary commitment to the preservation of knowledge. It was, in essence, the physical manifestation of the True Path Alliance's entire philosophical commitment to maintaining awareness of alternatives to the Council's approved information systems. The library embodied the principle that knowledge that was suppressed could still be preserved, that understanding that was forbidden could still be maintained, that history and tradition could be continued even in the face of systematic attempts at suppression and destruction. The organization of the library was extraordinarily sophisticated. Books and scrolls were arranged not simply by subject matter, but according to complex systems that allowed researchers to trace connections between different works and to understand how various pieces of knowledge related to each other in ways that the Council's approved texts deliberately obscured or denied. The cataloging systems had been developed over centuries and represented accumulated wisdom about how to organize information effectively for preservation and for discovery. Scholars who studied in the library could spend years learning to navigate the organization systems effectively. The library itself occupied the deeper levels of the sanctuary, existing in a series of interconnected chambers whose protective formations had been reinforced specifically to prevent any possibility of external observation or magical detection from revealing the location to the Council. The formations themselves were ancient and extraordinarily sophisticated, employing spiritual principles that had been refined across centuries until they represented the peak of True Path Alliance technical expertise. They were designed not simply to block observation, but to actively counteract and deflect detection methods that the Council had developed across their own 3,000 years of dominance and magical innovation. Yi Qian and Li Huang began their work in this library on the morning after their arrival, in a chamber that had been specially prepared for their studies over months of careful preparation. The chamber itself was protected by spiritual formations of extraordinary sophistication, formations that ensured privacy and that prevented any observation or monitoring from external sources. The formations were designed with multiple layers of redundancy so that even if one layer failed, others would continue to provide protection. Two high-backed wooden chairs faced toward shelves lined with books on the hollow Bloodline's history, the mechanisms of its control systems, the compilation of accumulated knowledge about the Bloodline's true capabilities that had been documented by previous wielders across the centuries and collected by the True Path Alliance across generations. The chairs themselves had been crafted from ancient wood that had special properties. They seemed to absorb excess spiritual energy that accumulated during intensive meditation and research work, providing an additional layer of psychological comfort and spiritual stability that would help both cultivators maintain their consciousness integrity during extended periods of deep research. The preparation of the chamber had involved extraordinary attention to detail. Every element had been carefully selected to optimize the conditions for the work that would occur there. The lighting was designed to reduce eye strain while maintaining perfect clarity for reading ancient texts. The temperature was maintained at optimal levels for both human comfort and for the preservation of delicate documents. The spiritual atmosphere was cultivated to be calm and stable, conducive to the kind of deep consciousness work that would be required. The chamber represented in many ways the culmination of the True Path Alliance's entire resource commitment toward supporting this research project. The preparation of the chamber had been supervised by Li Min herself, who had spent the better part of 2 decades ensuring that every detail would be optimal for the work that Yi Qian and Li Huang would need to undertake. Li Min understood, with complete clarity, that what would occur in this chamber would determine the trajectory of the entire conflict with the Council. Everything else, the military defenses of the sanctuary, the cultivation resources they had accumulated, the network of True Path Alliance members scattered throughout the cultivation world, all of it was secondary to the work that Yi Qian would accomplish in this chamber with Li Huang's guidance and collaboration. Li Huang moved slowly through the library, his physical form still recovering from the centuries of sealed isolation despite the rapid advancement that his consciousness had achieved. His body had been preserved in perfect condition by the sealing formations, protected from aging and decay, but the simple act of moving through physical space for extended periods after 300 years of imprisonment was exhausting. His muscles, though never truly atrophied, required time to reacclimate to the sensation of movement and the demands of physical cultivation. His hand traced across the spines of books that had been written by cultivators who had lived and died centuries before Yi Qian's consciousness had even taken its first coherent form. Some of the books bore handwriting that Li Huang recognized, the distinctive script of cultivators whom he had known personally, whom he had trained alongside, whom he had watched be captured and sealed by the Council's forces. Each recognized handwriting was both a moment of profound connection to his own past and a reminder of the losses that centuries of opposition to the Council had inflicted. One book in particular drew Li Huang's attention. A volume bound in black leather that bore the notation of the Council's forbidden knowledge, marked with symbols that indicated it documented the original creation process of the hollow bloodline itself. The symbols on the spine represented danger and existential threat, warnings that had been inscribed by cultivators who understood that the knowledge contained within could be extraordinarily dangerous if it fell into the wrong hands, or if it was misused by individuals who did not possess sufficient moral framework to handle its implications responsibly. The Council maintains the fiction that the Bloodline is simply a powerful but fundamentally flawed creation, Li Huang said, pulling the volume from the shelf. The book was extraordinarily heavy, indicating that its pages had been crafted from special materials designed to last for centuries without degradation. But that is deception from the very beginning. The hollow bloodline was not created as a flawed weapon. It was created as a weapon with built-in mechanisms designed to ensure that its wielders could never successfully challenge the Council's authority. The flaw is not an accident of creation. It is deliberate design. Every single limitation that the bloodline possesses, every mechanism that constrains its wielder, every pain and fragmentation that results from attempting to access its full power, all of it was deliberately engineered. Li Huang opened the book carefully, reverently, acknowledging through his physical actions the weight of the knowledge that he was about to share. The pages were covered in handwriting that dated back centuries, written in a script that predated even the Council's current era of dominance. The text described in extraordinary detail the original creation of the Hollow Bloodline, the moment when the cultivation world's first dominant faction, a different group from the current Council, but functioning according to very similar principles, had chosen to create a bloodline that would be powerful enough to challenge competitors for power and control, but that would be constrained in ways that would ensure that the bloodline's wielders could never successfully use that power to challenge the original creators. The self-destruction mechanism had been built as a safeguard against the bloodline becoming too dangerous to control, a failsafe designed with the assumption that if the wielder ever began to develop sufficient understanding of their own power to potentially threaten the creators, the mechanism would activate and consume the wielder from within, preventing any possibility of successful rebellion or escape from the control system. 3,000 years ago, when I first became aware of what my own bloodline truly was, I spent decades in research attempting to understand the mechanism itself. Li Huang continued, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of accumulated understanding and hard-won knowledge. I found, through patterns in multiple books and through experimental cultivation work that I conducted in secret, that the self-destruction mechanism operated according to principles that were fundamentally different from the standard spiritual structure that governs cultivation. The mechanism was designed by cultivators who understood spiritual formation creation at a level that has since been lost. The Council has maintained the mechanism for 3,000 years without truly comprehending the principles that make it function. Li Huang moved toward a different section of the library, a section that was specifically devoted to texts about the mechanism's structure and the research that had been conducted into understanding it. These volumes were even more heavily protected than the creation documents. They bore additional protective seals and were stored in a climate-controlled environment maintained by specialized formations specifically designed to preserve these most valuable texts. The books appeared to be almost as old as the creation documents themselves, many of them dating back centuries into the depths of the True Path Alliance's history. These texts, Li Huang said, indicating the protected volumes with reverence, represent the most dangerous knowledge in the entire cultivation world. They contain the accumulated research of hundreds of hollow bloodline wielders across 3,000 years, cultivators all of them attempting to understand the mechanism that was slowly destroying them from within, that was creating the constant threat of consciousness fragmentation and death. Many of them failed in their research attempts. Many of them died in the attempt, their consciousness fragmenting catastrophically when they pushed too far or when they encountered limitations that they could not overcome. But some of them, a very few, began to approach something like genuine understanding before the Council discovered their research and captured them and sealed them away forever. Li Huang traced his fingers along the spines of the volumes, occasionally pulling one out and opening it to reveal pages covered in handwriting that appeared to date back centuries. Each volume contained notes and research from specific researchers, their accumulated understanding written in increasingly desperate handwriting as they approached either breakthrough or capture. These texts represent centuries of accumulated work. This volume, for example, was written by a cultivator named Zhang Wei who lived about 500 years ago. He documented an entire methodology for approaching mechanism research without triggering catastrophic activation. Several of his techniques form the foundation of the approach that we will use in your reconstruction work. Yi Qian listened intently, his consciousness extending into each word that Li Huang spoke, absorbing not just the factual content, but the methodology of observation that Li Huang was describing. This was genuine intellectual collaboration of the kind that the Council had never permitted. two minds of comparable power sharing accumulated knowledge without the constraint of hierarchy or the fear of judgment that had characterized Yi Qian's training under the council's scrutiny. The difference was profound and was something that Yi Qian only now fully appreciated. The council's training methods had always been designed to ensure that power was channeled according to their specifications, that knowledge was distributed in carefully controlled doses, that understanding was always mediated through their interpretation of how power should be accessed and used. Under the council's instruction, Yi Qian had learned exceptional techniques and had achieved remarkable advancement. But that advancement had always been constrained by the implicit requirement that he remain dependent on council guidance, that he continue to defer to council judgment about what was possible and what was dangerous, that he never developed sufficient understanding to question the fundamental assumptions underlying council authority. Working with Li Huang, by contrast, meant learning not just techniques but the methodology of discovery itself. Li Huang was showing Yi Qian how to approach problems of genuine difficulty, how to observe carefully, how to formulate hypotheses based on observation, how to test those hypotheses through controlled experimentation, how to revise understanding based on evidence. These were skills that no council-aligned mentor had ever attempted to teach him. These were the skills that independent thinkers required to function beyond the council's controlling framework. What I began to understand, toward the end of my own advancement 300 years ago, was that the mechanism might be reversible if one possessed the right combination of power, knowledge, and technique, Li Huang said, pulling a smaller volume from the shelf that appeared to be his own personal documentation. The handwriting inside was different from the older texts, more recent, more desperate, the script of a cultivator racing against time and against the mechanism's increasing activation. Not reversible through destruction, which is what most wielders attempted. That path leads only to death or sealing, because when you attempt to destroy the mechanism directly, you trigger all of its emergency protocols simultaneously. The activation is catastrophic and essentially uncontrollable. Li Huang opened the volume to a specific section that was marked with symbols indicating extraordinary importance. Reversible through understanding. If you could grasp the fundamental principles of the mechanism's construction, if you could access the spiritual template that defined its operation, you might be able to reconstruct it according to your own will rather than according to the council's original parameters. That reconstruction is extraordinarily difficult. It requires sustained interaction with the mechanism even as it attempts to activate its own destruction protocols. It requires the ability to maintain consciousness stability while experiencing existential threat from your own bloodline. But if it can be accomplished, then the mechanism transforms from a constraint into a tool. Can that be done? Yi Qian asked. Can the mechanism actually be reconstructed rather than simply destroyed? And if it can be reconstructed, what would the practical outcome be? What would a reconstructed mechanism look like, and what capabilities would it confer? Li Huang turned toward Yi Qian, his ancient eyes reflecting centuries of accumulated understanding and the weight of questions that he had asked himself countless times across 300 years of isolation and meditation. The outcome would be transformation at the most fundamental level of your existence. The self-destruction mechanism, once reconstructed, would become a tool for directed absorption and power channeling. Rather than operating as an external threat, a device that the council built into you to destroy you, if you became too powerful, it would become an instrument of your own will and power expression. You would be able to draw spiritual energy from your environment with controlled precision, maintaining exactly as much absorption as necessary to power your own advancement without the catastrophic cascades that occur in the current configuration. Li Huang activated a spiritual visualization that he had been maintaining since his own research 300 years prior. The visualization showed the theoretical structure of a reconstructed hollow bloodline mechanism, the pathways redesigned to flow according to the wielder's conscious intention rather than according to the council's original parameters. The most significant change would be consciousness freedom. The current mechanism creates constant internal pressure toward fragmentation. It generates the sensation that your consciousness is always at the verge of breaking apart. Once reconstructed, that pressure would cease. You would achieve a level of consciousness integration that is essentially impossible to achieve with the current mechanism in place. That is precisely what we will spend the coming months attempting to discover. Li Huang replied. His voice carried both conviction and uncertainty. Conviction that the goal was theoretically achievable, uncertainty about whether Yi Qian possessed the specific combination of power, consciousness stability, and technical skill necessary to actually accomplish it. The theoretical model exists. The principle has been documented. But the practical execution requires a wielder who is simultaneously powerful enough to withstand the mechanism's resistance, conscious enough to maintain coherence while fragmenting experiences occur, and patient enough to proceed through months of careful work rather than attempting to force breakthrough through aggressive pressure. The research will be extraordinarily complex and extraordinarily dangerous. The more you interact with the mechanism structure, the more intensely it will attempt to activate its self-destruction protocols. You will experience pain and disorientation and moments of genuine threat to your consciousness stability. You may experience fragmentation episodes where your consciousness partially breaks apart. You may experience moments where you genuinely question whether you are maintaining coherence or whether you are already fragmenting into disconnected pieces. Li Huang paused, allowing the weight of these warnings to settle into Yi Qian's understanding. But if we approach the research systematically, if we document everything that we learn, if we move carefully through each stage of exploration rather than attempting to force breakthrough through aggressive pressure, then we may succeed in understanding the mechanism completely. And through that understanding, in reconstructing it into something that serves your will rather than the Council's authority. That outcome, a hollow bloodline wielder operating with reconstructed mechanism under their own conscious control, represents something that the Council has feared for 3,000 years. It represents the possibility of a power that they can neither control nor contain. Chapter 62, The Council's First Assault. The Council of Eternal Ascension's response to Li Huang's escape was swift and merciless, escalating far beyond what even the most pessimistic True Path Alliance strategists had anticipated. Within 3 weeks of the extraction from the Starlight Temple, the Council had mobilized sufficient forces to launch coordinated attacks against every known or suspected location where the True Path Alliance might have taken shelter. The attacks were conducted with the kind of overwhelming force that demonstrated the depth of the Council's power and the seriousness of their commitment to eliminating both Yi Qian and Li Huang. The campaign began simultaneously across multiple regions, indicating that the Council had invested tremendous resources into intelligence gathering to identify all of the True Path Alliance's significant facilities. The attacks began at the periphery of the True Path Alliance's network of safe houses and resource storage facilities scattered throughout the cultivation world. Small sanctuaries that had been designed to shelter refugees fleeing Council persecution were destroyed within hours of the assault beginning. Resource storage areas that had been hidden beneath cities and towns for decades were discovered through systematic magical surveys and were completely destroyed, along with the Alliance members who had been stationed at those locations to maintain and protect the stores. True Path Alliance members in a dozen different locations received visits from Council forces that appeared with minimal warning and that destroyed cultivation resources and facilities with systematic thoroughness. The Council was not attempting capture or negotiation. They were attempting elimination and psychological destruction, demonstrating to the broader cultivation world that harboring the True Path Alliance would result in complete annihilation. Entire lineages of cultivators who had sympathized with the Alliance were killed or captured. Families that had provided shelter to Alliance members for generations were destroyed. The Council's message was unmistakable. Resistance to their authority would result in the elimination of everyone and everything associated with that resistance. The response was designed to accomplish multiple strategic objectives simultaneously. The first objective was to weaken the True Path Alliance's logistical capacity to support continued operations. By destroying resource storage and safe houses, the Council was degrading the Alliance's ability to move throughout the cultivation world and to coordinate large-scale operations. The second objective was to force the Alliance into revealing their most important locations by creating a situation where the Alliance either had to defend peripheral facilities or allow them to be destroyed, either way creating strategic dilemmas that would test and potentially expose their decision-making processes. The third objective was psychological, to convince the broader cultivation world that opposing the Council was not just difficult, but was actively dangerous to anyone and everyone around you. Within the hidden sanctuary, Yi Qian felt the death of True Path Alliance members as they were struck down by Council forces. The connection was not direct. He could not see the specific moments or the specific locations where his allies were being killed. But he could sense the disruption of familiar presences, cultivators whom he had trained with and who had offered him shelter and support, suddenly vanishing from the sphere of spiritual awareness that he had developed through his integration with Li Huang's consciousness. Each death was a moment of profound loss and a concrete reminder that his resistance to the Council was not theoretical or abstract. It resulted in the deaths of actual people who had chosen to stand beside him and who were now paying for that choice with their lives. The weight of this responsibility was something that Yi Qian had not fully confronted before. When he had been struggling against the Council's control and isolation at the Crimson Sword sect, the consequences of resistance had affected primarily himself. He could suffer fragmentation or sealing, but at least the damage would be limited to him. But now, by accepting the True Path Alliance's support and by positioning himself as the focal point of resistance to the Council's authority, he had transformed every person who allied themselves with him into a target for Council retaliation. Li Huang continued the research without showing overt emotional reaction to the deaths that were occurring around them, maintaining external composure and continued focus on the work that needed to be accomplished. But Yi Qian could sense the tension in the ancient cultivator's movements, the weight of centuries of similar warfare pressing against his consciousness, the profound weariness of an individual who had spent the entirety of his extremely long life engaged in conflict against the Council and fighting against the mechanisms that the Council had built into his very existence. This was not new to Li Huang. This was the continuation of a conflict that had begun 300 years ago when Li Huang had first achieved enough consciousness integration to understand the true nature of the hollow bloodline's constraints and to begin planning for eventual resistance to the Council. That understanding had triggered decades of intense combat, as Li Huang had attempted to achieve the same kind of mechanism reconstruction that Yi Qian was now pursuing. It had continued through decades more of careful strategic maneuvering while Li Huang was sealed beneath the Starlight Temple, maintaining consciousness and planning while isolation slowly wore away at his mental and spiritual stability. The weight of this history was visible in Li Huang's eyes, the eyes of someone who had genuinely considered the possibility that the struggle might be endless, that the Council might never be significantly challenged, that the 3,000-year pattern of control might continue indefinitely. But Li Huang had maintained commitment to the cause anyway, had continued to plan and strategize despite the apparent futility, had preserved knowledge and passed it on to the True Path Alliance in case future generations might succeed where his own generation had failed. Li Huang had experienced this exact dynamic before, the weight of people dying because of their association with him, the moral burden of being a focal point for opposition to the Council's overwhelming power. The Council will attempt to locate the sanctuary, Li Huang said calmly during a meeting with the senior True Path Alliance leadership, as news arrived of additional attacks against True Path Alliance facilities. His voice carried no emotion, but his words acknowledged the reality that everyone in the chamber understood but rarely spoke aloud. Their search will be systematic and increasingly intense. They have magical detection methods that we do not fully understand, resources that they have accumulated across 3,000 years of dominance. Eventually, they will narrow the location down to a manageable number of possibilities, and then they will begin intensive search operations in those regions. How long do we have? Yi Qian asked. The question was practical but was also existential. It was asking not just about the sanctuary's security timeline, but about whether Yi Qian would be able to complete his research before the Council forced a confrontation that would result in his capture, sealing, or death. Months, possibly, Li Huang replied. The protective formations around the sanctuary are extraordinarily strong enough that the Council would expend tremendous resources to break through them. That constraint will limit how quickly they can attack directly, but it also means that when they do arrive, they will bring overwhelming force. We must accelerate our research. We must determine as much as we can about the mechanism structure before we are forced into open conflict. The acceleration of research meant longer meditation sessions, more intensive cultivation work, more interaction with the self-destruction mechanism's fundamental structure. It meant that Yi Qian began to experience the mechanism activating more frequently, the sensation of his own consciousness beginning to fragment under the weight of the Bloodline's self-destruct protocols. The pain was extraordinary, not physical pain, but something far more devastating. The sensation of his own consciousness beginning to experience discontinuity, of the coherent integration that he had fought so hard to achieve beginning to destabilize and fragment under pressure. The fragmentation happened in stages. First, his consciousness would begin to split into component pieces, like a unified structure beginning to crack along fault lines. The sensation was one of profound isolation. Each piece of his consciousness suddenly separated from the others, unable to communicate, unable to maintain awareness of what the other pieces were experiencing or perceiving. As the fragmentation deepened, Yi Qian would experience disorientation and confusion as his consciousness attempted to process multiple different streams of awareness simultaneously, each one receiving incomplete sensory input and attempting to form coherent understanding from partial information. The pain during these episodes came not from any external force, but from the desperate effort his consciousness made to maintain integration despite the mechanism's attempts to force separation. It was like trying to hold together something that was actively being pulled apart, like attempting to maintain coherence while experiencing simultaneous awareness of multiple contradictory perceptions of reality. But each fragmentation was followed by recovery, and each recovery brought him deeper into understanding the mechanism's structure. Li Huang's consciousness would make contact with his during the worst fragmentation episodes, providing an external anchor that allowed Yi Qian to find his way back toward integration. The process was extraordinarily painful. It was like having his hand grabbed and being pulled back from the edge of an abyss, but it worked. His consciousness would gradually reintegrate, the separated pieces flowing back together, the coherence re-establishing itself as the fragmentation released its grip on his fundamental structure. He began to perceive the fundamental template that defined how the self-destruction operated, the spiritual architecture that had been built into his bloodline by cultivators whose technical mastery had far exceeded anything that currently existed in the cultivation world. With each recovery and each return to coherence, his understanding deepened. He began to understand not just how the mechanism functioned, but why it had been designed according to those specific principles, what assumptions the original creators had made about how it would be used, and what situations would trigger its activation. The mechanism had been designed with the assumption that a wielder who achieved sufficient power to understand its structure would inevitably trigger maximum intensity activation protocols. The original creators had never contemplated the possibility that a wielder might maintain enough consciousness stability to observe the mechanism from within while it was actively attempting to destroy them. Chapter 63, The Absorption Awakening. 6 weeks into their research, Yi Qian's absorption ability began to manifest in ways that were fundamentally different from anything he had previously experienced. The absorption had previously been primarily a technique for integrating foreign power into his own consciousness structure, allowing him to integrate techniques and knowledge that he encountered in the cultivation world. It had been a learning mechanism, a way for him to take the power of his enemies or his teachers and to reconstruct it according to his own consciousness structure, thereby acquiring capabilities that would have been impossible for him to develop through conventional cultivation. But the constant interaction with the self-destruction mechanism's spiritual framework was causing his absorption ability to evolve and to activate in more pervasive and more powerful ways. The mechanism itself, Yi Qian began to understand, was fundamentally built around power channeling principles. When he interacted with the mechanism at the deepest levels, when his consciousness was actually integrated with the mechanism's fundamental structure, his absorption ability naturally began to operate at the same frequency and with the same efficiency that the mechanism used. The result was an exponential increase in the power of his absorption, an evolution from a learned technique into something that was beginning to function as a fundamental aspect of his bloodline expression. He began to unconsciously absorb the spiritual energy that was present throughout the sanctuary's environment. Every meditation session left the ambient spiritual energy slightly depleted, as though Yi Qian's presence was slowly consuming the spiritual atmosphere that surrounded him in the way that a flame consumes oxygen or the way that a sponge absorbs water. The effect was subtle at first, barely noticeable even to cultivators of extraordinary sensitivity, something that could easily be attributed to natural fluctuations in ambient spiritual conditions or to the ongoing energy depletion from the sanctuary's defensive formations. But as the weeks progressed, and as Yi Qian's deeper interaction with the mechanism's structure continued, the effect became increasingly pronounced and increasingly obvious. Cultivators working in areas near Yi Qian's meditation chamber began reporting that their cultivation sessions required significantly more external energy infusion to maintain their advancement. The natural spiritual flow that should have existed throughout the sanctuary was being progressively diverted toward Yi Qian's consciousness, creating zones of relative spiritual depletion that became more pronounced as Yi Qian's research advanced. The effect extended far enough that it began to affect the sanctuary's overall spiritual ecology. Plants that had been growing in the sanctuary's chambers began to show signs of stress and depletion. The natural processes of spiritual renewal that should have replenished the sanctuary's ambient energy reserves were being overwhelmed by the rate at which Yi Qian was drawing power. If the process continued unchecked, the sanctuary would gradually become spiritually depleted to the point where it could no longer sustain life or support cultivation activity effectively. Li Huang noticed the phenomenon almost immediately, and he accelerated the research to attempt to understand what was occurring and why Yi Qian's absorption was manifesting with such unexpected intensity. The mechanism's structure is complex, but it fundamentally operates through the manipulation of spiritual energy flows and consciousness stability, Li Huang explained as they reviewed Yi Qian's experiences during meditation. When you interact intensively with the mechanism, when you attempt to map its structure and understand its operation, you are essentially learning to manipulate those same fundamental forces. The absorption is not a separate ability. It is a direct consequence of your consciousness achieving deeper integration with the Bloodline's power structure. Li Huang pulled out charts that he had been maintaining since the beginning of their research, documenting the progression of Yi Qian's absorption manifestation across the weeks they had been working together. The charts showed a clear exponential curve, the rate of energy absorption increasing dramatically with each week that passed. Each meditation session that deepened Yi Qian's interaction with the mechanism's fundamental structure. Do you perceive the pattern? Li Huang asked. The absorption is not increasing randomly. It is increasing in direct correlation with your understanding of the mechanism. The deeper you go into the mechanism's structure, the more power you unconsciously draw from your surroundings. The implications were extraordinary. As Yi Qian's research deepened, his absorption ability would become increasingly powerful. That enhanced absorption could be weaponized, turned into a technique that could drain spiritual energy from opponents or from entire regions simultaneously. In theory, if Yi Qian's absorption reached its maximum potential, he could create zones of spiritual depletion that would be essentially unusable for cultivation, making entire regions inaccessible to council forces. But it also represented an even greater danger to Yi Qian himself. The more powerful his absorption became, the more the Bloodline's self-destruction mechanism would attempt to activate it as a catastrophic event that would consume Yi Qian's own consciousness along with everything surrounding him. You are beginning to understand why the Bloodline was so feared, Li Huang said, his voice dropping into a more serious register. The mechanism was designed with the assumption that enhanced power would be synonymous with increased risk to the wielder and to everything around them. The stronger you became, the more explosive your death would be. The Council believed that this mechanism would ensure that no wielder would ever achieve sufficient power to challenge them without risking the destruction of themselves and everything around them. They did not anticipate that a wielder might achieve the understanding necessary to reconstruct the mechanism according to their own will. Yi Qian's absorption ability continued to intensify over the following weeks. The sanctuary's spiritual structure became noticeably depleted, requiring constant infusions of external power to maintain the protective formations that kept the location hidden from council detection. Li Huang brought in members of the True Path Alliance who were specifically trained in spiritual energy cultivation, individuals whose entire purpose was to channel pure spiritual power directly into the sanctuary structures to counteract Yi Qian's continuous absorption. These cultivators, all of them volunteers who understood the risks and who had committed their entire existence to the True Path Alliance's cause. Worked in rotating shifts, each of them spending hours in meditation that was specifically focused on generating massive quantities of spiritual power and channeling that power into the sanctuary's protective formations. It was exhausting work, the kind of cultivation that left practitioners completely drained of power for hours after each session, requiring rest and recovery time before they could function at full capacity again. This is unsustainable, one of the senior True Path Alliance members said during a crisis meeting with Li Huang and Yi Qian. The speaker was a cultivator named Zhang Mei, who had served as the sanctuary's logistics coordinator for nearly 30 years and who understood the organization's resource situation better than almost anyone else. His presence is consuming the sanctuary's entire spiritual supply. If we continue at this rate, we will deplete the reserves within weeks. The protective formations will fail, and the council will detect our location immediately. Which is why the research must be completed quickly, Li Huang replied, his voice carrying absolute certainty about the necessity of continuing the work regardless of the resource constraints. Once Yi Qian has fully understood the mechanism structure and has achieved the capability to reconstruct it according to his own will, the absorption will stabilize. He will be able to consciously control the rate at which power is drawn from his surroundings. For now, we must move faster. Yi Qian needs to achieve his breakthrough before the sanctuary's resources fail us. Chapter 64. The structure revealed. The revelation of the mechanism's fundamental structure occurred during a 3-day meditation session that pushed Yi Qian to the very edge of consciousness fragmentation. He immersed himself completely in the interaction with the self-destruction mechanism, allowing his consciousness to map every detail of its spiritual architecture, to trace the pathways through which power was channeled, to understand the fundamental template that defined how the mechanism operated. For 3 days and nights, Yi Qian's consciousness remained fixed in this state of deep exploration, barely aware of his physical body, sitting in meditation position in the sanctuary's innermost chamber, sustained only by Li Huang's external support and by his own absolute determination to achieve the breakthrough. Li Huang remained present throughout the entire 3 days, maintaining meditation posture across from Yi Qian, his consciousness partially merged with Yi Qian's own, serving as a lifeline that would allow Yi Qian to recover if the fragmentation became too severe. Li Huang provided not just support but also guidance, subtle spiritual nudges that would direct Yi Qian toward the most productive areas of exploration, preventing him from wasting time on dead ends and keeping him focused on the most critical aspects of the mechanism structure. The process was extraordinarily painful and difficult. As Yi Qian descended deeper into the mechanism's inner structure, as he penetrated further into the layers of spiritual formation that had been built into his bloodline, the mechanism itself began to actively resist his exploration. It was as though the mechanism possessed a kind of sentient awareness, or at least a sophisticated algorithmic capacity to detect attempted modification and to respond with defensive activation. The self-destruction protocols began to trigger repeatedly, each time with more intensity and more comprehensive coverage of Yi Qian's consciousness, creating waves of fragmenting pressure that threatened to shatter his consciousness completely. He experienced moments where he was certain that his consciousness was fragmenting completely, that he was losing coherence and beginning to break apart into disconnected pieces that would never reunite. The sensation was utterly terrifying, the fundamental sense of self beginning to shatter, consciousness dividing into separate components that could no longer communicate with each other or maintain unified awareness. The terror was not merely psychological, but was existential. It was the terror of genuine death, of the permanent dissolution of everything that constituted his consciousness and his selfhood. But each time the fragmentation reached what seemed like an irreversible threshold, when the dissolution felt complete and permanent, Li Huang's consciousness would reach out and would make contact with his, providing an external anchor that allowed Yi Qian to find a way back toward coherence and to pull himself back from the complete dissolution. The sensation of Li Huang's consciousness connecting with his own was indescribably profound. It was like finding solid ground after falling into a bottomless abyss, like emerging from complete darkness into light, like being pulled back from genuine death and returned to life and consciousness. The process of fragmentation and recovery occurred repeatedly throughout the 3 days. Each cycle pushed Yi Qian closer to genuine understanding of the mechanism, but each cycle also brought him closer to the edge of permanent dissolution. By the end of the 3 days, Yi Qian had experienced more moments of consciousness fragmentation than most cultivators would experience in an entire lifetime, had come closer to complete dissolution than seemed possible, had developed a profound respect for the power of the self-destruction mechanism and a complete understanding of why no previous hollow bloodline wielder had successfully achieved mechanism reconstruction. The revelation came not as a sudden flash of knowledge, but as a gradual unfurling of understanding that built moment by moment as Yi Qian's consciousness explored deeper and deeper into the mechanism's inner structure. He perceived the original moment of the bloodline's creation 3,000 years ago, not as external knowledge, but as direct experience, as though his consciousness was somehow touching the very moment of the bloodline's establishment. He perceived the cultivators who had designed the mechanism working with technique and knowledge that was orders of magnitude beyond anything that currently existed in the cultivation world. He could see their hands shaping spiritual formations, their consciousness guiding power through pathways, their intention to create something that was simultaneously powerful and utterly constrained. He perceived their intention to create a bloodline that would be powerful enough to be valuable, but constrained enough to ensure that it could never successfully escape council control. The creators had done extraordinary work. The mechanism was a masterpiece of spiritual engineering, elegant and efficient, and devastatingly effective at its intended purpose. But he also perceived something else that the council had not anticipated, something that Li Huang had suspected but had never been able to fully confirm during his own research 300 years ago. The mechanism was not simply a constraint. It was also a weapon. The same structures that were designed to trigger self-destruction could be reconstructed to trigger directed absorption, to draw power from external sources and concentrate it into the wielder with a precision and efficiency that was far beyond any existing technique. The insight was revelatory. For 3,000 years, every hollow bloodline wielder had assumed that the mechanism's power channeling was purely one-directional, flowing outward from the wielder to create the self-destruct cascade. But the underlying spiritual architecture was actually bidirectional. If the pathways were reconstructed, if the mechanisms could be inverted, then the same system could flow inward, drawing power from every source within the affected area and concentrating that power into the wielder's consciousness. When Yi Qian finally emerged from the 3-day meditation, his consciousness had been transformed. The abstract knowledge of the mechanism had been replaced by direct experiential understanding, the kind of knowledge that came from complete integration with the bloodline's inner structure. His absorption ability had stabilized at a new, higher level that he could consciously control and direct. The pain that had previously accompanied interaction with the mechanism had diminished significantly, not disappeared entirely, but reduced to a manageable level that indicated his consciousness was no longer fighting against the mechanism, but was instead working in partnership with it. He opened his eyes to find Li Huang sitting directly across from him. The ancient cultivator's consciousness still partially merged with Yi Qian's own to provide stability and support. When Li Huang saw that Yi Qian had maintained consciousness coherence throughout the emergence process, a look of profound relief crossed his face. "You have achieved the first fundamental breakthrough," Li Huang said when Yi Qian finally opened his eyes fully and returned to normal consciousness. "You understand the mechanism structure. Now the real work begins. The work of learning to reconstruct it, to reshape it into something that serves your will rather than the council's authority." "How long?" Yi Qian asked. The question was primarily practical, focused on the timeline for his advancement, but it also carried the deeper weight of uncertainty about whether he possessed the capacity to complete the work before external pressure from the council forced a confrontation. "Months," Li Huang replied. "Perhaps longer. The reconstruction will require countless hours of careful work, constant practice, the development of new techniques that you will need to create yourself because they do not yet exist in any existing text or knowledge system. But you have achieved what I thought might be impossible 300 years ago. You have achieved genuine understanding of the mechanism itself. That understanding is the first step toward freedom." Chapter 65. The Council's strategic shift. The Council's attacks intensified dramatically in the weeks following Yi Qian's breakthrough meditation. The Council's intelligence network had apparently detected some kind of significant development at their locations, possibly through the massive spiritual disturbance that Yi Qian's 3-day meditation had generated, possibly through other detection methods that the True Path Alliance did not fully understand. It became clear that the Council's leadership had come to understand that time was working against them, that the longer Yi Qian remained alive and free, the more powerful and harder to control he would become. The attacks shifted from systematic elimination of peripheral facilities toward focused assaults on regions where intelligence suggested the primary sanctuary might be located. The geographic focus narrowed with each passing week, each new assault targeting regions that were increasingly close to the actual location of the hidden mountain. The Council's search methodology was not random, but appeared to follow a systematic process of elimination, narrowing possibilities based on the results of previous failed assault attempts. The True Path Alliance's defensive preparations became increasingly frantic and increasingly complex. Members who had been dedicated to research and cultivation work were reassigned to defensive positions where their expertise could be redirected toward defending the sanctuary rather than pursuing research objectives. Resources that had been allocated to other long-term projects were redirected toward fortifying the sanctuary's protective formations and toward developing new defensive strategies specifically designed to counter the Council's attack methodologies. The pressure on the organization became almost overwhelming. They were simultaneously trying to support Yi Qian's research at the most critical moment of his advancement, defend their members against constant Council attacks that were becoming progressively more sophisticated and more focused, maintain enough secrecy about the sanctuary's location to avoid it being discovered before Yi Qian completed his breakthrough, and preserve enough organizational capacity to continue functioning as a coordinated entity even in the face of the highest pressure and constant threat. The emotional and psychological toll on the True Path Alliance's leadership became visible in their decision-making and in their overall demeanor. The constant state of crisis, the endless decisions about resource allocation and defensive strategy, the knowledge that every decision might determine whether the organization survived and whether Yi Qian completed his research or was captured before his breakthrough. All of it created an atmosphere of extreme stress and pressure that affected every member of the organization. Senior leaders who had maintained their authority and effectiveness through decades of careful strategic planning began to show signs of stress and exhaustion. Sleep became something that was grabbed in brief moments rather than being systematically protected and maintained. Meditation and cultivation work became things that were conducted while simultaneously maintaining vigilance and readiness for emergency situations that might develop at any moment. The normal rhythms of cultivation life were disrupted completely by the constant demands of crisis management and defensive preparations. The stress on the organization's leadership became visible in the increasingly hasty decision-making and the occasional moments of panic that emerged during strategic meetings. But the Council was not simply attacking at random. They were attacking according to a sophisticated strategy designed to isolate Yi Qian and force him into situations where they could attempt to contain or kill him. The attacks systematically eliminated True Path Alliance members and facilities in increasingly precise patterns, each assault designed to narrow the possible locations where Yi Qian and Li Huang could be hidden. The Council's leadership understood that the sanctuary itself was protected by formations that would be extraordinarily difficult to break directly. So instead, they were attempting to force the Alliance to either defend those facilities or allow them to be destroyed. Either way, creating opportunities to detect the sanctuary's location or to weaken the Alliance's ability to continue supporting Yi Qian's research. The Council is learning, Li Huang said during a late-night discussion with the senior True Path Alliance leadership. They are not simply attempting to overwhelm us with power. They are attempting to manipulate us into revealing our location or into abandoning our defensive strategy. This is a different kind of warfare, strategic rather than direct. It is almost certainly being coordinated by someone on the Council's Leadership Council who understands the True Path Alliance well enough to predict our responses. Li Huang activated a tactical map that showed the pattern of Council attacks across the cultivation world over the past several weeks. The pattern that emerged was unmistakable. The attacks were not scattered, but were instead forming a systematic narrowing pattern, each assault positioned to eliminate certain possibilities and force the True Path Alliance into increasingly constrained defensive positions. Do you recognize the strategic methodology? Li Huang asked the gathered leadership. This is the approach that was used 300 years ago to attempt to capture me before I achieved my final ceiling. The approach is extraordinarily effective because it combines overwhelming force with psychological pressure and mathematical precision about force deployment. Do you suspect a specific individual? One of the senior alliance members asked. Shen Dao, Li Huang replied without hesitation. He is the only council leader with the strategic sophistication and the personal motivation to orchestrate this kind of coordinated assault. He views Yi Qian as a personal failure, the one cultivator that he was unable to control or neutralize despite years of careful effort. For Shen Dao, eliminating Yi Qian has become a matter of personal honor as much as strategic necessity. When a leader of Shen Dao's power level and pride becomes personally invested in the elimination of a specific opponent, that opponent has become extraordinarily dangerous. Because now the opposition is not simply the council acting according to institutional interests. It is Shen Dao pursuing a vendetta. The implications of this assessment were sobering. Shen Dao was widely regarded as the most powerful single cultivator in the entire cultivation world, the individual who had personally led the council's dominant faction for nearly 1,000 years and who had maintained his authority despite the existence of multiple other powerful council leaders. If Shen Dao had personally committed himself to Yi Qian's elimination, then the alliance's strategic situation had become extraordinarily precarious. Shen Dao possessed the kind of power that could not be resisted through conventional military means or defensive strategy. Shen Dao could, if he committed his full power to the effort, eventually overwhelm the sanctuary's protective formations through sheer force and concentrated effort. Chapter 66. The Price of Knowledge. As Yi Qian continued his work to reconstruct the mechanism's inner structure, the cost in terms of human life and resource depletion became increasingly apparent to everyone involved in the operation. True Path Alliance members were dying at a rate that the organization had not experienced in centuries. The sanctuary's resource reserves were being depleted faster than they could be replenished, and the protective formations that kept the location hidden were beginning to show signs of strain under the constant assault of council forces exploring the surrounding region and testing every formation they encountered. One morning, a report arrived that one of the sanctuaries that had been designed as a backup location had been discovered and destroyed by council forces. The facility had been hidden beneath a city in the central cultivation region, concealed through a combination of spatial distortion and psychological suggestion formations. 37 Alliance members had been killed in the assault, along with several thousand cultivators who had been sheltered at the location and who had not possessed the spiritual power to escape when the council forces arrived. Another sanctuary had been damaged but not destroyed, requiring emergency repairs that diverted significant resources from other defensive efforts. The rate of council operations was accelerating, suggesting that Shen Dao's strategic planning was beginning to yield results. Each attack was progressively closer to the main sanctuary's location. The council's geographic narrowing was becoming so precise that Li Huang estimated they would narrow down to within 100 kilometers of the actual location within another month if the pattern of attacks continued. The losses were weighing heavily on the True Path Alliance's leadership. The organization had been founded on the principle of resistance to the council's authority, and that principle had been maintained across centuries because the organization's members believed that the cause was worth any sacrifice. But as the actual sacrifices mounted, as real people died and real facilities were destroyed and real resources were lost, the question of whether continued sacrifice was justified began to emerge in increasingly blunt form in the leadership meetings. One of the senior True Path Alliance members, an elder cultivator named Zhang Wei who had served the organization for over 70 years, finally voiced the question that others had been thinking but were reluctant to state aloud. Are we asking too much? Should we consider the possibility that preserving the organization is more important than supporting Yi Qian's individual advancement? If we distributed ourselves into smaller, dispersed cells, we might survive this assault. We might lose Yi Qian to the council's capture, but we would preserve the core of the organization and would maintain the possibility of resistance continuing across future generations. It was a practical suggestion and was offered with genuine concern for the organization's long-term survival. But it was also exactly the kind of strategic shift that would result in Yi Qian's capture and sealing, and it represented a fundamental betrayal of the Alliance's founding principle that the liberation of hollow bloodline wielders was the organization's highest priority. If we abandon Yi Qian now, we will have sacrificed everything that we have built across 3,000 years of resistance, Li Huang said firmly. The entire purpose of the True Path Alliance's existence is to prevent the Council's control mechanisms from continuing indefinitely. Yi Qian represents the first genuine possibility for liberation and for fundamental systemic change that we have achieved in centuries. If we abandon him now, we are not preserving the organization. We are transforming it from an organization dedicated to liberation into an organization dedicated simply to survival. That transformation would represent a kind of spiritual death even if we did preserve organizational continuity. The meeting ended with a reaffirmation of the Alliance's commitment to supporting Yi Qian through his research, but with a grim understanding that the commitment would likely cost the organization a significant portion of its current membership and resources. The Alliance had crossed a threshold where turning back would result in failure that was just as complete as being caught and destroyed by the Council. The only path forward was to maintain support for Yi Qian until he achieved his breakthrough and became capable of defending himself against the Council's assault. Chapter 67. The Reconstruction begins. 3 months into the research phase, after Yi Qian had achieved fundamental breakthrough understanding of the mechanism structure and had proven that his consciousness could withstand the fragmentation episodes that occurred during deep exploration, he began the actual reconstruction of the self-destruction mechanism structure. This process was fundamentally different from the research phase. It required not just understanding the mechanism, but actively reshaping it, directing its spiritual pathways into new configurations that served his will rather than the Council's original intent. The reconstruction work was extraordinarily dangerous and extraordinarily difficult, requiring levels of concentration and control that pushed Yi Qian's consciousness toward fragmentation on a daily basis, and that demanded absolute commitment and dedication from him. The work was conducted in the meditation chamber that Li Huang had specifically designed for this purpose, a chamber that had been constructed over months of preparation and that represented an extraordinary investment of resources and effort. The chamber was separated from the rest of the sanctuary by multiple layers of protective formations that were designed to contain any catastrophic activation that might occur if the reconstruction process triggered the mechanism's emergency protocols in uncontrolled and devastating ways. The formations were extraordinarily sophisticated and had been constructed using principles of spiritual engineering that barely existed in the current cultivation world. They were designed not just to contain spiritual explosions, but also to absorb and redirect the specific types of spiritual disturbance that would occur if the mechanism activated catastrophically. The formations were also designed to minimize any spiritual disturbance that might leak out and potentially alert the Council's detection systems to their location, ensuring that Yi Qian's work would not accidentally expose the sanctuary's location through uncontrolled spiritual emissions. The reconstruction could not be done from a distance or through indirect methods. It had to be done from within his own consciousness, through direct manipulation of the mechanism's fundamental structure that required his consciousness to be as integrated with the mechanism as possible. This meant spending hours in meditation, his consciousness immersed in the bloodline's inner space, carefully altering pathways and reconstructing fundamental templates according to the new patterns that his understanding had revealed. The work was monotonous and agonizing in equal measure. Monotonous in the endless repetition of small adjustments and refinements, each one requiring careful attention and precise manipulation to ensure that it was done correctly. Agonizing in the constant threat that even minor errors could trigger catastrophic activation of the mechanism's self-destruct protocols and could result in consciousness fragmentation that might be irreversible. The pressure of knowing that perfection was required, that any mistake could mean death or permanent sealing, created a level of tension and stress that Yi Qian had never previously experienced. Each meditation session began the same way. Yi Qian would center his consciousness in the sanctuary's meditation chamber, breathing slowly and deliberately to calm his mind, integrate fully with the bloodline structure, and achieve complete consciousness synchronization with the mechanism, and then begin the meticulous process of identifying specific pathways that needed to be reconstructed. The mechanism's structure was far more complex than any formation that he had previously encountered, far more intricate than even the most elaborate artificial spiritual formations that master craftsmen had created. It was a multidimensional structure that existed partially in physical space, partially in spiritual space, and partially in regions of consciousness that barely existed in conventional spatial dimensions at all. The complexity meant that Yi Qian could only work on small sections of the mechanism at any given time. He could not attempt to reconstruct the entire mechanism simultaneously. That would be far too ambitious and would result in immediate catastrophic activation. Instead, he identified specific pathways that were semi-independent of the rest of the structure, sections that could be modified and reconstructed without requiring simultaneous modification of adjacent sections. He would focus all his attention on reconstructing a single pathway or a small cluster of related pathways, working on that section until the reconstruction was complete and stable before moving on to the next section. The reconstruction work proceeded slowly at first, long hours of meditation producing barely noticeable changes in the mechanism structure, changes so subtle that even Yi Qian had difficulty perceiving them directly. The progress was measured in fractions of pathways modified, in the gradual shift of a few connection points from their original configuration to new arrangements. It was tedious work, the kind of work that required absolute patience and absolute commitment to eventually achieving completion. But gradually, as the weeks of reconstruction work progressed, Yi Qian began to develop an increasingly sophisticated sense for the mechanism's inner logic. He began to understand the fundamental principles that governed how its various components interacted with each other, began to perceive the implicit mathematical relationships that underlay the mechanism's operation, began to perceive the specific points where modifications could be made most effectively, and where modifications would result in cascade effects that would propagate through multiple sections of the mechanism simultaneously. With this improving understanding came increased efficiency. The early weeks of work had been characterized by individual pathway modifications that produced minimal visible impact. But as Yi Qian's understanding improved, he began to identify clusters of related pathways that could be modified in coordinated fashion, creating synergistic effects where modifications to one pathway would naturally facilitate modifications to adjacent pathways. As the weeks of reconstruction work progressed, Yi Qian began to make genuine progress. The mechanism's pathways began to shift and reorganize according to the new patterns that he was imposing upon them, creating new configurations that had never existed before and that had never been deliberately created by any conscious being. The self-destruction function began to transform progressively into something fundamentally different, a controlled absorption ability that could be directed and shaped according to Yi Qian's conscious will that responded to his intention with precision and efficiency. The transformation was not complete, and Yi Qian understood intellectually that it might never be entirely complete. The original creation of the mechanism had been so sophisticated and so intricate that some aspects of its structure would likely remain mysterious even after months or years of reconstruction work. But the transformation was definitely underway and was beginning to shift the mechanism from a catastrophic liability to a genuine asset, from a death threat hidden within his bloodline to a powerful tool that could serve his will. Li Huang assisted the process by serving as a guide and validator, periodically checking Yi Qian's progress and ensuring that the reconstruction was proceeding according to sustainable principles that would not result in catastrophic mechanism activation or consciousness fragmentation at inappropriate moments. Every few days, Yi Qian would emerge from meditation, his consciousness still reverberating from the intense interaction with the mechanism structure, his physical form requiring time to readjust to ordinary consciousness awareness, and would describe to Li Huang the specific changes he had made, the pathways he had reconstructed, the patterns he was beginning to perceive in the mechanism's emerging new structure. The communication between them during these description sessions was extraordinarily detailed and extraordinarily precise. Yi Qian would describe not just the changes that he had made, but the sensation of making those changes, the way that the mechanism had responded, any unexpected effects that had occurred during the modification process. He would describe moments where the mechanism had resisted modification, where additional pressure or different approaches had been required, moments where modifications had cascaded into adjacent sections of the mechanism, creating unexpected but beneficial side effects. Li Huang would listen carefully to every detail of Yi Qian's descriptions, his ancient consciousness analyzing and processing the information with the kind of sophisticated understanding that could only come from centuries of direct research and careful observation. He would match Yi Qian's descriptions against the theoretical models that he had developed 300 years ago during his own attempts at mechanism reconstruction, against the patterns that he had continued to study and refine during his centuries of sealed isolation, against the accumulated knowledge contained in the True Path Alliance's library about how the mechanism functioned and how it might be modified. He would ask probing questions designed to ensure that Yi Qian's understanding was complete and accurate, would help Yi Qian identify gaps in understanding that might become critical problems later in the reconstruction process when modifications would become increasingly complex and interdependent, would occasionally suggest adjustments or alternative approaches based on his own experiences with the bloodline structure and the specific ways that the mechanism responded to different types of modification attempts. The feedback that Li Huang provided went far beyond simple validation or suggestion. Li Huang would provide detailed analysis of why particular modifications might have unexpected effects, would suggest ways to structure future modifications to avoid cascade effects that could potentially destabilize the mechanism's overall structure, would help Yi Qian understand not just what changes needed to be made, but why those changes needed to be made and what fundamental principles of spiritual architecture they represented. The process of description and feedback became extraordinarily detailed and extraordinarily nuanced. Li Huang would have Yi Qian describe the exact sensation of each pathway as he modified it, the texture of the spiritual energy flowing through the pathways, the specific resistance that the mechanism generated in response to attempted modification, the way that consciousness felt as it interacted with different layers of the structure, whether there were unexpected sensations or emotional responses when modifying particular sections. These detailed descriptions allowed Li Huang to provide feedback that was specific and practical rather than abstract and theoretical. He could suggest modifications that targeted specific weaknesses in the reconstruction or that optimized specific pathways to operate more efficiently without triggering secondary effects. He could help Yi Qian understand the broader implications of specific local modifications, could predict how changes in one section of the mechanism would affect distant sections that seemed unrelated. This collaboration deepened the relationship between the two hollow bloodline wielders in ways that went far beyond simple alliance or the traditional relationship of teacher and student. They began to develop a kind of spiritual intimacy, a deep understanding of each other's consciousness and cultivation style that only came from working together on problems of genuine difficulty and consequence, problems where each party's insights and understanding contributed equally to the overall success of the effort. The development of this intimacy represented something profoundly important to both of them. For Yi Qian, it was the first time in his existence that he was working with someone as a genuine equal, someone who respected his understanding and valued his insights, someone who was not attempting to constrain or control him, but was instead supporting his development toward genuine autonomy and power. For Li Huang, it represented the possibility that the work he had done across 300 years of isolation and struggle might finally bear fruit, that the knowledge and techniques he had preserved might find expression through a succeeding generation. Over the 3-month period, Yi Qian learned not just the specifics of how to reconstruct his bloodline's mechanism, but the broader principles of spiritual architecture, the philosophy of how consciousness could interact with fundamental structures, the methodology of approaching seemingly impossible problems with patience and careful analysis rather than force and aggression. By the end of the 3-month period, they had moved beyond the dynamic of teacher and student into something closer to genuine partnership, two equals sharing the burden of research and discovery, two individuals who understood each other's consciousness so completely that they could almost predict what the other would perceive or understand in a given situation. The bond that formed between them was strong enough that it would persist long after the immediate crisis had passed, long after the practical need for such close collaboration had faded. They had become, in many ways, not just allies but genuine friends whose relationship had been forged through the intensity of shared struggle and discovery. Chapter 68. The battle preparations. As the third month of the sanctuary's occupation drew to a close, the Council's intelligence efforts began to narrow toward the actual location of the hidden facility. The Council had apparently accepted that capturing Yi Qian before his research was complete would be extraordinarily difficult through anything other than direct assault. So they had shifted to a strategy of attempting to locate the primary sanctuary through increasingly sophisticated detection methods. The protective formations around the sanctuary began detecting repeated assault attempts. Council cultivators testing the boundaries, attempting to force their way through, beginning the preliminary phases of a full assault that everyone understood was coming. The attempts were not serious assaults, but were instead probing attacks designed to gather information about the sanctuary's defensive structure and to identify the specific locations where the protective formations were strongest and where they might be most vulnerable. The timeline for Yi Qian's research had become compressed even further. The breakthrough in the mechanism's reconstruction needed to be achieved quickly, or the entire alliance would be forced to fight a defensive battle that they were unlikely to win. The pressure on Yi Qian intensified, with Li Huang pushing him toward faster advancement even as the constant pressure toward acceleration increased the risk of consciousness fragmentation and catastrophic mechanism activation. The senior True Path Alliance leadership began preparing for the full-scale assault that they understood was inevitable. Defensive positions were established throughout the sanctuary's multi-chamber structure, with cultivators assigned to each location based on their individual combat capability and their understanding of the sanctuary's protective formations. Offensive formations that had been maintained in storage for centuries were activated and prepared for deployment. Specialized formation experts worked around the clock to ensure that every defensive measure was functioning at optimal capacity. For the first time, the focus shifted from protecting Yi Qian during research to preparing to defend him during active combat. The shift represented a fundamental acknowledgement that the research phase was ending and the military phase was beginning. The organization's entire strategy was transitioning from attempting to maintain secrecy and support Yi Qian's advancement to attempting to hold defensive positions against the Council's assault. Li Huang supervised the military preparations with a level of strategic sophistication that made it clear that he had spent centuries learning the art of warfare before his sealing beneath the Starlight Temple. He understood defensive formations and assault methodologies that no cultivator in the current cultivation world had maintained or refined. The knowledge he possessed had been accumulated through centuries of direct combat experience, through observation of Council military operations, through careful analysis of how wars had been conducted across 3,000 years of the Council's dominance. He positioned the Alliance's fighters according to principles of defensive warfare that had been developed and tested across centuries of conflict. Every chamber was designed to funnel attacking forces into kill zones, specific locations where the defenders possessed maximum advantage through formation density, positioning, and support from secondary defensive formations. Every corridor was prepared with secondary defensive formations that could be activated if the first line of defense was breached, creating cascading layers of resistance that would force attacking forces to expend power and resources at each stage of their advance. Every point of external access to the sanctuary was reinforced and protected according to methodologies that maximized defensive effectiveness while minimizing the resources required to maintain the defenses. The entrance passages were specifically constructed to be narrow and constrained, forcing attacking cultivators to advance in limited numbers where their power superiority could not be effectively applied. The passages contained concealed formation nodes that could be activated to generate spiritual disruption zones that would severely impede movement and cultivation technique execution. Li Huang worked personally with the sanctuary's formation experts to ensure that every defensive system was functioning correctly and that all backup systems were operational. He tested the formations repeatedly, pushing them to maximum capacity to identify any weaknesses before the actual assault. He trained the Alliance's fighters in the tactical principles that would govern the battle, ensuring that every fighter understood not just their individual role, but how their role connected to the overall defensive structure. The Council will attempt a multi-pronged assault, Li Huang explained to the gathered True Path Alliance leadership. They will try to overwhelm us through brute force, attempting to break through our defensive formations using sheer power combined with numbers. They may also attempt to bypass our primary defenses by attacking through auxiliary passages or attempting to destabilize the protective formations from external locations. Our strategy must be flexible enough to respond to both possibilities while maintaining enough of our strength in reserve to protect Yi Qian and provide him with the security he needs to complete his research. The implication was clear. The defensive strategy was not designed to completely defeat the Council's assault. It was designed to hold long enough for Yi Qian to achieve his breakthrough. Once he achieved it, once he had fully reconstructed the mechanism into something that served his will rather than the Council's authority, then the dynamics of the conflict would change completely. Will our defenses be sufficient? One of the alliance leaders asked. Probably not, Li Huang replied with grim honesty. If the Council commits their full force, if Shun Dao himself leads the assault, then our defenses will ultimately fail. But they may hold long enough for Yi Qian to achieve his breakthrough. And once he achieves it, once he has fully reconstructed the mechanism into something that serves his will rather than the Council's authority, then the dynamics of the conflict will change completely. A hollow bloodline wielder operating at the peak of their power is capable of challenging even Shun Dao. Our job is to keep him alive long enough for him to reach that peak. Chapter 69. The assault begins. The Council's assault began on a morning during the 5th month of the Sanctuary's occupation, precisely as Li Huang's calculations had predicted. The timing was no accident. Li Huang had studied the Council's operational patterns for centuries, had understood their methods and their preferences for timing assaults under specific spiritual conditions that would maximize their tactical advantages. He had predicted not just that an assault would come, but approximately when it would come, allowing the True Path Alliance to prepare with maximum effectiveness. Yi Qian was deep in meditation, his consciousness immersed in the mechanism structure, working on the final stages of the reconstruction that would allow him to transition from learning to control the mechanism to actually wielding it as an active ability. He was positioned in the innermost meditation chamber, surrounded by protective formations of extraordinary power that had been specifically designed to isolate him from external disturbances and to allow him to maintain his focus even in the midst of intense battle. The attack manifested as a physical force that shook the entire mountain, causing stone chambers to vibrate and protective formations to light up with defensive responses. The impact was extraordinarily violent. The Council had employed assault techniques specifically designed to generate maximum physical and spiritual disruption, attempting to overwhelm the Sanctuary's protective formations through a combination of raw power and formation-breaking techniques that had been refined across centuries of Council warfare. The Council had committed overwhelming force to the assault, not the entire Council force, but a concentrated contingent of their most powerful combat cultivators. The contingent included specialized units trained specifically in attacking fortified positions and in breaking through complex defensive formations. The assault was being coordinated from outside by Council strategists who had studied the Sanctuary's layout and defensive structure based on intelligence gathered from previous observations and from the failed first assault attempt. The assault was being coordinated with extraordinary sophistication. The Council had clearly committed resources to the attack that indicated their determination to breach the Sanctuary's defenses and eliminate both Yi Qian and Li Huang in a single decisive operation. They understood that continued delay would only result in Yi Qian's continued advancement and in increasing difficulty in mounting successful future operations against him. The shaking that Yi Qian felt was enough to pull him partially back toward normal consciousness. But he maintained his deep meditation state, understanding that interrupting the reconstruction work at this critical stage could be catastrophic. The work he was doing was too delicate, too precisely balanced between pushing forward into deeper understanding and maintaining consciousness stability. A sudden interruption could trigger exactly the kind of uncontrolled mechanism activation that they had been trying to prevent throughout the entire research process. He continued his work on the mechanism's pathways, ignoring the physical disturbance around him. trusting that Li Huang and the True Path Alliance's defensive forces would be sufficient to hold the assault long enough for him to complete his breakthrough. The trust was absolute and was based on the reality that he had no other choice. He could either maintain his meditation and complete the breakthrough, or he could interrupt and attempt to join the battle personally. But an interrupted breakthrough might leave the mechanism partially reconstructed and unstable, which would be far worse than arriving late to the battle. Li Huang moved to the central defensive position that had been prepared for his command center, arriving just as the first waves of Council forces began their assault against the Sanctuary's outer defensive formations. The True Path Alliance fighters positioned themselves in the prepared kill zones, waiting for the attacking forces to progress far enough to be caught in defensive formations designed to maximize casualties while minimizing Alliance losses. The initial phase of the assault proceeded as Li Huang had anticipated. Council forces attacked the primary entrance with overwhelming force, their power capable of overwhelming individual Alliance fighters easily, but unable to break through the defensive formations that had been prepared by centuries of strategic planning. The Council forces were channeled into kill zones where they were exposed to multiple coordinated defensive attacks, resulting in significant casualties despite their individual power superiority. The attacking cultivators were extraordinarily skilled and extraordinarily powerful, easily the equal of the Alliance's most experienced fighters in individual capability. But the Sanctuary's defensive formations were designed specifically to negate individual power superiority and to instead transform the conflict into a structural advantage for the defenders. Council forces that would have been able to defeat any individual Alliance fighter found themselves suddenly exposed to attacks from multiple directions, their escape routes cut off by secondary formations, their superior power negated by the tactical structure of the defensive chambers. Chapter 70. The Consciousness Awakening. During the early hours of the battle, while Council forces were still consolidating their position and preparing their assault on the Sanctuary's interior, Yi Qian achieved the final breakthrough in the mechanism's reconstruction. His consciousness emerged from meditation with a clarity and power that was different from anything he had previously experienced. The mechanism's fundamental structure had been completely reconstructed, its pathways shifted from self-destruction protocols into controlled absorption and directed power, its entire function transformed from a constraint into a weapon. The transformation was complete and absolute. Every pathway that had previously been designed to cascade into self-destruction had been reconstructed to instead channel power according to Yi Qian's conscious will. The mechanism was no longer something that his bloodline could activate independently to destroy him. It was now something that he controlled completely and consciously, something that represented his own power fully integrated and fully expressed. More importantly, the reconstruction had triggered a fundamental transformation of Yi Qian's consciousness itself. The fragmentation and instability that had plagued him since the beginning of the celestial trials, the constant risk that his consciousness would fragment under the weight of the bloodline's power, had been completely resolved through the reconstruction process. His consciousness was now fully integrated and fully stable, capable of channeling the bloodline's power without the constant threat of internal collapse that had characterized his existence before this moment. The transformation was absolute and complete. For the first time in his existence, Yi Qian's consciousness was not fighting against his own bloodline, but was working in perfect synchronization with it. The previously opposing forces, his conscious will and the bloodline's inherent power expression, had become integrated into a unified system where both operated according to the same principles and toward the same objectives. The sensation was unlike anything he had previously experienced, and words could barely capture the magnitude of the change. Power flowed through his consciousness with perfect clarity and perfect control. He could feel every component of the bloodline's ability, the absorption mechanism, the power channeling pathways, the consciousness integration systems, the spiritual energy processing centers, and could perceive how they all integrated together into a unified system that functioned with extraordinary elegance and efficiency. He could sense the extraordinary capabilities that had been locked away and constrained for 3,000 years, that had been deliberately suppressed by the original control mechanism that the Council had maintained for centuries. The power was absolutely immense, far greater than he had imagined even during his moments of deepest meditation and understanding. It was power that had the potential to reshape regions, to alter the fundamental structure of spiritual forces, to challenge even the most powerful cultivators in the entire world. But he could also control this power completely. There was no sensation of wildness or danger, no feeling that the power might suddenly activate in catastrophic ways beyond his control. Instead, there was perfect synchronization. When he thought of activating a particular capability, the bloodline responded immediately and according to his exact specifications. When he wanted to constrain or limit power expression, the mechanism responded exactly as intended. The power was now genuinely his rather than something that was possessing him or controlling him. He emerged from his meditation chamber to find the sanctuary in the midst of active battle. Council forces had breached 2 of the outer defensive positions and were pressing deeper into the sanctuary structure. The sound of combat resonated through the stone passages, the clash of cultivation techniques, and the cries of wounded and dying fighters creating a backdrop of chaos and violence. The battle had been underway for less than 2 hours, but the True Path Alliance's fighters were already suffering significant casualties. The Council's forces were adapting to the defensive formations faster than the Alliance had anticipated. New assault tactics were being employed that bypassed the traditional kill zones and created alternate routes deeper into the sanctuary. The assumption that the defensive positions would hold until Yi Qian completed his breakthrough was beginning to appear optimistic. Li Huang was coordinating the defensive response from a central chamber. His consciousness extended throughout the sanctuary, directing fighters and activating formations in response to changing tactical situations. When he sensed Yi Qian's emergence and sensed the transformation that had occurred in the young cultivator's consciousness, a look of profound relief crossed his face. "Yi Qian," he said, his voice cutting through the sound of battle. "Can you feel your own power?" "I can," Yi Qian replied. His voice was different than before, deeper, carrying an undertone of something primal and ancient that had been locked away within the bloodline for 3,000 years. "I understand completely now. The mechanism is no longer a constraint. It is part of me, reconstructed into something that serves my will. I am ready to fight." "Then join the battle," Li Huang said. "Do not attempt to defend the sanctuary. Advance toward the primary assault forces. Your presence alone will be sufficient to shift the balance of power. Go." Chapter 71. The emergence of power. Yi Qian moved through the sanctuary's passages toward the sounds of the most intense fighting, and as he advanced, a sense of raw power preceded him. Cultivators, both Alliance fighters and Council forces, sensed his approach and understood that something fundamental had changed. The spiritual atmosphere around him crackled with barely controlled power. The energy of the bloodline completely awakened and actively channeling the ancient force that had been built into his consciousness 3,000 years ago. The power that emanated from Yi Qian was not the controlled, channeled power of a cultivator using carefully learned techniques. It was primal and ancient and devastatingly potent, the raw expression of a bloodline that had been created during the cultivation world's earliest era and that had been designed to be extraordinarily powerful before the constraining mechanism had been added. The passage walls seemed to resonate around him as he walked. Spiritual formations that lined the passages activated instinctively in response to the power that Yi Qian emanated, not because they had been consciously triggered, but because they recognized the presence of something extraordinary passing through their vicinity. The very stone of the sanctuary seemed to acknowledge his presence, seemed to welcome the emergence of such power after centuries of hiding and constraint. He reached the primary battle zone to find True Path Alliance fighters holding a desperate defensive line against a sustained assault by Council forces that outnumbered them by nearly 3-1 and individually outclassed them in power and technique. The Alliance fighters had been holding the line for hours, suffering continuous casualties, drawing on reserves of strength and determination that should have been exhausted long ago. The Alliance fighters were beginning to suffer serious casualties. Wounded fighters dragged themselves towards secondary positions, their bodies marked by wounds that would have been immediately fatal if not for the cultivation power that allowed them to maintain consciousness and function despite severe injury. Their defensive formations were cracking under the pressure of the Council's coordinated assault. The Council forces had adapted to the initial defensive structure, and had identified specific points where the formation's integrity was compromised. Council forces were beginning to identify and exploit these weaknesses, forcing openings in what had previously been an essentially solid defensive line. Without intervention, the defense would collapse within hours, and Council forces would pour through toward Yi Qian's research chamber and toward the deeper sanctuary chambers where the True Path Alliance's leadership was coordinating the overall defense. Yi Qian placed himself directly in the path of the Council's assault, his presence causing an immediate shift in the battle's dynamics. The Council forces, who had been focused on overwhelming the Alliance's fighters through superior power and numbers, suddenly found themselves facing an individual cultivator whose power was comparable to their own, but whose bloodline abilities were orders of magnitude beyond anything they had been trained to counteract. "You are too late," Yi Qian said to the Council forces arrayed before him. His voice was calm and certain, carrying absolute confidence in his own power. "The mechanism has been reconstructed. The bloodline has been reintegrated. I am no longer a weapon that you can control or constrain. You have a choice: withdraw and accept that you have failed in your assignment, or advance and discover what happens when a hollow bloodline wielder chooses to transform from constraint into weapon." For a moment, the Council forces hesitated, understanding the truth of what Yi Qian was saying. They had been trained to fight powerful cultivators. They had been trained to handle alliance resistance. But they had not been trained to face a hollow bloodline wielder whose consciousness was fully integrated and whose power had been awakened to its true potential. The hesitation lasted only a moment, but in that moment, the battle's fundamental trajectory shifted. Yi Qian activated the reconstructed mechanism in its fullest form, and power erupted from his consciousness with a force that had been locked away for 3,000 years. The absorption ability that had been manifesting in smaller ways now expressed itself as a genuine weapon, drawing power from every source within the affected area, concentrating that power within Yi Qian's consciousness, overwhelming the Council forces with the sheer weight of redirected spiritual energy. The effect was catastrophic. Council forces who had been maintaining their power at optimal levels found that power suddenly being drained from them faster than they could channel replacement energy. The absorption was not gradual or resistible. It was immediate and complete, a fundamental redirection of spiritual energy at the formation level that negated the Council forces' individual ability to maintain their power reserves. The Council forces began to retreat, not from fear, but from the simple realization that they could not successfully combat a power that they had not been trained to face and that exceeded their individual capabilities. The assault began to fragment as individual Council forces withdrew from the battle zone, no longer willing to sacrifice their lives against an opponent that they could not defeat through standard combat techniques. Chapter 72. The turning point. As the Council forces withdrew and regrouped, a profound realization began to spread through the True Path Alliance. They had succeeded in defending the sanctuary. The assault had failed. The Council's attempt to eliminate Yi Qian through overwhelming force had not succeeded, and in its failure, it had demonstrated something that had been theoretically true but had never been practically demonstrated: that a fully realized hollow bloodline wielder was capable of matching the Council's power and potentially of surpassing it. The Alliance fighters who had been engaged in the desperate defensive fighting suddenly found themselves with breathing room, with an opportunity to consolidate their positions and to recover from the casualties they had suffered. The realization that Yi Qian was genuinely capable of independent combat spread through the sanctuary, providing a psychological boost that made the difference between desperation and hope. But the withdrawal of the assault forces did not mean that the battle was over. The Council had committed significant forces to the attack, and those forces were beginning to consolidate into new assault groups, clearly preparing for a second, more intensive assault. The defeat of the first assault wave had not destroyed the Council's commitment to eliminating Yi Qian. It had only demonstrated that they needed a different strategic approach. Li Huang recognized this reality as he observed the Council forces regrouping and preparing for another assault. "They will commit even greater force," he said to Yi Qian as the two hollow bloodline wielders stood in the central command chamber during the brief lull in combat. "This first assault was designed to test our defenses and to determine the scope of your power. The second assault will be designed to overwhelm us through sheer force combined with new tactics that they will have developed based on their observations of your abilities. Can we survive a second assault? Yi Qian asked. Probably not indefinitely, Li Huang replied. Not unless you continue to grow in power. But you have proven that you can hold ground against the Council's forces. That is far more than I believed possible when we began this research. What you have achieved in reconstructing the mechanism is extraordinary. The two cultivators moved to an observation chamber where they could survey the Council's forces as they regrouped. Yi Qian could sense the extent of the forces arrayed against the sanctuary, a commitment of power that was enormous, and that would have been absolutely overwhelming if he had not achieved his breakthrough. But now, even with the Council's overwhelming force, the battle was something other than a guaranteed defeat for the Alliance. Chapter 73. The Second Assault. The Council's second assault began at dawn on the 7th day of the continuous siege. The timing was deliberate. The Council understood that the Alliance would be recovering from the first assault and would be using the interval to repair damage, redistribute personnel, and consolidate their positions. By attacking at dawn, the Council was attempting to catch the Alliance at their lowest point of readiness and resource availability. This time, the Council had committed even greater force. Multiple contingents of their most powerful combat cultivators, accompanied by specialized formations designed specifically to counter hollow bloodline abilities based on what they had learned from observing Yi Qian's power during the first assault. The contingents were drawn from multiple different council factions, indicating that Shun Dao had successfully coordinated the different council powers into unified support for this assault. The assault was clearly the result of intensive strategic planning and analysis conducted by some of the cultivation world's finest military strategists. The council had observed meticulously how Yi Qian's absorption ability functioned. They had documented the specific regions where it was most effective and the specific tactical situations where it could be countered or avoided. They had studied the pattern of Yi Qian's attacks during the first assault, identifying what appeared to be patterns or preferences in how he deployed his power and which opponents he had chosen to engage with directly versus which ones he had engaged through indirect methods. They had developed new offensive formations that were designed to create zones of reduced spiritual energy where the absorption would be less effective, essentially attempting to create areas where Yi Qian's most powerful ability would be significantly diminished. They had organized their assault groups into smaller, more maneuverable units that could respond rapidly to changes in tactical situation rather than relying on the overwhelming force approach that had failed in the first assault. The units were specifically designed to be flexible and to adapt quickly to defensive responses, learning from what the Alliance did and adjusting tactics accordingly in real time rather than following predetermined attack patterns that could be anticipated and countered. But they had also made a critical strategic decision that would shape the entire trajectory of the second phase of the battle. They had committed a portion of their force to an assault that was clearly designed to bypass the sanctuary's primary defensive positions and to attack from multiple simultaneous directions. The assault was not designed to overwhelm Yi Qian through direct combat. It was designed to create a situation where Yi Qian's power would be divided between multiple defensive necessities, preventing him from achieving the kind of focused, overwhelming response that had destroyed the first assault wave. The diversified assault was strategically sophisticated, indicating that Shun Dao's strategic planning had become more refined as he studied how Yi Qian's power actually functioned. Yi Qian, however, had advantages that the council had not fully anticipated. He had Li Huang to coordinate with, an ancient ally whose centuries of combat experience and whose own formidable power could be brought to bear in strategic opposition to the council's assault. And he had the True Path Alliance, fighters who had spent their entire lives preparing for exactly this kind of conflict. The battle's early phases proceeded according to the Council's tactical planning. Multiple assault forces attacked the sanctuary simultaneously, forcing the Alliance's fighters to divide their defensive focus. But as the assault progressed, Yi Qian began to employ his reconstructed bloodline ability in ways that the Council had not anticipated. The absorption mechanism, which had been designed in its original form to extract power from enemies, was proving to be extraordinarily effective in a defensive context. Yi Qian could absorb the power that the council forces were throwing against him, and could redirect that power to strengthen the alliance's defensive formations or to empower his own combat response. The dynamic began to shift as the absorption mechanism proved more effective with each passing hour of combat. Council forces that had expected to overwhelm the alliance through superior power and numbers found themselves instead becoming progressively weaker as their power was drawn away and redirected. The absorption was not a subtle technique. It was direct and obvious and devastating to the Council forces who found themselves caught in it. Their power reserves depleted rapidly. Their combat capability diminished with each moment they remained in proximity to Yi Qian's active absorption field. By the end of the second day of the assault, the Council had lost nearly a third of the forces that they had committed to the battle, casualties that represented significant losses of power and resources, and that indicated the genuine effectiveness of the True Path Alliance's defensive formations and Yi Qian's extraordinary combat capability. The remaining forces, recognizing that they were not succeeding in their assigned objectives and understanding that continued assault would result in even greater casualties without producing any breakthrough in the sanctuary's defenses, began a strategic withdrawal that was coordinated and disciplined, but that clearly indicated the Council's understanding that they could not achieve their goal through this particular assault strategy. The failure of the second assault was particularly striking to observers throughout the cultivation world. The first assault might have been dismissed as a preliminary probing operation that the Council had conducted to test the sanctuary's defenses. But the second assault was unambiguously an attempt to breach the sanctuary by force and to eliminate Yi Qian and Li Huang. The failure of this second assault demonstrated conclusively that the Council could not achieve their objectives through military force applied at the scale they had been willing to commit. The psychological impact of the Council's failure was extraordinary. For 3,000 years, the Council had maintained an image of invincibility. They were the organization that every other power in the cultivation world had learned to fear and to respect. The Council did not fail in its military objectives. The Council did not experience defeats at the hands of opposition forces. The Council adapted, evolved, and ultimately prevailed in conflicts through the application of overwhelming power combined with strategic sophistication. But now, in the face of the two failed assaults against the sanctuary, the image of Council invincibility was beginning to crack in ways that could not be repaired or suppressed. The failure was too public, too obvious, too impossible to conceal or recontextualize. The Council had committed enormous forces to the assault. They had employed the most sophisticated tactics and strategies that the cultivation world had ever seen. They had been led by some of the Council's most powerful military commanders, and they had failed to achieve their objective. Cultivators throughout the world were beginning to perceive that the Council was not inevitably victorious, that opposition to the Council could potentially succeed, that the seemingly impossible task of challenging the Council's authority might actually be achievable if one possessed sufficient power and sufficient commitment to the cause. The realization was spreading through cultivator networks like a contagion, traveling through sect communications and personal meetings, influencing how cultivators began to perceive the Council's authority and begin to imagine alternatives to Council dominance. The failure also had profound implications for the Council's internal politics and authority structure. The Council leaders who had authorized the assault and who had committed such enormous resources to what was now appearing to be a failed operation would face significant pressure and criticism from within the Council hierarchy. There would inevitably be investigations into what had gone wrong, into whether the right strategic choices had been made, into whether resources had been allocated appropriately. The failure would likely result in changes to the Council's military strategy, possibly in changes to the Council's leadership structure, and certainly in a loss of confidence in the Council's ability to control situations that had previously seemed manageable. Chapter 74. The sacrifice. As the second assault was collapsing and the Council forces were beginning their organized withdrawal from the sanctuary's perimeter, a critical moment of sacrifice occurred that would define the battle's final phase and would demonstrate the depth of commitment that the True Path Alliance had achieved through centuries of resistance against the Council. The sacrifice would occur not through deliberate plan or expected tactic, but through a moment of clarity and choice by an individual cultivator who understood exactly what was necessary and who possessed the strength of will to make the ultimate commitment. An elderly cultivator named Chun Wu, who had been part of the True Path Alliance for over 60 years and who had spent the entire period of his involvement dedicated to the organization's survival and resistance to the Council's authority, recognized that one critical defensive position was about to be breached by a concentrated assault from a group of Council forces that had managed to penetrate deeper into the sanctuary's interior than any other assault team had achieved during either of the two assault waves. Chun Wu was not a young cultivator full of youthful idealism or romantic notions of self-sacrifice. He was an elderly man who had lived a full life, who had achieved significant cultivation power through decades of dedicated work, who had experienced love and friendship and satisfaction in his resistance to the Council. He possessed more reason to value his continued existence than almost any other member of the Alliance. But he also possessed the clarity of vision that comes from having lived a full life and having understood what was truly important in existence. He understood that the continuation of the True Path Alliance and the protection of Yi Qian's research was more important than his own individual survival. The chamber in question was located at a junction point between the sanctuary's outer defenses and its inner chambers, positioned at a critical choke point that, if breached, would give Council forces direct access to the interior of the sanctuary. The chamber had been specifically designed to serve as a last-stand position if all other defenses failed. Chun Wu understood with perfect clarity that if that defensive position fell, the Council forces would have direct access to the sanctuary's interior chambers, including the meditation chamber, where Yi Qian had conducted his final research and where the most critical knowledge about the reconstructed mechanism was documented. Loss of that chamber would mean immediate Council access to everything that Yi Qian had accomplished, immediate exposure of the mechanism's reconstruction methodology, immediate ability for the Council to capture or kill Yi Qian while he was still in the vulnerable final stages of his breakthrough meditation. Chun Wu also understood that he possessed neither the power nor the combat capability to defend that position effectively against the Council forces that were currently assaulting it with overwhelming concentration. The forces arrayed against his position included some of the Council's most powerful combat cultivators, individuals whose power exceeded his own by orders of magnitude, individuals who had been trained specifically in formation breaking and in overcoming concentrated defensive positions. A direct defensive effort would result in Chun Wu's immediate death without producing any significant delay in the Council forces' advance toward the critical chamber. His individual power was simply insufficient to hold against the combined assault. But there was another path, a path that would cost him his life, but that would purchase time, that would create a barrier that would require hours for the Council forces to penetrate rather than allowing them immediate passage. So he made a choice that embodied the entire ethos of the True Path Alliance's existence. He activated a contingency formation that had been prepared decades earlier specifically for this kind of moment. The formation was not designed to defeat the Council forces. It was designed to delay them, to create a localized spiritual collapse that would prevent any passage through the chamber for a limited period of time, giving the other Alliance members sufficient time to evacuate the sanctuary's interior or to consolidate their defensive positions elsewhere. The activation of the contingency formation required Chun Wu to place himself at the center of the collapsing spiritual structure, which meant that he would be caught in the collapse himself. The formation was designed to preserve consciousness long enough for completion of the evacuation, but it was also designed with the understanding that the cultivator at its center would not survive the process. Chun Wu activated the formation knowing exactly what he was choosing, knowing exactly what the cost would be, and choosing to pay that cost because he understood that Yi Qian's survival and the Alliance's continued existence was worth the sacrifice of his own life. The spiritual collapse occurred exactly as designed, consuming the attacking Council forces and destroying the critical chamber while also destroying Chun Wu's physical form and consciousness along with it. The collapse was extraordinary in its violence and in its absolute effectiveness. The Council forces that had been pressing toward the chamber's interior found themselves suddenly caught in a spiritual collapse that negated their power and that consumed their physical forms before they could escape. The chamber itself was destroyed completely, collapsing in on itself and creating a barrier that would require hours of effort to excavate and bypass. When the collapse cleared and the immediate danger had passed, Li Huang moved to the location where Chun Wu had positioned himself to activate the formation. He found only the remnants of the contingency formation's activation residue and an absolute understanding that one of the True Path Alliance's most dedicated members had chosen to end his existence so that others could continue. "Remember his name," Li Huang said to the gathered Alliance members who were witnessing the aftermath of the sacrifice. His voice carried weight and solemnity and profound respect. "Remember Chen Wu. Remember that he chose to end his existence so that you could continue. Remember that this is what genuine opposition to the Council's authority requires, the willingness of individuals to sacrifice themselves for the cause of liberation. That sacrifice was not wasted. It has purchased time for Yi Qian to consolidate his power and for the Alliance to preserve itself. Chun Wu's choice has changed the trajectory of this conflict." Chapter 75. The Council's Withdrawal. As evening fell on the 10th day of the siege, the Council's forces conducted a complete withdrawal from the sanctuary's perimeter. The assault that had been designed to eliminate Yi Qian and Li Huang, and to severely damage the True Path Alliance's capacity to continue resistance, had instead resulted in a stalemate situation where the Council had been forced to retreat and the Alliance had managed to preserve itself and to protect Yi Qian through the critical final phase of his research and reconstruction. The withdrawal process itself was extraordinarily significant. The Council's forces did not retreat in disarray or in panic. They withdrew in an organized, coordinated fashion that indicated the Council's continuing commitment to maintaining discipline and strategic coherence despite the failure of their assault. The withdrawal was executed according to carefully planned procedures designed to minimize further losses and to preserve as much of the remaining force as possible for potential future operations. The withdrawal did not mean that the threat had ended. The Council had lost significant forces. Nearly half of the cultivators that they had committed to the operation had been killed or seriously wounded. The resources that they had expended in the assault had been enormous. Weeks of spiritual power channeling by hundreds of cultivators, specialized equipment and formations that had been transported to the region, coordination overhead that had involved the Council's strategic command structure directly. The damage to their strategic position in the broader cultivation world had been significant, as word of their failure spread through cultivator networks and began to challenge the Council's image of invincibility. But the Council remained fundamentally intact, and Shun Dao's strategic determination to eliminate Yi Qian had not been diminished by the failure of this particular operation. If anything, the failure had intensified his commitment. A leader of Shun Dao's power and pride could not accept defeat from a young cultivator who had been under Council observation and control just months previously. The Council leader would view the assault as a learning opportunity, a way to gather information about Yi Qian's true capabilities, about the Sanctuary's defensive structure, about the True Path Alliance's strategic approach. Shen Dao would use that information to plan an even more effective operation that addressed the weaknesses revealed by the assault. The assault would be followed by planning for an even larger operation, one that would commit even greater force, and that would employ even more sophisticated tactics. Shen Dao would likely personally oversee the planning process this time, ensuring that the next assault would be as effective as possible. The Council leader might even personally participate in the assault, which would increase both the probability of success and the potential consequences if the assault failed again. Yi Qian stood in the highest observation chamber of the sanctuary, looking out over the cultivation world that was now actively hostile to his continued existence. The sanctuary's protective formations had held. The Alliance had survived. He had achieved the breakthrough in his bloodline's reconstruction and had proven that he possessed the power to match the Council's military capabilities. But victory had come at a cost. The True Path Alliance had lost dozens of members. Resources that had been accumulated across centuries had been consumed in a single battle. The sanctuary itself had been damaged and would require extensive repairs before it could serve as an effective base of operations again. And more fundamentally, the Alliance understood that they had won a battle, not a war. The Council could and would return with even greater force, with more carefully refined strategies, with a commitment to the elimination of both Yi Qian and the entire True Path Alliance. "We cannot remain here," Li Huang said, joining Yi Qian in the observation chamber. "The sanctuary has been discovered. Even with the protective formations repaired, the Council now knows our location and will be able to find us again. We must move. We must establish new bases of operation, distribute our forces so that the destruction of one location will not result in the destruction of the entire organization. Where will we go? Yi Qian asked. Everywhere, Li Huang replied. That is precisely what the Council does not anticipate from us. They expect us to consolidate our strength in a few strategic locations. Instead, we will distribute ourselves across the entire cultivation world, organizing resistance through networks so dispersed and so fragmented that the Council cannot target them for destruction without engaging in systematic warfare that would expose their true control mechanisms to the general cultivator population. The implications of this strategic shift were profound. The war with the Council was not ending. It was transforming from a localized conflict that could be contained and controlled into a systematic, long-term campaign that would touch every region of the cultivation world, and that would force the Council to either accept Yi Qian's liberation or to conduct warfare at a scale that would make their control mechanisms visible to cultivators who had never before understood the true nature of the Council's authority. Chapter 76. The emerging strategy over the following weeks, as the True Path Alliance prepared to abandon the sanctuary and to transition to a distributed, network-based mode of operation, Yi Qian began to understand something that had not been fully clear even when he achieved the breakthrough in his Bloodline's reconstruction. The power to defeat the Council's military forces and the power to permanently change the cultivation world were not the same thing. Yi Qian could now defeat any single cultivator or any small group of cultivators that the Council might throw at him. His reconstructed Bloodline ability, combined with the comprehensive integration of his consciousness, made him capable of combat performance that was essentially unmatched in the current cultivation world. In theory, if he encountered Shun Dao directly, he might even be capable of defeating the ancient Council leader, though such a conflict would be extraordinarily difficult and the outcome would remain uncertain. But the Council's actual power did not rest primarily on individual combat capability. The Council's power rested on their ability to control the narrative, to shape the beliefs and expectations of the broader cultivation community, to convince cultivators that the Council's monopoly on authority was justified and necessary, and was actually in the general cultivator's best interests. The Council's power was fundamentally based on consent, the consent of thousands of cultivators who had accepted Council authority because it seemed inevitable, because it seemed justified, because the alternatives seemed impossible or dangerous. Defeating that kind of power required more than military victory. It required the transformation of the fundamental beliefs and understandings that the entire cultivation world had maintained for 3,000 years. It required showing cultivators that the Council was not necessary, that the Bloodline classification system was not the only way to organize cultivation advancement, that genuine freedom and genuine choice were possible alternatives to the Council's established order. Li Huang understood this reality completely and articulated it clearly during a strategic meeting with the senior True Path Alliance leadership. Yi Qian's power is essential, Li Huang said, but his power alone will not be sufficient. We can defeat the Council's military forces. We can even potentially kill Shun Dao and the other Council leaders. But as long as the cultivation world's broader population continues to believe that the Council's authority is necessary and justified, the Council will simply reconstitute itself. New leadership will emerge. The organization will reform. The control mechanisms will continue. True liberation requires that we transform how the cultivation world understands its own structure and possibilities. What do we do instead? A senior alliance member asked. We demonstrate, Li Huang replied. We demonstrate Yi Qian's liberation from the Bloodline's original constraints. We demonstrate that the classification system the Council established is fundamentally flawed. We demonstrate that cultivators operating outside the Council's control can achieve power and advancement comparable to or exceeding those within the system. We transform the narrative. We change how the entire cultivation world understands the Council's role and authority. That is the real conflict, not military but intellectual and spiritual. That is what we must focus on. The strategic shift was profound and represented a fundamental reimagining of how the True Path Alliance would proceed. Military victory would be necessary, The council would not simply accept the elimination of their control mechanisms or the challenge to their authority. But military victory was not sufficient by itself. What was truly necessary was a transformation of consciousness across the entire cultivation world, a fundamental shift in how cultivators understood their own freedom, their own power, and their own capacity to make genuine choices about their advancement and their lives. This realization represented perhaps the most significant strategic insight that had emerged from the conflict so far. The Council's power did not actually rest on their military capability, though they were extraordinarily powerful militarily. The Council's power rested on the fact that cultivators had accepted the Council's authority as inevitable and justified. If cultivators could be brought to understand that the Council's authority was not inevitable, that it was instead the result of deliberate choices and ongoing effort to maintain control, then the foundation of Council power would begin to crumble from within. Li Huang articulated this insight with clarity and with the weight of centuries of accumulated understanding. The Council has never feared military defeat, because they have historically been able to prevent military defeat through the application of overwhelming force. What the Council truly fears is the loss of cultural authority, the moment when cultivators begin to perceive the Council not as the natural and inevitable authority that governs the cultivation world, but as an organization that is actively working to maintain control through deliberate mechanisms of suppression and constraint. This shift in strategic focus, from attempting to defeat the Council militarily to attempting to transform how the cultivation world perceived the Council, would determine the trajectory of the conflict for centuries to come. It would require different skills and different approaches than military operations. It would require cultivators who understood communication and culture and belief systems, not just cultivators who were powerful in combat. It would require patience and long-term perspective rather than the desire for quick victories and immediate transformation. Chapter 77. The Network Emerges. Over the following months, the True Path Alliance transformed itself from a centralized organization defending a hidden sanctuary into a distributed network that touched dozens of regions across the cultivation world. The transformation was not instantaneous. It required careful planning and deliberate distribution of resources to ensure that the network maintained sufficient coherence to coordinate strategic activities while remaining dispersed enough to avoid Council detection and elimination. Yi Qian and Li Huang traveled continuously, moving through cultivation territories, meeting with cultivators who had suspected the Council's control mechanisms but had never possessed sufficient power or knowledge to challenge them effectively. The journey itself was extraordinary. Yi Qian was no longer attempting to hide or to avoid the Council's attention. He was actively traveling in cultivator territories, making no effort to conceal his presence or his identity. The implications were profound. Yi Qian was asserting his freedom openly, demonstrating through his presence that he had escaped the Council's control and that the Council could not recapture him. In each region, they would conduct demonstrations of Yi Qian's abilities that had nothing to do with combat and everything to do with showcasing the kind of advancement that was possible outside the Council's control structures. They would hold public meetings with cultivators, explaining the principles of bloodline reconstruction, describing how Yi Qian had achieved the breakthrough that had transformed him from a constrained weapon into a genuinely free conscious being. The demonstrations were extraordinary for their transparency. Yi Qian and Li Huang were not attempting to maintain secrecy or to conceal the specific techniques that had been involved in the reconstruction process. They were deliberately revealing knowledge that the Council had maintained as closely guarded secrets for 3,000 years. They would meet with cultivators who had been classified as weak or mediocre by the Council's bloodline system and would demonstrate how those individuals, working with proper techniques and proper understanding of their own capabilities, could achieve remarkable advancement. Yi Qian would spend hours in individual consultation sessions with cultivators of supposedly weak bloodlines, showing them techniques that would allow them to access power that the Council's classification system claimed they could not possibly develop. The consultations were deliberate challenges to the Council's authority. Each one was a demonstration that the bloodline classification system was not based on objective reality, but was instead an arbitrary system designed to constrain access to power and to maintain the Council's monopolistic control. They would also meet with cultivators who had been elevated within the council's system, explaining to them how their advancement had been deliberately constrained, how the council had set artificial limits on their power to ensure that they could never successfully challenge council authority, how the elevation they had received was actually a form of imprisonment disguised as privilege. They revealed confidential information about specific council directives that had been designed to limit the advancement of particular bloodline types. They showed documentation proving that cultivators with certain bloodlines were deliberately placed in positions where their power could not grow beyond certain thresholds. The effect of these demonstrations and revelations was gradual but accumulative. Cultivators who had never questioned the council's authority began to ask questions. Individuals who had accepted the bloodline classification system as inevitable began to understand that the system had been deliberately constructed and could potentially be deliberately dismantled. The cultivation world's consensus reality, the shared understanding of how power should be organized and distributed, began to shift. Cultivators began to perceive alternatives. They began to understand that the council's authority was not natural or inevitable, but was the result of deliberate choices made centuries ago and reinforced through continuous effort. The council recognized this shift and became increasingly aggressive in their response. They attempted to suppress the demonstrations. They issued edicts declaring that any cultivator who associated with Yi Qian or the True Path Alliance would be declared in violation of council law and would face severe consequences. They attempted to discredit Yi Qian by spreading claims that his reconstructed bloodline ability was dangerous and uncontrolled, that his demonstrations were actually causing harm to the cultivators he was supposedly liberating. But the more aggressively the council attempted to suppress the network and the more desperately they tried to discredit Yi Qian, the more cultivators began to understand that the council was indeed attempting to control narratives and limit freedom. The council's authoritarian response to the growing network confirmed, through its very existence, the truth that the True Path Alliance had been attempting to demonstrate. Chapter 78. The question of negotiation. As the network grew and as the council's authority began to noticeably diminish in certain regions where the True Path Alliance's influence was strongest, Li Huang and Yi Qian found themselves facing a question that they had not previously considered in depth: whether direct negotiation with the council might be possible or whether the conflict would inevitably continue until one side achieved absolute victory. The suggestion came from a moderating faction within the cultivation world. Individuals who had been neither actively supportive of the council nor actively opposed to it, but who had maintained their own independent cultivation paths within the broader structure and who had observed the escalating conflict with growing concern. These moderators proposed that rather than continuing an escalating conflict that would ultimately result in catastrophic damage to the entire cultivation world, both the Council and the True Path Alliance might consider negotiating a settlement that would preserve the peace while allowing for gradual transformation of the control mechanisms. The moderating faction included representatives from major independent sects and cultivators who had established themselves through cultivation work that did not require council approval or alliance. These individuals understood the cultivation world's complexity and the reality that total victory by either side would result in extraordinary damage to the entire cultivation system. They proposed the possibility of a middle path, a negotiated settlement that would allow the council to maintain some continuity of power and influence while allowing the True Path Alliance to achieve significant transformation of the control mechanisms. The proposal was pragmatic and was based on sophisticated understanding of the power dynamics that governed the cultivation world. The moderators understood that Yi Qian possessed extraordinary power, but might not be capable of defeating the council completely if the council committed their entire force to a final decisive battle. They understood that the council possessed centuries of accumulated power reserves and contingency strategies that had never been fully deployed. A conflict that pushed both sides toward absolute victory would likely result in mutual destruction that would devastate the entire cultivation world. The council would never accept such negotiations, Li Huang said initially when the proposal was presented. His initial response was dismissive. He had experienced centuries of council intransigence and had learned through painful experience that negotiation with the council was rarely productive. They view any loss of control as an existential threat. They have maintained their authority for 3,000 years precisely by refusing to negotiate or compromise with opposition movements. Negotiation would be interpreted as weakness and would only encourage further challenges to their authority. But Yi Qian found himself increasingly drawn to the possibility that negotiation might be possible, not because he believed the council had fundamentally changed their nature, but because he had begun to understand something deeper about the transformation that needed to occur. The council's authority ultimately rested on the cultivation world's acceptance of that authority. If the council could be brought to understand that their authority was no longer universally accepted, that their control mechanisms were no longer universally effective, that the cultivation world had fundamentally changed around them, then perhaps they could be negotiated with. The council's greatest weakness is not military, Yi Qian said during a late-night discussion with Li Huang. Their weakness is their fundamental rigidity, their inability to adapt to change, their dependence on control mechanisms that are no longer universally effective. If we can demonstrate to them that transformation is inevitable, that their resistance will only accelerate the process, that they have more to gain by negotiating than by continuing warfare, then perhaps they could be moved toward negotiation. And if they cannot be moved toward negotiation, Li Huang asked, then we will have learned important information about their capacity to adapt, Yi Qian replied. We will have confirmed that direct conflict is the only path forward. But I do not believe we should make that determination without genuinely attempting to explore the possibility of negotiated settlement. The costs of continued warfare are becoming apparent. The cultivation world is suffering damage, resources are being consumed, lives are being lost. If there is even a possibility that negotiation could achieve some of our objectives, we should pursue it. The suggestion was reasonable and carried weight coming from Yi Qian. The True Path Alliance leadership debated the possibility of approaching the council with a negotiation proposal and eventually agreed that an exploratory approach might be worthwhile. The risks of negotiation failing seemed lower than the guaranteed costs of continued military conflict. Chapter 79. The Transformation of Conflict. The proposal for negotiations was communicated to the council through intermediaries who had maintained cautious contacts with both sides of the emerging conflict. The intermediaries were cultivators who believed genuinely in the possibility of peace and who possessed enough respect and trust on both sides that their messages would be treated seriously rather than dismissed out of hand. The intermediaries understood the stakes involved in the conflict. They recognized that continued escalation would result in devastation that would affect every cultivator in the world, regardless of their alignment with either the Council or the True Path Alliance. The intermediaries approached the Council with extreme care and with clear understanding of the Council's sensitivity about appearing weak or willing to negotiate with opposition forces. They presented the proposal not as a suggestion that the Council had somehow been forced to negotiate, but rather as an opportunity for the Council to demonstrate strategic sophistication and willingness to engage with serious opponents at the highest levels. They framed negotiation not as capitulation, but as the action of a power confident enough in its position to consider alternatives to direct conflict. The Council's response came back rapidly and unambiguously. They would engage in direct negotiations with Yi Qian and Li Huang, but only under specific conditions that reflected the Council's understanding of their own power and authority. The negotiations would take place at a neutral location that neither side would have the opportunity to prepare with defensive formations or hidden strategic advantages. Only Yi Qian and Li Huang would be present from the True Path Alliance side, with a small security detail composed of hand-picked cultivators whose loyalty was absolute and whose combat capability was sufficient to provide basic protective functions. The Council would send Shun Dao himself, a clear indication of how seriously the Council viewed the negotiations, along with representatives from the broader Council leadership and from the major Council factions. The presence of multiple representatives from different Council factions indicated that the negotiation had become a matter of concern to the entire Council hierarchy, not just to Shun Dao personally. The implication of these conditions was extraordinarily significant. The Council was willing to negotiate seriously, but only at the highest level, with the most powerful individuals in the cultivation world present to ensure that any agreement would be binding and enforceable. The conditions themselves indicated that the Council understood the fundamental stakes of the negotiation. This was not a minor dispute about bloodline classification or advancement philosophy that could be resolved through secondary representatives or through careful negotiation over minor details. This was a negotiation about the fundamental restructuring of power in the cultivation world, about the very nature of the council's authority and the future direction of cultivator society. The implication of these conditions was clear. The council was willing to negotiate, but only at the highest level, with the most powerful individuals in the cultivation world present to ensure that any agreement would be binding and enforceable. The conditions themselves indicated that the council understood the fundamental stakes of the negotiation. This was not a minor dispute about bloodline classification or advancement philosophy. This was a negotiation about the fundamental restructuring of power in the cultivation world. The negotiations began at a location that had been selected by mutual agreement, a neutral mountain region that had never been claimed by any major sect or council faction, a location that had existed as autonomous territory for centuries. Yi Qian and Li Huang traveled to the location with a small number of carefully selected True Path Alliance members, cultivators whose loyalty was absolute and whose combat capability was sufficient to ensure the safety of the two hollow bloodline wielders if negotiations broke down into direct conflict. Shen Dao arrived at the negotiation location with a contingent that included not just council guards, but also representatives from each of the major council factions. The presence of these representatives indicated that the negotiations were being taken with complete seriousness at the highest levels of the council's hierarchy. Whatever outcome emerged from the negotiations would carry the weight of the entire council's authority and commitment. The negotiations lasted 3 days and took place in a neutral mountain sanctuary that had been jointly selected through careful negotiation and that had been sealed against any observation or interference from external sources. The location was surrounded by neutral cultivators who had volunteered to serve as witnesses to the negotiation process, ensuring that both sides maintained good faith and that no secret communication or preparation was occurring outside the negotiation chambers. The discussions covered fundamental philosophical questions about the nature of power and authority in the cultivation world. They addressed the specific mechanisms of the bloodline classification system and explored possibilities for modification or elimination of those mechanisms. They discussed the True Path Alliance's concerns about the Council's control methods and the Council's fears about what would happen if their authority was fundamentally destabilized or if the bloodline classification system was completely eliminated. Yi Qian and Li Huang presented detailed evidence of the Council's deliberate constraining of cultivator advancement. They showed documentation proving that the bloodline classification system was designed to ensure that certain bloodlines could never exceed predetermined power thresholds, regardless of the individual cultivator's actual potential or dedication to advancement. They explained how the self-destruction mechanism had been deliberately embedded into the hollow bloodline to ensure that wielders could never successfully challenge council authority. It was a control mechanism disguised as a natural property of the bloodline itself. They proposed alternatives to the current system, ways that cultivation advancement could be organized and supported without the council's monopolistic control, ways that bloodline classification could function as a descriptive system rather than as a prescriptive constraint on advancement potential. They described how the True Path Alliance's methods had already demonstrated that cultivators operating outside council control could achieve advancement comparable to or exceeding those operating within the system. Shen Dao and the council representatives listened to these arguments with careful attention, but without indicating whether they found the arguments persuasive or were willing to modify their positions in response. Shen Dao himself presented the council's perspective with clarity and with sophistication, explaining the council's concerns about stability and control in a cultivation world that had functioned according to council-directed principles for 3,000 years. He articulated the council's fear that rapid transformation of the control systems would result in chaos, and that the abandonment of the bloodline classification system would result in unpredictable power development and potential conflicts that the council would be unable to manage. By the end of the 3 days, no agreement had been reached that would constitute a permanent resolution to the conflict. There was no treaty signed, no commitment made to cease hostilities, no agreement on specific modification of council systems or authority structures. But something had fundamentally changed in the nature of the conflict itself. The council had been forced to recognize and to admit, in negotiations with the two most powerful cultivators in the current cultivation world, that they could not simply suppress the True Path Alliance through military force. They had to acknowledge that Yi Qian possessed genuine power and that the True Path Alliance represented a serious challenge to their authority that could not be eliminated through conventional military operations. And the True Path Alliance had been forced to recognize that the Council, despite their authoritarian methods and their centuries-long commitment to control, were not completely intractable or incapable of change. They were capable of engaging in dialogue, of listening to arguments that contradicted their established perspectives, of considering possibilities for transformation even if they were not yet willing to commit to specific changes. The fact that negotiation had been possible at all represented a profound shift from the purely military conflict that had characterized the earlier phases of the struggle. Chapter 80. The long road ahead. As Yi Qian and Li Huang returned to the True Path Alliance's dispersed network of bases and sanctuaries, they understood with absolute clarity that the conflict with the Council was not ending or reaching any kind of final resolution. The negotiations had not produced a settlement. The Council's authority had not been dismantled. The Bloodline classification system remained intact. The control mechanisms that had been embedded into cultivator society for 3,000 years were still in place and still operating according to their original parameters. But the conflict was transforming in ways that were far more significant than a simple military victory could have achieved. It was no longer a simple binary situation of absolute council authority ranged against absolute alliance opposition. It was becoming a complex, multifaceted engagement where the entire cultivation world was gradually beginning to understand the stakes, where the broader cultivator population was beginning to question the council's authority in ways they never had before, where the possibility of genuine transformation was beginning to emerge from the continuous interaction between military opposition, political narrative building, and high-level strategic negotiation. The cultivation world was in profound transition, moving from a state of unquestioned council dominance toward a state where the council's authority could be questioned and where alternatives could be imagined and pursued. The process was not rapid. Institutional change at this scale, transformation of systems that had been embedded in cultivator society for 3,000 years, required decades or even centuries to truly accomplish. But the process had begun, and that beginning was everything. The implications for the future stretched far beyond what either the Council or the True Path Alliance could predict or control. Once cultivators began to question the Council's authority, once they began to understand that alternatives to the current system were possible, that knowledge could not be suppressed or forgotten. Future generations of cultivators would inherit a world where challenge to council authority was possible, where the bloodline classification system could be questioned, where the possibility of individual freedom and independent advancement seemed real and achievable rather than impossible and dangerous. Yi Qian stood once more in a high place, this time looking out over the cultivation world from a peak that the True Path Alliance had claimed as a temporary base of operations. Not a hidden sanctuary, but a place that was openly acknowledged to be a center of True Path Alliance activity. The landscape stretched before him, thousands of cultivation sects and independent practitioners all engaged in the endless pursuit of power and advancement, all operating within systems that the Council had established centuries or millennia ago, but now operating with the knowledge that other systems were possible. Yi Qian could perceive the changes that were rippling through the cultivation world. In regions where the True Path Alliance had been most active, cultivators were beginning to organize resistance to the Council's authority in small ways. In isolated sects and among independent practitioners, conversations were beginning about the possibility of cultivation advancement outside the Council's control structures. The ideas and demonstrations that Yi Qian and Li Huang had introduced were beginning to propagate through cultivator communities, spreading like seeds that had been planted in fertile soil. "We have not achieved victory," Li Huang said, joining Yi Qian at the peak. The ancient cultivator's voice carried both satisfaction and acknowledgement of the long road that still lay ahead. The Council remains. Their control mechanisms remain. The bloodline classification system remains. By every measure of direct, immediate success, we have failed to achieve our fundamental objectives. But something has changed, Yi Qian replied. The Council is no longer invisible. Their control mechanisms are no longer invisible. Cultivators across the entire cultivation world are asking questions that they would never have asked a year ago. The Council's authority is no longer absolute or inevitable. We have transformed the conversation, which is precisely why the real struggle is only now beginning, Li Huang said. We have set the stage for long-term transformation. But transformation of a 3,000-year-old power structure is not a matter of years or decades. It will take centuries, possibly longer. It will require continued opposition, continued demonstration of alternative paths, continued willingness to sacrifice and to struggle against a system that will not surrender its authority willingly. Yi Qian understood the truth of what Li Huang was saying. The path ahead was not a path that would lead to quick victory or rapid transformation. It was a path of sustained, long-term engagement with the Council, with the cultivation world's power structures, with the fundamental assumptions and beliefs that had been embedded in cultivation practice for 3,000 years. But he also understood that he was no longer alone on that path. He was walking it alongside Li Huang, alongside the True Path Alliance, alongside the growing number of cultivators across the cultivation world who were beginning to question the Council's authority and to imagine the possibility of genuine freedom and genuine choice. The self-destruction mechanism within the hollow bloodline had been reconstructed into something that served his will rather than the Council's authority. His consciousness was fully integrated and stable. He had proven his capacity to match the Council's military forces and to survive their assault. He had begun the long process of transforming the narrative through which the cultivation world understood its own structure and possibilities. The road ahead was long, uncertain, and full of dangers that he could not yet fully anticipate. But for the first time in his existence, Yi Qian was walking that road not as a constraint weapon or a controlled artifact, but as a genuinely free conscious being making genuine choices about his own existence and his own contribution to the world around him. And that freedom, hard-won through months of research and sacrifice and conflict and negotiation, was worth every cost and every uncertainty that the future might bring. The journey toward liberation was not complete, but the journey had begun, and that was everything. The cultivation world that Yi Qian now inhabited was fundamentally different from the world he had existed in just 6 months earlier. Then, he had been an isolated cultivator struggling against the constraints of his own bloodline, unaware of the larger forces and systems that had been shaping his life from before his birth. Now, he was a publicly recognized symbol of resistance to the Council's authority, a living demonstration that the Council was not invincible, a proof that transformation was possible even in a system that had seemed absolute and unchangeable for 3,000 years. The cost of this transformation had been extraordinarily high. Dozens of True Path Alliance members had died. Hundreds more had been seriously wounded. Centuries of accumulated resources had been consumed in the conflict and in supporting Yi Qian's research. The sanctuary that had been created and maintained with tremendous effort over generations had been compromised and would need to be abandoned. The cultivation world had been disrupted, resources had been consumed in conflict, and the normal processes of cultivation advancement had been interrupted for thousands of cultivators throughout multiple regions. But against these costs, Yi Qian understood that something genuinely new and genuinely important had been created. A path toward liberation and genuine freedom had been opened for the first time in 3,000 years. The possibility of cultivation advancement outside the Council's constrained systems had been demonstrated to be real and achievable rather than impossible and forbidden. The perception that the Council's authority was inevitable and permanent had been fundamentally damaged, possibly irreparably. The perception shift among cultivators throughout the world was the most significant accomplishment of all. The Council's dominance had been based less on actual military superiority than on the universal belief that resistance was futile and that the Council's authority was justified and inevitable. Now, that belief was beginning to fracture. Cultivators across the cultivation world were beginning to ask whether the Council's authority was truly necessary, whether the bloodline classification system truly reflected reality or was simply an arbitrary construct designed to maintain control, whether other approaches to cultivation advancement might be possible. As Yi Qian looked out over the cultivation world from the peak where he stood with Li Huang, he understood with complete clarity that the real work was only now beginning. The initial breakthrough had been achieved. He had freed himself from the Bloodline's constraints and had demonstrated that genuine opposition to the Council was possible. But sustaining that breakthrough, extending it across the entire cultivation world, transforming the fundamental systems through which the Council maintained its authority, that was the work of centuries and would require the dedication and sacrifice of thousands of cultivators across future generations. The path ahead was uncertain and would be difficult. There would be failures and setbacks. The Council would adapt and evolve their strategies in response to the resistance they were facing. Some of the cultivators who had joined the cause would eventually be captured or killed. Some would lose faith and return to the Council system. The opposition would face obstacles that seemed insurmountable at times. But for the first time in his existence, Yi Qian was walking that path not in fear or desperation, but in genuine freedom, genuine choice, and genuine hope that another and better cultivation world might be possible. The breakthrough that had been achieved through months of intensive research and profound sacrifice represented something far more significant than a single individual's personal liberation from constraint and control. It represented the opening of a door that had been sealed for 3,000 years, the creation of possibilities and alternatives where only rigid structures and absolute authority had existed before. Every cultivator who now questioned the Council's authority did so because Yi Qian had made it possible to question, because he had demonstrated through his existence that questioning was not immediately fatal or catastrophic. Every cultivator who now imagined alternatives did so because Yi Qian had demonstrated through his actions that alternatives were real and achievable and were worth the cost of pursuing. That legacy would persist regardless of what happened in the future, regardless of whether the Council ultimately adapted or resisted fundamental change, regardless of whether the conflict continued for centuries or was resolved more quickly through negotiation and settlement. The perception that the Council's dominance was inevitable and permanent had been fundamentally altered by Yi Qian's actions and by his public emergence as a free being operating outside Council control. That change in perception was irreversible. Once cultivators understood that alternatives to Council authority existed, that understanding could never be suppressed or forgotten. It would shape the cultivation world for generations to come, creating currents of change and resistance that the Council would struggle to contain or control effectively. And that fundamental transformation of understanding and perception, achieved through Yi Qian's courage and sacrifice and dedication to the pursuit of genuine freedom for all cultivators throughout the world, was everything that mattered in the end. The journey toward liberation and fundamental change had truly begun, and no force in the cultivation world would be able to completely reverse or suppress the changes that had been set in motion. The era of absolute Council dominance was ending, and a new era was beginning, an era of questioning, of resistance, of hope for genuine transformation. The weakest bloodline turns lethal against the strong. Step 5. Chapters 81 to 100. Chapter 81. The Council's gambit. The negotiations had ended without formal resolution, but they had fundamentally altered the political landscape of the cultivation world. For the Council of Eternal Ascension, the negotiations themselves represented a profound departure from historical precedent. Throughout the Council's 3,000-year dominance, the Council had never negotiated with its opponents. Opposition forces had been simply suppressed. Rebellions had been Shen Dao, as the acknowledged leader of the Council of Eternal Ascension, had returned to the neutral mountain sanctuary with full knowledge that the True Path Alliance represented not just a military challenge, but an existential threat to the Council's 3,000-year monopoly on power. In all his centuries of service to the Council, Shen Dao had never faced a situation where the Council's authority was genuinely questioned by a movement that had managed to consolidate substantial military and intellectual resources. He had dealt with rebellions and uprisings, but those had always been relatively localized and relatively easy to suppress. The True Path Alliance was different. The alliance had demonstrated the ability to survive and grow even as the Council committed substantial resources to suppressing it. The alliance had demonstrated intellectual sophistication in developing alternative frameworks for cultivation advancement. Most significantly, the alliance had demonstrated the ability to attract cultivators from all bloodline levels and all regions of the cultivation world, suggesting that the alliance was addressing fundamental grievances that had broad appeal throughout the entire cultivation world. The council held a special convocation, the first in over 200 years, to address the fundamental question that no council member had seriously considered before. What would happen if the council's authority was genuinely challenged, and they could not simply suppress the challenge through overwhelming force? This question represented the deepest existential threat to the council's historical self-understanding. The council's entire institutional structure and philosophical framework had been built on the assumption that the council would always have sufficient power to overcome any challenge to its authority. The possibility that this assumption might be false was almost too profound for many council members to contemplate. The convocation was conducted with extraordinary secrecy. The council did not want the broader cultivation world to know that they were genuinely uncertain about their ability to suppress the True Path Alliance. To reveal such uncertainty would be to undermine the fundamental basis of council authority, which rested on the universal belief that council dominance was inevitable and permanent. If cultivators throughout the world began to believe that the council might actually be defeated, then the council's authority would begin to crumble not through military defeat, but through the simple erosion of belief in the council's invincibility. This understanding of how power worked, that authority rested ultimately on the beliefs of the people being governed rather than on raw military force, was crucial to the council's strategic deliberations during this period. The convocation took place in the council's ancient fortress, a structure that had been maintained and expanded through 3,000 years of accumulated power and resources. The fortress itself was a statement of absolute power. Walls constructed from stone forged in the cultivation fires of the most powerful cultivators to ever live, defensive arrays embedded into every structural element, guardian formations that had been activated and reactivated continuously for millennia. The very existence of the fortress demonstrated the kind of absolute authority and accumulated power that the council had maintained across the centuries. Every stone in the fortress walls carried the imprint of cultivation power. Every beam and support had been reinforced with energy arrays. The fortress could withstand a siege lasting centuries without the need for external resupply. The internal cultivation arrays were designed to generate fresh water, grow food in hidden gardens, and preserve food through advanced spiritual techniques that made decay and spoilage impossible. The fortress contained chambers designed for every conceivable purpose. There were meditation halls where cultivators could train their consciousness and energy, halls so precisely constructed that they amplified cultivator focus and concentration. There were research libraries that contained records of cultivation advancement accumulated over 3,000 years, organized and preserved through cultivation techniques that prevented deterioration and decay. The libraries contained millions of volumes documenting every research project, every major cultivation technique, every significant advancement discovered during the council's 3,000-year dominance. There were treasury vaults that held spiritual stones and rare resources that could sustain 1,000,000 cultivators for 1,000 years. There were training grounds where the council's most elite practitioners could engage in full-power confrontations without fear of destroying civilian settlements or disrupting the broader cultivation world. And there was the Great Council Hall, where the convocation that was now being held took place. The Great Council Hall was designed to accommodate over 200 individual council members, with elevated seating arranged in spiraling circles that descended toward a central platform where the council leader would stand. The hall had been constructed with remarkable acoustics so that every council member, regardless of their position in the hall, could clearly hear speakers addressing the assembly. The walls of the Great Council Hall were covered with artistic representations of significant moments in the council's 3,000-year history. Murals depicting the council's founding, the establishment of the Bloodline classification system, the suppression of major uprisings, the development of crucial cultivation techniques. Looking at these murals, council members were constantly reminded of the council's vast achievements and its fundamental importance to the order and stability of the cultivation world. Within the Great Council Hall, representatives from all the major council factions were gathered. Some factions had existed continuously for 3,000 years, maintaining the same cultivation philosophies and approaches to power throughout the entire history of the council. The oldest faction, the Eternal Sky faction, had been founded by one of the original council leaders and maintained cultivation practices that had been developed in the council's founding era. Other factions had been added more recently, established when powerful cultivators had been absorbed into the council's hierarchy or when new approaches to cultivation advancement had been developed within the council's structures. The Froststone faction, for example, had been integrated into the council only 500 years earlier, and the cultivators within this faction still maintained some of their independent traditions and approaches. Despite their different philosophies and different areas of focus, all the council factions shared a common commitment to the council's fundamental authority and control systems. Shindao sat at the center of the great council hall on a raised platform, listening as each faction presented their analysis of the situation and their recommendations for response. The council's formal deliberation process was extremely thorough and elaborate. Each faction was given the opportunity to present their position in detail, with no time limits and no interruptions from other factions. Shindao had established this practice centuries ago because he understood that comprehensive deliberation and consideration of multiple perspectives was more likely to result in sound strategic decisions than simple majority voting or top-down authority decisions. The Eternal Sky faction presented first, as they had the right to do by virtue of their historical seniority. Their representative, a cultivator named Luo Chun who had served in the council for 700 years, presented a sophisticated analysis of the True Path Alliance and its capabilities. Luo Chun acknowledged that the alliance had demonstrated greater strength than the council had anticipated, but he argued that the council had still not fully deployed its strongest forces. He presented detailed military analysis showing that if the council committed its full reserves of power and resources, they could overwhelm the True Path Alliance through sheer force. Luo Chen argued that the 3,000-year history of the council demonstrated that early, decisive military action against emerging threats was far more effective than allowing those threats to consolidate and grow. He pointed to specific historical examples of situations where the council had moved decisively to suppress emerging challenges and how those early actions had prevented what might have become serious threats from ever developing into genuine military threats. We have given Yi Qian months to develop his capacity and to consolidate the True Path Alliance, Luo Chen argued, his voice carrying the weight of 7 centuries of experience and authority. We have engaged in negotiations which have been interpreted by cultivators throughout the world as proof that we cannot simply suppress the alliance through military force. We have revealed our doubts and our hesitations. Every day that passes, Yi Qian becomes more powerful, the True Path Alliance becomes more consolidated, and the broader cultivator world becomes more convinced that resistance to council authority is possible. I urge you to move decisively now, while we still have the capacity to completely eliminate this threat. If we wait much longer, our window of opportunity will close, and we will find ourselves facing a genuinely existential challenge to council authority. Other council members raised objections to Luo Chen's analysis. The representatives of the reformist faction, who had become increasingly influential in the council's leadership in recent centuries, argued that military suppression of the alliance would be extraordinarily costly and might not be feasible even with the council's full military deployment. One reformist, a woman named Xian Li who had served in the council for only 200 years but who had demonstrated remarkable intellectual capacity, challenged Luo Chen directly. You speak of historical precedent, Luo Chen, but I would argue that history provides us with examples that contradict your analysis, Xian Li said, her voice carrying intellectual force and precision. Yes, the council has successfully suppressed uprisings and eliminated threats through military action. But I would direct your attention to the example of the Northern Cultivator Rebellion, which occurred 600 years ago. At that time, the council faced a significant uprising in the northern regions of the cultivation world. The council responded with military force, deploying a substantial portion of our elite cultivators to suppress the rebellion. The military campaign was ultimately successful. The rebellion was defeated and the rebellious cultivators were eliminated. However, the process of military suppression took more than 3 years, consumed resources that might have been used for other purposes, and resulted in tremendous damage to the cultivation infrastructure in the northern regions. The cost of that military suppression was substantially higher than the costs of the rebellion itself. And most significantly, the rebellion was followed within a generation by new uprisings in the same region, suggesting that military suppression alone was insufficient to address the underlying factors that had caused the rebellion. The True Path Alliance is not the same as the Northern Cultivator Rebellion, Luochen responded, but his tone was less confident. The Alliance has demonstrated capabilities that no previous uprising has achieved. The Alliance has successfully matched the Council's military forces. Most importantly, Yi Qian's individual power has reached levels where he can potentially rival any individual council member. Military suppression may no longer be feasible. This acknowledgement, that military suppression might no longer be feasible, hung heavily in the air of the Great Council Hall. It represented an admission that the Council's fundamental assumption of military superiority was no longer valid. Chapter 82. Yi Qian's preparation. While the Council was reformulating its strategy, Yi Qian was undertaking a parallel process of preparation and consolidation. The True Path Alliance had grown substantially during the conflict with the Council, but that growth had also created internal challenges and potential points of weakness. What had begun as a relatively small group of cultivators committed to a specific vision of liberation and freedom had evolved into a movement that included tens of thousands of cultivators from diverse backgrounds and with diverse motivations for their participation in the Alliance. The growth of the Alliance had been extraordinary. In just a few years, the movement had expanded from a few hundred committed followers to over 50,000 cultivators actively involved in Alliance activities. The expansion had been driven by multiple factors. Yi Qian's public demonstrations of power and his articulate presentation of the case against the Council's control mechanisms had inspired cultivators throughout the world to join the movement. The Alliance's military successes against the Council had demonstrated that resistance to Council authority was possible, which had caused other cultivators to reconsider their previous assumption that Council dominance was inevitable. The Alliance's development of alternative advancement systems had demonstrated that cultivation advancement was possible outside the Council's control structures, which had attracted cultivators who had been frustrated by the Council's limitations on their advancement. However, the rapid expansion of the Alliance had created significant challenges. The original core of the Alliance members, the several thousand cultivators who had joined in the early stages of the movement and who had committed themselves to the fundamental principles of liberation and genuine merit-based advancement, sometimes felt that the newer, larger membership did not share their deep commitment to these principles. The newer members were sometimes viewed as less ideologically committed and more motivated by practical considerations like advancement opportunity. There were tensions between the intellectual leadership of the Alliance, which was focused on developing comprehensive proposals for alternative cultivation systems, and the military leadership, which was focused on defeating the Council through direct confrontation. There were tensions between the older members who remembered what it was like to live without any possibility of resistance to Council authority and the younger members who had known nothing but the emerging possibility of genuine alternatives. Some Alliance members had joined because they had been personally harmed by the Council's control mechanisms and wanted to work toward their liberation. These individuals carried deep emotional commitment to the cause, but sometimes lacked the discipline and focus needed for large-scale military operations. Other members had joined because they recognized the intellectual superiority of the True Path Alliance's approaches to cultivation advancement and wanted to be part of developing new and more effective methods. These intellectually motivated members contributed tremendously to the development of new techniques and strategies, but sometimes lacked the physical capacity or combat training needed for military engagement. Yi Qian worked extensively with these different constituencies, trying to help them understand how their different motivations and different contributions all serve the larger purpose of the movement. He met with ideologically committed members to help them understand that pragmatically motivated members were not necessarily less committed to the cause. They were simply approaching the cause from different angles and with different life experiences. He met with pragmatically motivated members to help them understand that the real victory they were fighting for was not just personal advancement opportunity, but was a fundamental transformation of the cultivation world's power structures. Still, other members had joined primarily for practical reasons, because the True Path Alliance offered better opportunities for advancement than the Council had offered within their Bloodline classifications. These practically motivated members were effective fighters and were often highly disciplined, but their commitment to the alliance's fundamental principles sometimes wavered if practical circumstances changed. And some had joined because they were caught up in the energy and momentum of a movement that seemed to be capable of genuinely challenging the council's authority. These enthusiastically motivated but ideologically uncommitted members added strength to the alliance's forces, but also represented a potential point of vulnerability. They might abandon the alliance if the prospects for victory seemed to diminish. One particular challenge that Yi Qian had to address was the question of leadership and authority within the alliance. The original alliance had been organized in a relatively informal way, with Li Huang and Yi Qian as acknowledged leaders, but with important decisions being made through discussion and consensus rather than through strict hierarchical command. However, as the alliance had grown to include tens of thousands of members spread across multiple regions of the cultivation world, this informal approach to leadership had become increasingly inadequate. It was impossible to make real-time decisions through discussion and consensus when the members of the decision-making group were scattered across vast distances. The alliance needed to develop more formal structures for coordination and decision-making. But Yi Qian was acutely aware of the irony in this situation. The True Path Alliance was fighting against the Council's centralized, hierarchical authority structures. Yet as the alliance grew, it was being forced to develop its own hierarchical structures in order to function effectively as a large organization. Yi Qian was genuinely concerned that in developing these structures, the alliance might inadvertently recreate some of the oppressive authority mechanisms that it was fighting against. To address this concern, Yi Qian worked with Li Huang and other senior alliance members to develop a leadership structure that was designed to prevent the accumulation of absolute authority. Rather than creating a single central leader who reported to no one, the alliance developed a council structure where multiple regional leaders had roughly equal authority and where major decisions had to be made through consensus or through voting procedures. Rather than creating a hereditary leadership that would be passed from generation to generation, the alliance established term limits for leadership positions and mechanisms for rotating leadership responsibilities among different individuals. Rather than creating a single unified command structure where information and decisions flowed from a central authority down to lower levels, the alliance developed networks of communication and coordination that allowed information and decisions to flow in multiple directions simultaneously. Yi Qian understood that the alliance needed to move beyond its status as a military opposition force and begin to develop the institutions and structures that would be necessary if the alliance was going to ultimately offer a genuine alternative to the council systems. To accomplish this, Yi Qian worked with Li Huang and with the other senior leaders of the True Path Alliance to develop a comprehensive proposal for cultivation advancement outside council control. The proposal was extraordinarily detailed and sophisticated, running to over 1,000 pages in its complete form. It addressed fundamental questions about how cultivation resources could be allocated without the council's monopolistic control, how advancement could be tracked and verified without the council's bloodline classification system, how power could be distributed among cultivators in a way that did not depend on inherited bloodline status, and how conflicts could be resolved in a system that did not have a centralized authority like the council to impose settlements. The development of this comprehensive proposal required months of intensive work. Yi Qian and Li Huang established working groups of cultivators with expertise in different areas. Cultivators who had experience managing cultivation resources, cultivators who had developed alternative advancement tracking systems, cultivators who understood community governance structures, cultivators who had experience in conflict resolution and negotiation. These working groups met continuously, developing detailed specifications for each component of the proposed system. They created detailed scenarios demonstrating how the system would function in practice. They identified potential problems and developed solutions to address those problems. They created mechanisms for monitoring the system's effectiveness and for adapting the system over time as experience demonstrated what worked and what did not work in practice. The proposal development process involved extensive consultation with cultivators throughout the regions where the True Path Alliance had influence. Yi Qian traveled extensively, often accompanied by Li Huang or by other senior alliance members who could help explain the complexities of the proposal to practitioners with varying levels of cultivation knowledge and sophistication. The consultations took place in settings ranging from formal meetings with sect leaders and influential independent practitioners to informal gatherings with younger cultivators who had recently joined the alliance and were still developing their understanding of the movement's fundamental principles. In one consultation session in the Blue Mountain region, Yi Qian met with the leaders of 23 independent sects who had maintained their autonomy from the council for generations. These sect leaders had developed their own cultivation traditions and had developed advancement systems that allowed their members to progress according to their actual capacity rather than according to council-determined bloodline classifications. These sect leaders offered invaluable practical perspective on how advancement systems could be organized and managed outside the council's control structures. They shared records of their advancement systems, their methods for tracking cultivator progress, their techniques for verifying advancement claims, and their mechanisms for resolving disputes. They explained the specific challenges they had encountered in maintaining independent advancement systems while operating in a world where council authority was nominally supreme. Chapter 83. The Council's public response. The Council recognized that they could not simply ignore the True Path Alliance's proposal. To do so would seem to validate the narrative that the Council had no serious counterarguments and was simply clinging to power through force and tradition. Instead, the Council released a comprehensive response to the Alliance's proposal, a document that was equally voluminous and equally sophisticated as the original proposal. The Council's response articulated their concerns about the viability of a non-centralized system of cultivation advancement and presented extensive evidence that the Council's control mechanisms had actually prevented catastrophic conflicts and resource depletion that would have occurred in an unregulated cultivation world. The Council's response was sophisticated and in many ways compelling. The Council had employed scholars who had spent centuries studying the history of the cultivation world prior to the establishment of the Council's formal authority structures. These scholars presented historical evidence demonstrating that the 3,000 years of relative stability in the cultivation world had been directly dependent on the Council's authority and control. They presented detailed documentation of the periods prior to the Council's establishment when independent practitioners and competing sects had engaged in seemingly endless conflicts over resources and territory, resulting in devastation that had set back the entire cultivation world's advancement for centuries. Specifically, the Council's scholars presented analysis of the period known as the Age of Warlords, which had lasted for approximately 400 years prior to the establishment of the Council. During this period, powerful cultivators had competed for supremacy, and the absence of any centralized authority meant that conflicts between warlords were resolved entirely through military force. The destruction was staggering. Entire regions were depopulated by warfare. Sacred cultivation sites were destroyed. Knowledge centers were burned. Thousands of years of accumulated cultivation research was lost. The Council's scholars presented evidence that the Age of Warlords had resulted in a net loss of cultivation knowledge and capacity that had taken the Council 500 years to recover from even after the Council had established its authority and stability. The Council also addressed the specific accusations that the True Path Alliance had made about the deliberate constraint of cultivator advancement through the Bloodline classification system. The Council acknowledged that the Bloodline classification system did function to limit advancement potential, but they argued that this limitation was necessary and justified. If all cultivators were able to advance without limit, the Council argued, the inevitable result would be that the strongest cultivators would dominate all others, resulting in a system of warlordism where power was distributed according to raw capacity rather than according to merit or justice or dedication to cultivation practice. The Council presented evidence from studies of independent practitioners operating outside Council systems, showing that in the absence of Council control, advancement capacity did indeed tend to correlate strongly with raw power and combat ability rather than with other virtues like wisdom or dedication to cultivation philosophy. However, the Council's response also included a significant strategic concession. They acknowledged that the Bloodline classification system as it currently existed had problems and was in need of fundamental reform. This was a major shift from the Council's historical position, which had been that the Bloodline classification system was fundamentally sound and required no major changes. By acknowledging that reform was needed, the the Council was implicitly admitting that the True Path Alliance's criticisms of the system had some validity. The Council proposed a modified version of the Bloodline classification system that would expand the advancement potential for lower-ranked bloodlines, while still maintaining the Council's essential authority and control mechanisms. They proposed that cultivators whose bloodline classification was rank 95 or lower would have their advancement potential increased by approximately 30%, creating a situation where lower-ranked bloodlines would be able to advance to levels that had previously been restricted to higher-ranked bloodlines. The Council also proposed the development of additional bloodline categories that would allow for more nuanced classification of cultivators whose actual capacity did not fit neatly into the existing 100-rank system. To many cultivators throughout the world, the Council's proposal seemed reasonable and pragmatic. The Council was acknowledging that change was needed, was proposing specific reforms, and was doing so through formal channels rather than through simple suppression of opposition. The cultivator world seemed to be moving toward a possibility of negotiated settlement rather than continued conflict. The media organizations throughout the cultivator world, various sects that maintained communication networks and published analyses of important events, began to discuss the relative merits of the Council's gradualist approach to reform versus the True Path Alliance's more radical vision of complete transformation. A major cultivation media organization, the Harmony Publishing Collective, commissioned an extensive comparative analysis of the two proposals. The analysis, published in a widely circulated journal that reached cultivators throughout the world, presented both proposals in detail and analyzed the implications of each approach. The analysis was generally favorable to the Council's proposal, arguing that the Council's approach offered more stability and preserved institutional continuity while still acknowledging the need for reform. Many cultivators found this analysis persuasive. The idea that significant reform could be achieved through negotiated settlement rather than through continued conflict appealed to cultivators who were tired of the constant warfare and disruption that the conflict with the True Path Alliance had caused. Chapter 84. The Campaign for Truth. But Yi Qian understood the deeper implications of the Council's proposal. The modifications being offered were superficial. They would expand the advancement potential for lower bloodlines, but would maintain the Council's fundamental control mechanisms and would preserve the Council's essential monopoly on authority. The proposed changes would affect perhaps 30% of cultivators whose bloodline classification was very low. But the fundamental structure of the bloodline classification system would remain in place, perpetuating the belief that bloodline status was a legitimate and necessary organizing principle for cultivation advancement. What was being offered was not genuine change, but rather managed transformation designed to preserve the Council's power while creating the appearance of reform. The Council was essentially saying, "We will make limited concessions to demands for change, but we will do so in a way that preserves the essential structures through which we maintain our authority." If the Alliance accepted this proposal, the movement toward genuine transformation would be essentially arrested. The cultivation world would settle into a new equilibrium where the Council had made limited reforms but maintained fundamental control, and where the possibility of more substantial change had been foreclosed for another generation or more. To counteract the Council's proposal and to prevent the cultivation world from settling into this false equilibrium, Yi Qian launched what he called the Campaign for Truth, a systematic effort to document the ways that the Council's control mechanisms had constrained cultivation advancement, prevented valuable research, suppressed promising cultivators, and preserved the dominance of a small group of high bloodline families at the expense of the broader cultivation world. The Campaign for Truth involved Yi Qian himself traveling throughout the cultivation world, appearing before gatherings of cultivators, presenting evidence of the Council's manipulation and control, and articulating the vision of a cultivation world where genuine freedom and genuine merit determined advancement. The Campaign for Truth was organized around several core themes and was deliberately designed to reach cultivators at all levels of the cultivation world, from the most advanced masters to newly awakening initiates. The first theme focused on the history of the Council's deliberate suppression of cultivators whose bloodline classification was low, but whose actual capacity demonstrated genuine potential for advancement. Yi Qian presented documented cases of cultivators who had been prevented from advancing beyond council-approved limits, even though their demonstrated ability clearly exceeded those limits. He presented the case of a cultivator named Su Mei, who had lived 200 years earlier. Su Mei had been classified as rank 85 due to her bloodline, but she had demonstrated the capacity to reach rank 70. The council had detected her advancement and had issued an order preventing her from advancing further. The order was enforced through regular testing, and whenever Su Mei demonstrated capacity exceeding her bloodline limit, her advancement attempts were blocked by the council's enforcement agents. Su Mei had spent 40 years attempting to advance beyond the council-imposed limits before eventually accepting her constraint. She had died in despair, never achieving her genuine potential. Yi Qian presented evidence that the council had in some cases deliberately eliminated cultivators who had discovered techniques that would have allowed for advancement beyond council-approved levels. He documented the case of the Lost Research School, a group of cultivators 800 years ago who had developed a cultivation technique that allowed advancement potential to be increased by 50% independent of bloodline status. The council had viewed this technique as an existential threat and had moved decisively to suppress it. The council had destroyed the Lost Research School's library and had executed the school's founders. The technique had been lost to history. Modern cultivators could never benefit from this technique because the council had deemed it too threatening to their authority. The second theme of the campaign for truth focused on the intellectual and research costs of the council's control systems. Yi Qian explained how the council's monopoly on knowledge transmission and research resources had prevented the development of new approaches to cultivation advancement that did not fit within council-approved frameworks. He presented evidence of research projects that had been suppressed because they might have resulted in techniques that were inconsistent with the council's worldview or that might have threatened council authority. The campaign documented hundreds of years of delayed intellectual development that could be directly attributed to the council's restrictions on research freedom. Yi Qian presented evidence that cultivation advancement technology had stagnated for the last 500 years because researchers were constrained to work within council-approved frameworks and could not pursue research directions that might challenge council assumptions about the nature of power and advancement. The third theme focused on the personal costs of the bloodline classification system on individual cultivators. Yi Qian presented the stories of cultivators he had met during his travels. People whose potential had been constrained by their bloodline status, people who had been prevented from pursuing their genuine interests because those interests conflicted with the advancement paths that the council had predetermined for their bloodline, people whose lives had been fundamentally shaped by the limitations imposed by the classification system rather than by their own choices and capacities. One woman, named Ling Chun, had been classified as rank 92 because of her bloodline. She had always been interested in research and intellectual inquiry, and she would have been excellent at becoming a knowledge keeper or a cultivation researcher. But the council's predetermined path for rank 92 cultivators was military service or administrative work within council-controlled structures. Ling Chun had been channeled into military service despite her complete lack of interest in combat. She had spent 60 years as a soldier doing work that had no meaning to her, constrained by the bloodline classification system to a path that did not match her genuine interests and capacities. The campaign for truth involved Yi Qian personally appearing before gatherings of cultivators, sometimes in formal settings within sect halls or in the council's own territories, sometimes in informal settings in the wilderness where independent practitioners gathered. In one major formal appearance, Yi Qian spoke before an assembly of 5,000 cultivators in the capital city of the eastern region. He presented his evidence about the council's suppression of advancement opportunities. He documented cases of specific cultivators whose advancement had been artificially limited. He presented analysis showing that cultivators in remote regions far from council authority sometimes achieved advancement levels significantly higher than cultivators from similar bloodlines who live close to council control, suggesting that the council's control mechanisms were directly limiting advancement even when the cultivators had sufficient intrinsic capacity. Yi Qian's personal presence and his articulate presentation of the evidence against the council's control mechanisms created a powerful narrative that resonated with cultivators throughout the world who had experienced the council's constraints on their own advancement. The impact of Yi Qian's appearance was magnified through communication networks that spread news of his presentations throughout the cultivation world. Younger cultivators in particular responded powerfully to Yi Qian's message, recognizing in him a symbol of liberation and genuine freedom from the systems that had constrained their lives from birth. Chapter 85. The crisis of authority. As the campaign for truth gained momentum throughout the cultivation world, a crisis of authority began to develop within the council itself. Members who had previously accepted council authority without question began to question whether the council's historical methods had been truly justified, and whether the transformation being proposed was genuinely beneficial or was simply a strategic retreat designed to preserve authority while adapting to changing circumstances. Some council members, particularly younger ones who had come into their positions during the period of council dominance, and who had not experienced the struggles and challenges that had motivated the original formation of the council 3,000 years earlier, began to openly advocate for more substantial reforms than those being proposed by Shun Dao's leadership. These younger members argued that the council should not resist the True Path Alliance's vision of genuine transformation, but should instead embrace it and participate in the development of a new cultivation world where the council played a more limited but still significant role. These reformist council members presented arguments that were surprisingly similar to Yi Qian's arguments. They pointed out that the council's 3,000-year dominance had been based on a specific historical context that no longer applied. The original council had been established because the cultivation world had been in chaos and because centralized authority had been necessary to establish stability. But that period of chaos had ended centuries ago. The world had achieved the stability that the council had initially established. Maintaining the council's oppressive control mechanisms in a world that was fundamentally stable and that no longer required such rigid centralization was not justifiable by reference to the original historical circumstances that had necessitated the council's establishment. One young reformist council member, a cultivator named Wei Feng who was only 300 years old, and who came from a formerly low bloodline family that had been elevated to high status through the bloodline classification system, made a particularly powerful argument for fundamental transformation. I myself, Wei Feng stated before the full council assembly, am evidence that the bloodline classification system is unjust and should be dismantled. My family was classified as rank 70 just 300 years ago. Due to inheritance of advantageous traits and 300 years of advancement opportunity, my family is now regularly considered for high bloodline status. But my success was based entirely on the accident of inheriting advantageous traits from my parents, not on any inherent superiority or genuine capacity that I developed. Under a genuine merit-based system, I might have achieved this same success, but I might not have. I might have discovered that I genuinely lack the capacity that I currently demonstrate, and that my current capacity is simply the result of inherited advantages. I have lived my entire life within the bloodline classification system, and I have become increasingly convinced that this system is fundamentally corrupting. It prevents people from knowing their genuine capacities. It prevents authentic merit-based advancement. It rewards inherited privilege rather than genuine development. These younger reformist members also pointed out that the council's continued resistance to transformation was becoming increasingly costly. The conflict with the True Path Alliance was consuming resources that could have been used for other purposes. The damage to the council's authority and credibility that had resulted from the revelation of the negotiations and from the demonstrable failure of the council to suppress the alliance was creating long-term problems for the council's legitimacy that would be far more difficult to address if the council continued to resist genuine transformation. Other council members, particularly older ones who had served in the council for centuries and who remembered earlier periods when the council's authority had been more seriously challenged, argued for a return to more aggressive suppression of the True Path Alliance. These traditionalist members feared that the process of gradual transformation would eventually result in the complete loss of the council's authority and influence. They preferred the risk of a final catastrophic conflict to the slow erosion of the council's power that seemed to be occurring through the process of negotiation, incremental reform, and the slow shifting of cultivator opinion away from council authority. The traditionalist faction within the council presented historical examples of systems of centralized authority that had gradually lost power through the process of incremental concession and reform. They argued that once one began to concede authority to opposition forces, the process of concession became increasingly difficult to control. Each concession would be presented as inadequate by the opposition, and the demands for additional change would become increasingly ambitious. Eventually, the system of centralized authority would be completely destroyed, even though the original authority structure might have been able to successfully resist the opposition if it had never agreed to begin the process of negotiation and reform. A traditionalist member named Duan Ming, who had served in the council for 900 years, made a passionate argument for this position. "I have seen 3 major uprisings during my tenure in the council," Duan Ming stated. In each case, the council's failure to move decisively and immediately resulted in the problem growing worse. If we had moved quickly in the early stages, we could have eliminated each of these threats with a fraction of the resources that were eventually required. But because we hesitated, because we sought to negotiate and reform, the problems escalated and became far more difficult to address. I warn you that history will repeat itself. Yi Qian will demand more and more from us. Each concession will be met with new demands. Eventually, we will face the choice of surrendering everything or fighting a catastrophic final battle. I urge you to choose the battle now, while we still have the capacity to win it definitively. This division within the council created a situation where Shun Dao's leadership was being challenged both from traditionalists who wanted more aggressive action and from reformists who wanted more substantial transformation. Shun Dao maintained his position through sheer force of personality and through his complete control over the council's military forces, but the division was genuine and was creating internal instability in the council hierarchy. Some of the most capable and influential council members were beginning to see Shun Dao as a leader who lacked the resolve to protect the council's fundamental authority. Others were beginning to question whether Shun Dao had become too conservative and was failing to adapt adequately to fundamentally changed circumstances. The result was a council that was increasingly unstable internally, even as it maintained its external appearance of unified authority and control. The council members continued to follow Shun Dao's leadership officially, but they were increasingly doing so reluctantly and with growing recognition that the council's fundamental position was weakening and that major change was inevitable. Chapter 86. The Shadow Council. In the midst of this period of internal council division, evidence emerged suggesting that a faction within the council had begun operating outside the official channels of council authority. This faction, which became known as the Shadow Council, consisted of senior council members who were unwilling to accept either Shun Dao's gradualist approach or the agenda of the reformist members. The Shadow Council was operating with the goal of eliminating Yi Qian and the leadership of the True Path Alliance through assassination and covert action, bypassing the official council authority structures in pursuit of their agenda. The Shadow Council included some of the most capable combat cultivators in the world, individuals who had accumulated centuries or even millennia of experience in cultivation practice, and who possessed the kind of absolute power that was rare even among council members. The Shadow Council's leadership included cultivators like Duan Jiang, who had served in the council for 800 years and who had never been defeated in direct combat. These individuals were unwilling to see the council's authority gradually dismantled through the process of negotiation and reform that Shun Dao seemed to be pursuing. They believed that if Yi Qian and the most prominent leaders of the True Path Alliance could be eliminated through covert assassination, the alliance would collapse and the council's absolute authority could be preserved. The Shadow Council operated through networks of loyal cultivators who were not directly affiliated with the official council hierarchy, but who were still committed to the council's fundamental authority. These cultivators included some who had lost status and position as a result of the reforms that were being proposed, and who were hoping that successful assassination campaigns might result in their restoration to their previous positions. They also included some who were simply loyal to individual council members within the Shadow Council faction and were willing to pursue their leaders' agendas regardless of whether those agendas aligned with official council policy. Additionally, the Shadow Council recruited cultivators from outside the council who had been paid substantial sums of spiritual stones to conduct specific assassination operations. The Shadow Council operated in secret for several months, conducting reconnaissance on the locations where Yi Qian was known to conduct his campaign for truth activities, identifying potential assassination targets among the True Path Alliance leadership, and preparing detailed plans for operations designed to eliminate the Alliance leadership. The Shadow Council's operatives tracked Yi Qian's movements, compiled lists of his likely associates, gathered intelligence on the locations and layouts of True Path Alliance bases and sanctuaries, and developed assassination plans that incorporated multiple contingencies and backup approaches. The Shadow Council conducted their operations with extraordinary care and sophistication, using methods that were designed to avoid direct attribution to the Council and that would have appeared to be the work of independent cultivators or perhaps of Council members acting in purely personal capacities rather than as representatives of Council authority. The Shadow Council used hired assassins to conduct some operations, ensuring that if the assassins were caught or killed, there would be no direct link back to the Council's official authority structures. The Shadow Council used cultivation techniques that left minimal traces and that could not be easily attributed to Council practitioners. The Shadow Council's operatives were trained to operate far from Council territories, reducing the likelihood that their activities would be detected by cultivators loyal to Shundao or by the Council's official monitoring systems. Yi Qian learned of the Shadow Council's existence and intentions through intelligence provided by cultivators within the Council who had become disillusioned with the Shadow Council's methods and who recognized that covert assassination campaigns violated even the Council's own principles and ethics. Several Council members who were committed to Shundao's gradualist approach understood that if the Shadow Council's assassination campaigns became public knowledge, the revelation would utterly destroy the Council's credibility and would dramatically accelerate the process of transformation that the gradualists were trying to manage in a controlled manner. These Council members, driven by the desire to preserve the possibility of negotiated settlement and controlled transformation, provided Yi Qian with detailed information about the Shadow Council structure, its members, its methods, and its planned operations. One Council member, a woman named Jing Shui who served in the Council as a keeper of historical records and who had become deeply concerned about the violation of the Council's own ethical standards, provided Yi Qian with a detailed map of the Shadow Council's operations. Jing Shui compiled information from multiple sources within the Council, assembling a comprehensive picture of the Shadow Council's leadership structure, the identities of key operatives, the locations of the Shadow Council's safe houses and operation centers, and the timeline of planned assassination attempts. The information that Jing Shui provided allowed Yi Qian and the True Path Alliance to understand the full scope of the threat they were facing. The revelation of the Shadow Council's existence created a crisis for the official Council leadership, as it demonstrated that the Council was fundamentally divided and that its members were willing to operate outside the Council's official authority structure in pursuit of their own agenda. The revelation showed that Shundao's claims about the Council's unified commitment to the gradualist approach were false, that the Council was instead deeply divided, and that significant factions within the Council were engaged in active resistance to Shundao's leadership direction. Yi Qian chose to make the Shadow Council's existence and methods public rather than simply defending against the assassination campaigns in secret. By revealing the Shadow Council's operations to the broader cultivation world, Yi Qian created a situation where the Council's internal divisions became evident to everyone. The revelation demonstrated that even as the Council was publicly negotiating with the True Path Alliance and proposing reforms to the Bloodline classification system, senior Council members were simultaneously conducting assassination campaigns designed to eliminate the Alliance's leadership. The hypocrisy was so profound that it fundamentally damaged the Council's credibility and made it increasingly obvious that the Council's offer of reform was not motivated by genuine commitment to change, but rather by strategic calculation about how to preserve Council authority in changed circumstances. Chapter 87. Yi Qian's demonstration in response to the revelation of the Shadow Council's assassination campaigns. Yi Qian undertook a dramatic demonstration of his power that would reshape the entire political situation. Rather than hiding or fleeing to avoid the assassination attempts, Yi Qian allowed himself to be drawn into direct confrontations with the Shadow Council's most powerful members. These confrontations took place in settings where Yi Qian's safety could be guaranteed by the True Path Alliance's military forces and where the outcome of the confrontations would be visible to the broader cultivation world through the communication networks that connected cultivators throughout the world. In the first such confrontation, Yi Qian faced one of the Shadow Council's most powerful members, a cultivator named Duan Jiang who had served as a council member for 800 years and who had accumulated extraordinary power through centuries of cultivation practice. Duan Jiang had participated in countless battles and had never been defeated in direct combat. He had developed hundreds of techniques refined over 8 centuries of cultivation practice. He had absorbed knowledge and techniques from every major cultivation tradition and had integrated them into a comprehensively sophisticated personal cultivation approach. Duan Jiang was confident that he would be able to overcome Yi Qian in direct confrontation despite Yi Qian's demonstrated power, because Duan Jiang believed that centuries of accumulated experience would ultimately prove decisive in direct combat. The confrontation took place in a remote valley far from any civilian population, allowing both combatants to use their full power without fear of causing collateral damage to innocent cultivators. The confrontation itself was an extraordinary display of power. Duan Jiang came at Yi Qian with techniques that had been perfected over centuries. He wielded powers that would have been absolutely devastating to most cultivators in the world. But Yi Qian met every attack with absorption and redirection. Rather than trying to match Duan Jiang's power with superior power of his own, Yi Qian systematically absorbed Duan Jiang's attacks and redirected the energy back against Duan Jiang himself. But Yi Qian demonstrated the full scope of his absorption ability in his confrontation with Duan Jiang, revealing that he had mastered techniques that the original creators of the Hollow Bloodline had never imagined possible. As Duan Jiang attacked with techniques refined over 800 years, Yi Qian did not simply defend himself. He systematically absorbed Duan Jiang's energy and power, drawing it into his own consciousness and redirecting it against Duan Jiang himself. The absorption process was extraordinarily sophisticated. Yi Qian had developed the ability to absorb not just raw energy, but also the organized patterns of power and the intricate techniques through which Duan Jiang was channeling that power. By absorbing these patterns, Yi Qian was essentially learning Duan Jiang's techniques even as he was defending himself against them. By the end of the confrontation, Duan Jiang was severely depleted in power and consciousness, unable to continue the battle. More significantly, Yi Qian had absorbed not just Duan Jiang's power, but also Duan Jiang's memories and experiences related to the Council's control mechanisms, gaining direct first-hand knowledge of how the Council maintained its authority and what specific mechanisms and systems were most crucial to the Council's continued dominance. Through the memories absorbed from Duan Jiang, Yi Qian understood the Council's internal power structures in intimate detail. He understood which council members held real power and which merely held nominal titles. He understood the systems through which the council maintained control over lower-ranked cultivators. He understood the specific technical details of how the bloodline classification system was enforced. Over the following weeks, Yi Qian encountered and defeated other members of the Shadow Council in similar direct confrontations. In each case, Yi Qian demonstrated his ability to absorb the power and knowledge of the most powerful council members and to use it against them. With each confrontation, Yi Qian accumulated more knowledge about the council's internal structures and control mechanisms. By the time Yi Qian had defeated the last of the major Shadow Council operatives, he possessed comprehensive knowledge about the council's most intimate secrets. The dramatic nature of this demonstration, Yi Qian's ability to absorb the power and knowledge of the most powerful council members, had a profound impact on the cultivation world's perception of the power balance between Yi Qian and the council. If Yi Qian could absorb the power of the council's most dangerous members and use it against them, then it was clear that the council could not defeat him through direct military confrontation. The demonstration made it evident that any attempt by the council to eliminate Yi Qian through conventional military means would result in the council's own destruction, as Yi Qian would simply absorb their power and redirect it against them. The revelation of the Shadow Council and the subsequent demonstration of Yi Qian's ability to defeat and absorb the power of the council's most powerful members created a situation where the fundamental assumptions about the council's power and invincibility had been completely undermined. Cultivators throughout the world now understood that the council could be opposed, that the council could be defeated in direct confrontation, and that the council's 3,000-year monopoly on power was not as absolute as it had always appeared to be. Moreover, the demonstration of Yi Qian's absorption ability revealed something profound about the nature of power itself. For 3,000 years, the council had assumed that power was something that could be accumulated, hoarded, and deployed unidirectionally from a powerful source against weaker opponents. The council had built its entire system of authority on this assumption. But Yi Qian's absorption ability demonstrated that power could be redirected, that the defensive use of power could be more effective than the offensive use of power, and that even the most powerful attack could be neutralized if the defender knew how to absorb and redirect it appropriately. This revelation had profound implications for how cultivators thought about power and authority. If the most powerful individual could be defeated by someone who knew how to absorb and redirect power, then perhaps raw power was not the most important factor in determining who wielded authority. Perhaps knowledge and technique were equally or more important than raw power. Perhaps the ability to work cooperatively and to coordinate with others was more valuable than the capacity to overwhelm opponents through individual strength. These were revolutionary ideas in a cultivation world that had always been dominated by assumptions about the importance of individual power and capacity. The demonstration also revealed that the council's strategy of concentrating power in the hands of a small group of elite cultivators had inherent limitations. If those elite cultivators could be defeated by an opponent who knew how to absorb and redirect their power, then the strategy of concentrating power in a small number of individuals might actually be a weakness rather than a strength. A more distributed system of power might be more resilient, because there would be no single powerful individuals whose defeat would cause the entire system to collapse. This understanding would eventually inform the design of the new cultivation world order that would emerge from the transformation of the council's authority. Chapter 88. The final confrontation begins. The demonstration of Yi Qian's absorption abilities forced the council to confront a fundamental reality. They could not defeat Yi Qian through military means. The only option remaining to the council was either to accept some form of negotiated settlement or to attempt a final catastrophic confrontation where the council would commit all its resources to an attempt to destroy both Yi Qian and the True Path Alliance, accepting the risk of mutual destruction in the process. Shen Dao, after extensive consultation with the remaining council members who had not been removed in response to the Shadow Council crisis, made the decision to proceed toward a final confrontation. However, this final confrontation would not be a simple military operation designed to suppress the True Path Alliance. Instead, it would be a direct engagement between Yi Qian and Shen Dao personally, a confrontation that would be witnessed by representatives of the entire cultivation world, and that would serve as the ultimate determination of the council's fundamental legitimacy and authority. The decision to proceed with the final confrontation rather than to accept a negotiated settlement represented a fundamental choice by Shen Dao and the council. They were choosing to risk their complete destruction in a final direct confrontation rather than to accept the reality of gradual transformation and relative decline in authority. This choice reflected the desperation of the council's situation. They had concluded that negotiated settlement would eventually result in the complete loss of their authority and that a final confrontation, even if it risked their destruction, offered a better alternative. The location selected for the confrontation was a neutral site that had been used for similar situations throughout the council's 3,000-year history, a valley that had been specifically designed to prevent any side from gaining advantage through the use of hidden formations or prepared defensive positions. The valley was located in a region that was geographically neutral, not in Council territory nor in True Path Alliance territory. The terrain of the valley was open and relatively flat, preventing either side from using geographic features to provide advantage to their forces. The valley had been maintained through the centuries as a sacred space where the most significant determinations of power and authority would take place. Yi Qian arrived at the confrontation location with Li Huang and with a small number of senior True Path Alliance members who would serve as his support network and who would ensure that no treachery or violation of the confrontation's protocols would occur. Shen Dao arrived with a similar entourage, including senior council members and representatives from each of the major council factions. The arrival of both parties was accompanied by the presence of witness cultivators from neutral sects and from independent practitioner communities who had been selected to observe the confrontation and to verify that both sides adhered to the protocols that had been agreed to in advance. The watching cultivators set up observation stations around the confrontation valley, positioning themselves where they could clearly see the confrontation but where they would not interfere with the combatants. The observation stations were equipped with powerful perception arrays that would allow the watching cultivators to perceive details of the confrontation that would not be visible to the naked eye. The observation stations were also equipped with communication arrays that would transmit descriptions and analysis of the confrontation to cultivators throughout the world, allowing cultivators everywhere to witness the confrontation in real time or to receive detailed descriptions within hours of the confrontation's conclusion. The confrontation was scheduled to begin at dawn, and the night before the confrontation, both Yi Qian and Shun Dao engaged in meditation and spiritual preparation. Chapter 89. The Clash of Authorities. When the confrontation began at dawn, both Yi Qian and Shun Dao emerged from their preparation chambers and approached each other in the center of the neutral valley. As they faced each other for the first time in direct confrontation, the observers all around the valley became completely silent. Every consciousness present was focused entirely on the two figures in the center of the valley, understanding at an intuitive level that something momentous was about to occur. It became immediately apparent that this was not a simple competition of raw power between two individuals. This was instead a fundamental clash between two different visions of what the cultivation world should be and how power and authority should be organized within the cultivation world. Every action that Yi Qian and Shun Dao took during the confrontation was laden with symbolic significance and represented more than just the physical engagement between two powerful cultivators. Shun Dao fought with the absolute authority and precision that came from 3,000 years of accumulated practice and from the accumulated knowledge of every powerful cultivator that the council had trained and controlled over that 3,000-year period. His techniques were flawless, his strategy was sophisticated, his power was overwhelming. He demonstrated why he had been able to maintain absolute authority over the council and the cultivation world for centuries. His individual capacity for power and martial prowess was simply extraordinary. His movements were efficient and exact. His understanding of timing and positioning was perfect. His ability to sense and respond to Yi Qian's actions was uncanny. Shun Dao wielded powers that few cultivators in the entire world could comprehend or defend against. But Yi Qian fought with something that Shun Dao did not possess: the accumulated power and knowledge of countless cultivators from outside the council's control systems. The power that came from genuine freedom rather than from constraint and control. The power that came from an entire movement of cultivators who were fighting not for their own advancement, but for the liberation of the entire cultivation world. Every technique that Yi Qian employed represented not just his own knowledge and capacity, but also the knowledge and capacity of thousands of True Path Alliance members who had contributed to his power and development. The confrontation lasted for the entire day and into the night, with both combatants demonstrating power and skill at levels that few cultivators in the world could even comprehend. They demolished the valley where they were fighting, destroyed the carefully maintained neutrality of the confrontation site through the sheer power of their engagement, and demonstrated the kind of absolute power that only the most advanced cultivators in the world possessed. The ground itself was torn and restructured by the force of the combatants' attacks. Mountains that bordered the valley were leveled. The sky above them blazed with energy and power as their techniques collided and interfered with each other. As the confrontation continued into its second day, something crucial began to happen. Shun Dao, despite his extraordinary power and skill, began to exhaust his reserves of energy and consciousness. The 3,000-year history of the council had been built on the assumption that the council would always have more resources than any potential opponent, that the council's accumulated power and authority could simply overwhelm any individual or group that dared to challenge them. But Yi Qian was not being empowered merely by his own resources. He was being reinforced continuously by the power and intention of the True Path Alliance members who were witnessing the confrontation and who were channeling their own power and support toward him. Yi Qian, through techniques that he had developed over the months of the conflict, was able to draw power from the True Path Alliance members who were present at the confrontation location. This power transfer did not deplete the Alliance members significantly. It was instead a network effect where every member of the Alliance was able to contribute small amounts of power to Yi Qian, creating a combined effect that was far more powerful than any individual Alliance member could provide. The technique through which Yi Qian achieved this power transfer was a reflection of the fundamental nature of his journey and his struggle. It demonstrated that genuine power came not from concentrated individual strength, but from the combined dedication and support of a community of individuals working together towards shared liberation. The power transfer technique that Yi Qian had developed was extraordinarily sophisticated. Rather than draining power from the Alliance members in a way that would leave them depleted or weakened, the technique worked by creating temporary energetic connections between Yi Qian and each Alliance member present. Through these connections, each cultivator was able to contribute a small portion of their power to Yi Qian at the moment of maximum need. The contributions were voluntary and conscious. Each cultivator who participated in the power transfer made an active choice to extend their connection and to contribute their power. Because the contributions were distributed across thousands of Alliance members, no individual was significantly weakened. But the cumulative effect was enormous. By the third hour of the confrontation, Yi Qian was receiving power contributions from over 30,000 Alliance members who were either witnessing the confrontation in person or who were connected to the confrontation location through cultivation arrays that transmitted the confrontation's energy signatures to distant locations. Shen Dao, perceiving that he was fighting not just against Yi Qian but against the accumulated power of thousands of cultivators, began to understand the true magnitude of what had transpired. The Council's entire strategic framework had been based on the assumption that power could be hoarded and accumulated in centralized locations. The Council had spent 3,000 years building up resources, accumulating knowledge, gathering powerful cultivators into their ranks, all with the goal of creating a power imbalance that would be so great that no potential opponent could ever threaten Council authority. But Yi Qian and the True Path Alliance had discovered something that the Council had never truly grasped. That power could be shared, that power could be distributed, that a network of individuals contributing to a common cause could accumulate power more efficiently than even the most resourceful centralized authority could accumulate it. For the first time in 3,000 years, Shen Dao found himself in a position of disadvantage in direct combat. And more than just the immediate disadvantage of the confrontation itself, Shen Dao was confronting the realization that the entire system through which the Council had maintained its authority was fundamentally flawed. The Council had believed that hoarding power was the path to absolute authority. But Yi Qian had demonstrated that sharing power, distributing power, and organizing cultivators through voluntary commitment rather than through coercion and control might actually result in greater total power. And more importantly, it would result in power that was far more difficult for any external force to destroy, because the power was distributed across so many individuals that eliminating it would require eliminating the entire community of Alliance members. Chapter 90. The Fall of Absolute Authority. By the end of the second day of confrontation, Shen Dao was grievously wounded and severely depleted in power and consciousness. His centuries of accumulated knowledge and his extraordinary individual power were insufficient to overcome the combined power of thousands of True Path Alliance members supporting Yi Qian. The techniques that had served Shen Dao effectively for centuries proved inadequate against an opponent who could draw on the power of an entire movement. Shen Dao found himself fighting not just against Yi Qian, but against the accumulated power of the entire True Path Alliance, channeled through Yi Qian's consciousness and body. Yi Qian, by contrast, remained powerful and capable of continuing the engagement. His consciousness was clear and focused. His power reserves were being continuously replenished through the connection he maintained with the True Path Alliance members who were supporting him. The fundamental advantage that the Council had possessed for 3,000 years, that they had more power and resources than any potential opponent, had been completely reversed. Now it was the Alliance that had the advantage of distributed resources and the Council that faced the disadvantage of having committed all its resources to a single leader in a final confrontation. At the moment when victory seemed clearly within reach, when Yi Qian could have continued the confrontation and could have completely destroyed Shen Dao and the remaining council forces, Yi Qian made a crucial decision that would define the remainder of his life and the future direction of the cultivation world. Rather than continuing the confrontation to its ultimate conclusion and destroying Shen Dao completely, Yi Qian offered Shen Dao the opportunity to surrender, to acknowledge the council's defeat, and to agree to the fundamental transformation of the council's authority and control mechanisms that would result in the dismantling of the bloodline classification system and the restructuring of the cultivation world around principles of genuine merit and genuine freedom. This was perhaps the most courageous and most significant decision of Yi Qian's entire journey. Many of the True Path Alliance members who were witnessing the confrontation and who were supporting Yi Qian through the power transfer believed that he should continue fighting and should completely destroy Shen Dao and the remaining council forces. They argued that as long as Shen Dao survived, he represented a potential focus for resistance and restoration of council authority. They argued that the only way to ensure that the transformation of the cultivation world would be permanent and irreversible was to completely eliminate all the powerful cultivators who had been central to the council's 3,000-year dominance. But Yi Qian understood something fundamental that these more aggressive members of the alliance did not fully appreciate. The goal of the conflict was not to simply replace the council's absolute authority with a different form of absolute authority. The goal was to create a cultivation world where genuine freedom was possible, where multiple different approaches and perspectives could coexist, where power was distributed rather than concentrated in the hands of a single authority. If Yi Qian continued fighting until Shen Dao was destroyed, he would be demonstrating that the liberation he offered was simply a replacement of one form of absolute authority with another. The most powerful cultivator would rule instead of the council, but the fundamental principle of absolute authority would remain unchanged. By offering Shen Dao the opportunity to surrender, Yi Qian was demonstrating a different principle, that the goal was not to achieve total victory, but to fundamentally restructure the nature of authority and power in the cultivation world. By offering mercy to his defeated opponent, Yi Qian was demonstrating that a world based on something other than absolute domination was possible. He was showing that victor and vanquished could negotiate and reach agreement, that the destruction of the opponent was not necessary to achieve the victor's fundamental objectives. Shen Dao, recognizing that continued resistance would result in his own death and the potential destruction of the council, accepted Yi Qian's offer. In the presence of all the witnessing cultivators from throughout the cultivation world, Shen Dao acknowledged the council's defeat, acknowledged that the council's absolute authority had ended, and agreed to participate in the fundamental transformation of the council's authority and control mechanisms that would result in the dismantling of the bloodline classification system and the restructuring of the cultivation world around principles of genuine merit and genuine freedom. This moment of surrender, broadcast through the communication arrays to cultivators throughout the world, represented the definitive end of the council's 3,000-year monopoly on power. Chapter 91. The dismantling. In the weeks and months following Shen Dao's surrender, the cultivation world underwent the most profound transformation in its 3,000-year history. The bloodline classification system, which had provided the foundation for the council's authority and had constrained cultivation advancement for 3,000 years, was systematically dismantled. The process of dismantling the bloodline classification system involved the destruction of the council's classification archives, the elimination of the institutional structures through which the classification system had been maintained and enforced, and the establishment of new systems for evaluating cultivator advancement that were not based on bloodline status. The dismantling process was extraordinarily complex and required careful coordination across the entire cultivation world. The Council's classification archives contained records of every cultivator's bloodline classification, not just current classifications, but also historical records documenting how those classifications had been determined and what evidence had been used to justify each classification. These archives were literally the foundation of the Council's 3,000-year monopoly on authority. Without the archives, the Council would have no basis for enforcing the bloodline classification system. Destroying the archives was therefore a symbolic act of profound significance, representing the final severing of the Council's connection to its historical system of authority. However, destroying the archives was not as simple as simply burning the physical records. The archives contained information that many cultivators actually wanted to preserve, historical records about cultivation techniques that had been developed centuries or millennia ago, records about previous conflicts and how they had been resolved, records about individual cultivators' achievements and advancement histories. If the archives were destroyed completely, this valuable historical and cultural information would be lost forever. The process of dismantling, therefore, had to be carefully selective, preserving the valuable historical information while destroying the specific elements of the archives that had been used to enforce the Bloodline classification system. The True Path Alliance assigned a team of cultivators to work with historians and archivists to carefully extract the useful historical and cultural information from the archives, digitize it, and preserve it in ways that would make it permanently available to cultivators throughout the world. This process took months. The archivists had to go through millions of documents, evaluating each one to determine which parts contained valuable historical information and which parts existed primarily to support the Bloodline classification system. Only after this careful evaluation was complete did the Alliance destroy the classification records themselves, preserving the historical information while eliminating the mechanisms through which the Council had maintained the Bloodline classification system. The elimination of the institutional structures through which the classification system had been maintained and enforced was equally complex. The Council had maintained a network of assessment centers throughout the cultivation world where new cultivators were tested and assigned their Bloodline classifications. These assessment centers employed thousands of cultivators who specialized in conducting the classification assessments. The dismantling process required closing these assessment centers, redistributing the assessment specialists to other work, and eliminating the classification procedures that had been used for 3,000 years. Some of the assessment specialists were devastated by the loss of their positions. Many of them had devoted their entire lives to the work of assessment, and they had internalized the belief that the Bloodline classification system was a fundamentally necessary and justified system. The elimination of their positions felt like an elimination of their fundamental purpose and meaning. The Alliance worked extensively with these displaced assessment specialists, helping them to understand that their skills in evaluating cultivator capacity were still valuable. The new merit-based advancement systems would still need specialists to evaluate cultivators' capacity and advancement potential. But the evaluation would be done in a context where Bloodline status was irrelevant rather than in a context where Bloodline status was determinative. It was a significant shift that required genuine psychological adaptation for many of the assessment specialists. Rather than being replaced with a single new system, the dismantling of the Bloodline classification system created a situation where multiple different approaches to cultivation advancement coexisted. Some regions of the cultivation world chose to maintain the remnants of the Bloodline classification system, but in a fundamentally modified form where Bloodline status was merely one factor among many in determining advancement potential. These regions recognized that Bloodline did have some relationship to cultivation capacity, but rejected the assumption that Bloodline status should rigidly determine a cultivator's advancement limits. In these regions, cultivators whose Bloodline classification would have limited them under the old system could now appeal to regional councils if they demonstrated capacity exceeding the Bloodline limits, and they could be granted permission to advance beyond the predetermined limits if they passed rigorous testing. The testing process was designed to be objective and fair, focusing on the cultivator's demonstrated capacity rather than on subjective judgments about their potential or their suitability for advancement. Other regions abandoned the Bloodline classification system entirely and organized cultivation advancement around principles of pure merit and dedication to cultivation practice. In these regions, advancement was determined entirely by the cultivator's demonstrated capacity and their willingness to dedicate themselves to cultivation. The Bloodline status that a cultivator had been assigned under the Council's system was treated as irrelevant to advancement determinations. This approach created tremendous opportunity for cultivators who had been constrained by the Bloodline classification system, but also created challenges for regions that lacked sufficient experienced teachers to adequately evaluate the merit and capacity of all the cultivators who wanted to advance. Still, other regions experimented with entirely new systems of advancement based on specialized knowledge or particular cultivation philosophies. Some regions developed advancement systems where cultivators progressed based on their mastery of particular specialized techniques or knowledge areas. Other regions developed advancement systems where cultivators progressed through demonstrated dedication to particular cultivation philosophies or approaches. Some regions created advancement systems that combined multiple different evaluation methods, recognizing that advancement capacity could manifest in different ways and that different types of advancement deserved equal recognition and reward. The result was a cultivation world far more diverse and far more complex than anything that had existed under the Council's 3,000-year rule. Cultivators throughout the world could now pursue advancement in ways that matched their individual interests and capacities rather than being forced into predetermined paths based on bloodline status. Chapter 92. The Cost of Transformation. However, the transformation of the cultivation world came with substantial costs that continued to ripple through the cultivator communities for years following the initial dismantling of the bloodline classification system. Cultivators who had built their entire lives and identities around the bloodline classification system found themselves forced to adapt to a world where their bloodline status no longer guaranteed them advancement or position. Some of these cultivators, particularly those who had genuine power and capacity, eventually found valued roles in the new cultivation world order. They were able to transition from relying on their bloodline status to relying on their demonstrated power and wisdom. However, other cultivators, particularly those whose entire advancement had been based on their bloodline status and who lacked genuine power or capacity, found themselves in far worse positions in the new cultivation world. These cultivators had been artificially elevated by the bloodline classification system and had been given positions and authority that they would never have achieved if advancement had been based purely on merit. The collapse of the bloodline classification system resulted in these individuals losing status and authority that they had come to depend on and that they had integrated deeply into their identities. Some of these individuals became embittered and formed resistance movements that opposed the dismantling of the bloodline classification system and worked to restore the Council's absolute authority. The largest and most organized of these resistance movements called itself the Eternal Path Movement, claiming that the Council's traditional approach to cultivation advancement represented the only viable path to stability and order in the cultivation world. The Eternal Path Movement was organized and funded by the families that had benefited most from the old bloodline classification system and that saw the transformation of the cultivation world as a catastrophic loss of status and privilege. The Eternal Path Movement conducted sabotage and assassination campaigns against leaders of the True Path Alliance and against the Council members who had agreed to participate in the transformation of the Council's systems. The movement targeted cultivation research centers, destroying records and research that had been developed using non-bloodline-based advancement methods. The movement assassinated key figures in the Alliance leadership, attempting to destabilize the new cultivation world order by removing individuals who were crucial to the functioning of the new systems. The resistance movements attempted to recruit cultivators who felt betrayed by the dismantling of the bloodline classification system and who wanted to restore the systems that had privileged them during the Council's absolute dominance. In some regions, the resistance movements managed to consolidate substantial support and to create genuine military challenges to the new cultivation world order that had been established. In the northern regions, the Eternal Path Movement managed to recruit several thousand cultivators and established a fortified territory where they attempted to maintain the old bloodline classification system and to resist the spread of the new merit-based advancement systems. However, the resistance movements lacked the kind of unified central authority that would have been necessary for them to pose a genuine threat to the new order. The Council, despite its reduced authority, still possessed sufficient power and resources to prevent the resistance movements from consolidating into a unified force capable of overthrowing the new cultivation world order that had been established. Over time, the resistance movements gradually lost momentum and eventually fragmented into isolated groups that lacked the capacity to seriously challenge the fundamental transformation that had occurred. The gradual defeat of the resistance movements demonstrated an important principle about the new cultivation world order. Because power was distributed across many different centers, and because no single individual or organization possessed absolute authority, it was far more difficult for any faction to seize complete power or to restore the old order, even if they managed to defeat some of the advocates for the new order. The Council's 3,000-year dominance had been based partly on the fact that if the Council was defeated, the entire system collapsed and could potentially be replaced with a new system. But the new cultivation world order was far more resilient because there was no single central authority that could be toppled, no single system that could be replaced, no single point of failure that would cause the entire structure to collapse. This resilience of the new cultivation world order was both a strength and a source of ongoing instability. It was a strength because it meant that the fundamental achievements of the transformation, the elimination of the bloodline classification system, and the establishment of genuine merit-based advancement, could not be easily reversed by any faction that opposed the transformation. But it was also a source of ongoing instability because without a central authority to make binding decisions, different regions and different sects sometimes pursued contradictory policies and approaches. Coordinating activities across the entire cultivation world required negotiation and consensus building rather than simple command and obedience. This made accomplishing large-scale projects far more difficult and time-consuming than they had been under the Council's centralized authority. Some observers questioned whether the new cultivation world order would ultimately be able to sustain the level of coordination and cooperation necessary to maintain civilization at the level the cultivation world had achieved under the Council's authority. Some worried that the elimination of centralized authority would eventually result in the cultivation world fragmenting into isolated regions that could no longer cooperate effectively. But proponents of the transformation believed that the new order would ultimately generate sufficient cooperation through voluntary agreement and through the cultivation of communities and relationships based on genuine commitment rather than on forced obedience. Only time would tell whether these optimistic or pessimistic assessments would prove correct. Chapter 93: The New Institutions. As the immediate period of conflict and transformation gradually subsided over the years following the final confrontation between Yi Qian and Xin Dao, the cultivation world began to develop new institutions designed to maintain stability while preserving the genuine freedom and genuine merit-based advancement that had been established through the conflict with the Council. These new institutions included councils of regional cultivation powers who could collectively address disputes and concerns, but who did not possess the absolute authority that the Council of Eternal Ascension had possessed. They included academies and research centers where cultivation knowledge could be preserved and transmitted to younger generations, but where that knowledge was freely available rather than being monopolized by the Council. The process of developing these new institutions was far more complex and challenging than many of the early leaders of the True Path Alliance had anticipated. In the months immediately following the final confrontation with Xin Dao, there was a period of relative chaos as the old institutional structures that had been based on Council authority disappeared and the new institutional structures that would replace them had not yet fully formed. During this period, many regions of the cultivation world were essentially ungoverned. There was no centralized authority to make decisions, to resolve disputes, or to maintain basic infrastructure. Some regions descended into temporary instability as different groups of cultivators competed for power and authority in the absence of any overarching structure. The development of the regional councils was one of the first steps toward re-establishing stability in the ungoverned regions. In each major region of the cultivation world, the leading cultivators in that region came together to form a council that would make decisions about issues that affected the entire region. These regional councils were designed to be democratic in nature, with each council member having roughly equal voice in decision-making. Major decisions required consensus or supermajority agreement rather than being made by a single individual. The regional councils also maintained term limits for their leadership, ensuring that no single individual could accumulate authority over multiple terms. The challenge in establishing these regional councils was that many cultivators had no experience with democratic decision-making procedures. The Council's 3,000-year dominance had been based on centralized, hierarchical decision-making. Cultivators had been accustomed to receiving orders from above and implementing those orders rather than participating in decisions about what those orders should be. The transition to democratic decision-making required not just the establishment of new institutional structures, but also the development of new cultural practices and new understandings about how decisions should be made and how authority should be exercised. One of the most important of these new institutions was the Circle of Advancement, a body composed of representatives from each of the major cultivation traditions and schools throughout the world. The Circle of Advancement was designed to function as a forum where different approaches to cultivation advancement could be discussed and evaluated, where conflicts between different traditions could be resolved through dialogue and negotiation rather than through military force, and where the development of new knowledge and new techniques could be shared across the entire cultivation world rather than being hoarded by individual schools or organizations. The establishment of the Circle of Advancement was a deliberate counterbalance to the Council of Eternal Ascension, where the Council had been hierarchical and had concentrated authority in the hands of a small group of powerful individuals. The Circle was designed to be democratic and distributed, where the Council had hoarded knowledge and had restricted access to cultivation information to approved members. The Circle was designed to make knowledge freely available to all cultivators, where the Council had determined what advancement paths were acceptable and had suppressed alternatives. The Circle was designed to provide a forum where all different approaches to advancement could be discussed and evaluated. The Circle of Advancement was deliberately structured to prevent the accumulation of absolute authority in the hands of any single individual or faction. The leadership of the Circle rotated on a regular basis, with no individual serving as coordinator for more than a 5-year term. Major decisions had to be made through consensus or through supermajority voting, preventing any single faction from imposing its will on the entire Circle. The Circle maintained records and archives that were open to all cultivators, ensuring that knowledge was not monopolized and could be freely accessed by practitioners throughout the cultivation world. The Circle's proceedings were conducted in public, allowing cultivators throughout the world to observe and participate in the deliberations of the Circle through scrying arrays and communication networks. Yi Qian served as the first coordinator of the Circle of Advancement, a position that gave him significant influence over the development of the new cultivation world order, but that did not provide him with absolute authority. Yi Qian understood that the entire point of the conflict with the Council had been to eliminate absolute authority and to replace it with systems of governance and knowledge management that were more democratic and more responsive to the needs and perspectives of the broader cultivation world. He committed himself to ensuring that the Circle of Advancement functioned as a genuine forum for dialogue and negotiation rather than becoming a new avenue for concentrated authority and control. During his tenure as the first coordinator of the Circle, Yi Qian worked to establish the norms and practices that would guide the Circle's functioning in the years and centuries to come. He established protocols for how disputes between different cultivation traditions should be resolved. Rather than having a single central authority determine which tradition was correct, the Circle developed processes through which different traditions could present their perspectives and evidence, and through which the broader cultivation world could evaluate the different perspectives and come to their own conclusions about which approach seemed most effective or most appropriate for their particular circumstances. This approach to dispute resolution sometimes resulted in prolonged deliberations and did not always produce clear winners and losers. Some cultivators, particularly those who were accustomed to the Council's approach of simply declaring a winner and suppressing the loser, found the Circle's deliberative approach slow and frustrating. But Yi Qian believed that the process was more important than the outcome. By creating a forum where different perspectives could be heard and evaluated, the Circle was teaching cultivators throughout the world that different approaches to cultivation advancement could coexist, that one tradition's approach did not necessarily invalidate another tradition's approach, and that genuine knowledge advancement could come through dialogue and mutual evaluation rather than through the suppression of alternative perspectives. He worked to develop systems for certifying and validating new cultivation techniques that emerged from the research centers throughout the world. Rather than having a single authority determine which techniques were legitimate, The circle developed a process of peer review in which cultivators from different traditions could evaluate new techniques and provide feedback about whether they were sound and whether they represented genuine advances in cultivation knowledge. This peer review process became one of the circle's most valuable contributions to the development of cultivation knowledge. By requiring that new techniques be evaluated by cultivators from different traditions and different schools, the circle ensured that new techniques were tested thoroughly and that their claims were evaluated critically. Techniques that were genuinely superior spread rapidly through the cultivation world as practitioners recognized their value and adopted them. Techniques that were flawed or that were based on incorrect assumptions were quickly identified and rejected through the peer review process. He created mechanisms for ensuring that the circle remained responsive to the needs of individual cultivators and small sects rather than becoming dominated by the largest and most powerful organizations. He established practices of holding regional forums where representatives of the circle would travel to different regions and listen to cultivators' concerns about how the new cultivation world order was functioning and what additional support or resources might be needed. These regional forums became important feedback mechanisms that allowed the circle to understand how the transformation was being experienced at the grassroots level and to identify problems that needed to be addressed. Yi Qian's work as the first coordinator of the circle was extraordinarily demanding. He had to navigate complex disputes between different cultivation traditions, each of which believed that their approach to advancement was superior and that the circle should be endorsing their approach. He had to work with the Reformed Council of Eternal Ascension to establish a working relationship that preserved the council's valuable role as a knowledge center while ensuring that the council did not attempt to reconcentrate authority. He had to manage the process of establishing new institutions and practices while the cultivation world was still in flux, and while many cultivators were still struggling to adapt to the elimination of the bloodline classification system. But Yi Qian approached all of these challenges with patience, wisdom, and genuine commitment to the principles of democracy and distributed authority that the circle represented. Chapter 94. The global network. As the new institutions that had emerged from the conflict with the council began to stabilize and function effectively, the cultivation world became increasingly connected and integrated in ways that would have been impossible under the council's monopolistic control. Cultivators from different regions who had been isolated from each other by the council's control mechanisms now began to travel between regions, to study with teachers from different traditions, and to collaborate on research projects that benefited from the diverse perspectives and knowledge of cultivators from throughout the world. One of the most important technologies that enabled this global network of cultivators was the expansion and improvement of communication arrays. Under the council's system, communication arrays had existed but had been heavily controlled by the council. Only approved messages could be transmitted through the arrays. The council had monitored all communications and could intercept or suppress messages that it deemed dangerous. The council had used its control of the communication arrays as one of the mechanisms through which it maintained authority over distant regions. In the new cultivation world order, communication arrays were developed and improved far more rapidly. Multiple different groups of cultivators developed alternative communication technologies, each with different advantages and disadvantages. Some communication technologies worked only over short distances but could transmit vast amounts of information quickly. Other communication technologies could transmit information across vast distances but more slowly. The development of multiple different communication technologies meant that no single central authority could monopolize communication and that cultivators throughout the world could choose which communication technologies and which communication networks they wanted to use. The proliferation of these communication technologies created the infrastructure that made the global network of cultivators possible. Cultivators in distant regions could communicate with each other, could share research results, could collaborate on solving intellectual problems, and could coordinate activities without having to go through any central authority. This decentralization of communication meant that innovation could emerge from anywhere in the cultivation world, not just from the council's central research centers. The development of this global network of cultivators represented a fundamental shift in how knowledge and innovation were generated in the cultivation world. Under the council's absolute authority, knowledge development had been centralized and controlled. The council maintained research centers where the most advanced research was conducted. The council controlled which techniques and approaches could be taught and which had to be suppressed. The council jealously guarded its accumulated knowledge and shared it only with cultivators who had been approved by the council and who had demonstrated complete loyalty to council principles. In the new cultivation world, by contrast, knowledge development became distributed across thousands of independent research centers, sects, and individual practitioners. Research projects were conducted throughout the world. Techniques were tested and refined in multiple different contexts and locations. Knowledge was shared openly rather than being hoarded. The result was an acceleration in the development of cultivation technique and knowledge that far exceeded anything that had been possible under the council's systems. This global network of cultivators created a situation where a cultivation technique developed by an independent researcher in a remote region could be examined and tested by practitioners throughout the entire world. If the technique proved effective and valuable, it could be rapidly adopted and integrated into the cultivation practices of thousands of practitioners throughout the world. The bottleneck of council approval and authorization, which had previously constrained the spread of new techniques and approaches, was eliminated. The pace of innovation accelerated dramatically. Within just a few decades following the transformation, cultivators throughout the world had developed hundreds of new cultivation techniques that would never have been possible under the council's restrictive systems. Young cultivators in remote regions made discoveries that would have required access to the council's vast libraries and research resources under the old system. Independent practitioners developed approaches to cultivation advancement that combined elements from different traditions in novel ways that created emergent capabilities superior to the traditional approaches. Cultivators who had been constrained by the Bloodline classification system and by the council's limitation of advancement potential now found themselves able to advance far beyond the limits that the council had established for their bloodlines. The artificial ceilings that the council had placed on advancement were removed. Cultivators could now advance according to their genuine capacity rather than being constrained by predetermined limits based on their bloodline status. Younger cultivators who had never experienced the council's absolute authority found themselves in a cultivation world where their own capacity was genuinely the determining factor in their advancement rather than their bloodline status. These younger practitioners could pursue advancement paths based on their own interests and capacities rather than being forced into predetermined paths based on bloodline classification. The result was that younger cultivators often achieved advancement and developed capacities that would have been impossible under the council's systems. Chapter 95. The healing process. In the months and years that followed the conflict with the council, the cultivation world engaged in a painful but necessary process of healing and reconciliation. Cultivators who had fought on opposing sides of the conflict worked to overcome the bitterness and anger that had been generated by the years of warfare and confrontation. Communities that had been divided by the conflict worked to rebuild the social and cultural bonds that had been damaged by the violence and destruction. This healing process was not straightforward or rapid. Some cultivators remained embittered against the council and against the cultivators who had supported the council's absolute authority. These individuals had lost friends and family members in the conflict and viewed the transformation of the cultivation world not as a victory for liberation, but as the result of a devastating war that had claimed lives unnecessarily. They harbored resentment toward individuals who had fought for the council and toward the philosophical representatives of the council's worldview. In some regions, memorial sites were established honoring the cultivators who had died in the conflict, and these sites became centers of ongoing grief and resentment. Some council members and council supporters remained convinced that the transformation of the council's authority had been a disaster and that the world would have been better served if the council's absolute authority had been preserved. These individuals had lost status and power in the transformation. Many had devoted their entire lives to serving the council and now found their lifelong work and commitment being repudiated. The recognition that the systems they had served and defended had been fundamentally flawed created profound psychological and spiritual crises for many council members. Some council members spent years engaged in practices of spiritual purification, attempting to cleanse themselves of the damage caused by years of serving an unjust system. These divisions would likely persist for generations, shaping the cultivation world even as the immediate period of conflict gradually faded into history. But the fundamental nature of the conflict had changed in ways that made the healing process possible. The conflict was no longer a simple binary struggle between absolute authority and absolute rebellion. Instead, it had become a complex process of negotiation and adaptation where different cultivators and different regions of the cultivation world could choose which approaches to cultivation advancement they preferred and could pursue those approaches without fear of suppression by absolute central authority. Yi Qian committed himself to the work of healing and reconciliation, traveling throughout the cultivation world and working with cultivators from all sides of the conflict to help them find common ground and to move forward into the new era of cultivation advancement. He met with cultivators who had been harmed by the Council's control mechanisms and validated their experiences of suffering and constraint. He listened to their stories of ambitions that had been suppressed, of potential that had never been allowed to develop, of lives that had been shaped and constrained by the Bloodline classification system. He performed spiritual practices with them, helping them to process the grief and trauma that had resulted from living under the Council's oppressive systems. In one particularly powerful healing session, Yi Qian met with a group of cultivators who had been told their entire lives that they were rank 99, the lowest possible Bloodline classification. These cultivators had internalized this classification so completely that many of them genuinely believed that they were incapable of any significant achievement. As the Bloodline classification system was dismantled, and as these cultivators were given the opportunity to discover their genuine capacity, many of them experienced profound emotional upheaval. Some discovered that they actually had far greater capacity than their classification had indicated, which was simultaneously liberating and deeply traumatic. They had to confront the reality that their lives could have been entirely different if they had not been constrained by the Bloodline classification system. Others discovered that their actual capacity was even lower than their classification had indicated, and they had to navigate the complex emotions of this revelation. Yi Qian worked with these cultivators through extended meditation and spiritual healing practices. He helped them understand that their worth and value as cultivators was not dependent on their Bloodline classification or on their advancement capacity. He helped them understand that all cultivators, regardless of their power level, had valuable contributions to make to the collective wisdom and well-being of the cultivation world. He helped them process the grief and anger about lives that could have been different and about the time they had spent accepting artificial limitations. He also met with council members and council supporters who felt they had lost status and authority. Yi Qian worked to help them understand that the transformation of the cultivation world did not necessarily mean that their lives had been wasted or that their contributions to cultivation knowledge and development had been rendered meaningless. Many council members, despite their commitment to the council's authority structures, had contributed substantially to the development of cultivation technique and knowledge. That knowledge and those contributions remained valuable even though the authority structures that had housed them had been transformed. One particularly challenging meeting came when Yi Qian sat with a group of council members whose entire families had benefited enormously from the Bloodline classification system. These cultivators came from high-ranked bloodlines that had maintained their elevated status for thousands of years by ruthlessly enforcing the Bloodline classification system and preventing lower-ranked cultivators from advancing. The dismantling of the Bloodline classification system meant that these families' historical advantages had been eliminated. Their descendants would be competing in a world where Bloodline status provided no automatic advantages. Yi Qian listened to their grievances, their fear that their family legacy had been destroyed, their anger that generations of accumulated advantage had been negated, their resentment at being forced to prove themselves in a world where they could no longer rely on Bloodline status. Yi Qian did not attempt to minimize their feelings or to convince them that the transformation was entirely beneficial. Instead, he acknowledged the genuine loss that these families were experiencing. He validated that they had lived according to the only system they knew, and that the dismantling of that system was genuinely disruptive to their lives. But he also asked them to consider the perspective of cultivators from low-ranked bloodlines who had experienced not just the loss of a system of advantage, but the active constraint of their potential for thousands of years. Yi Qian also worked to help council members understand that their continuing existence and their opportunity to participate in the new cultivation world order was not guaranteed, and that the choice to preserve the council and to allow council members to continue to exist had been deliberate. He explained that he could have chosen to completely destroy the council and to eliminate all individuals who had been central to its authority. He had chosen instead to preserve the council and to allow council members to adapt to the new world order. He asked that they recognize this mercy and respond by committing themselves to building the new cultivation world rather than continuing to resist and resent the transformation. These healing conversations took place over months and years. Yi Qian was extraordinarily patient with cultivators who were struggling with the transformation, meeting with the same individuals repeatedly, allowing them to express their grief and anger and confusion, and gradually helping them to find ways to participate meaningfully in the new cultivation world order. The patience and compassion that Yi Qian demonstrated in these healing conversations demonstrated that genuine victory was not just about defeating an opponent in confrontation, but about creating the conditions through which all parties could eventually find peace and move forward together. Chapter 96. The evolution of the Council in the face of the fundamental transformation of the cultivation world. The Council of Eternal Ascension had to evolve or face complete irrelevance. The institution that had maintained absolute authority for 3,000 years could not simply continue to exist in its original form. The Council had to find a new purpose and a new way of functioning that was consistent with the new cultivation world order, where absolute authority was no longer accepted or tolerated. Shen Dao, recognizing the reality of the Council's changed circumstances, committed himself to the process of transforming the Council into an institution that could serve a valuable function in the new cultivation world order without attempting to monopolize authority or to suppress alternatives to the Council's approaches. This was extraordinarily difficult for Shen Dao, who had spent centuries operating within the framework of absolute Council authority and who had internalized the assumption that the Council's dominance was necessary and justified. The process of psychological transformation that Shen Dao underwent was as significant as the institutional transformation. The Reformed Council became a center of advanced cultivation knowledge and research, a location where cultivators from throughout the world could come to study techniques that had been developed over 3,000 years of accumulated practice and experimentation. The Council's vast resources and accumulated knowledge were made available to cultivators throughout the world, shared openly rather than being hoarded as the basis for the Council's monopolistic authority. The Council's libraries, which had previously been restricted to approved Council members, were open to cultivators from all backgrounds and with all approaches to cultivation. The Council also took on a role in dispute resolution and in the maintenance of standards for cultivation advancement practices. The Council could certify that particular advancement paths were genuine and effective rather than being scams or dangerous practices. The Council could mediate disputes between different cultivation traditions and help to establish shared standards for advancement evaluation. The Council could provide resources and expertise to regions that were struggling to establish effective advancement systems in the aftermath of the dissolution of the Bloodline classification system. But crucially, the Council no longer possessed the authority to mandate that cultivators use Council-approved advancement paths or to suppress alternative approaches that the Council did not endorse. The Council could offer guidance and validation of cultivation techniques, but they could not force practitioners to follow Council recommendations. If a cultivator chose to pursue a cultivation path that the Council did not approve of or that the Council believed to be dangerous or ineffective, the Council had no authority to prevent that choice. The enforcement mechanisms that had been the backbone of the Council's 3,000-year dominance were dismantled. This evolution of the Council represented a profound shift in the institution's purpose and function. Rather than being an instrument of control and suppression, the Council became an institution dedicated to the preservation and advancement of cultivation knowledge. The transition was difficult for many Council members who had spent their entire lives operating within the framework of absolute authority, but it was ultimately accepted as the only viable path for the Council's continued existence and relevance in the transformed cultivation world. Shen Dao, in the final years of his life, focused his efforts on establishing the new frameworks and institutions that would allow the Reformed Council to function effectively in the new cultivation world. He worked to identify council members who had genuine commitment to knowledge preservation and advancement and to position them in leadership roles within the Reformed Council. He worked to ensure that the council's accumulated resources were managed in ways that would benefit cultivators throughout the world rather than enriching the council's members. This work was extraordinarily difficult for Shen Dao, both intellectually and psychologically. Intellectually, the challenge was that the council's traditional methods of operation were so deeply embedded in the institution's structures that eliminating them required fundamentally restructuring virtually every aspect of how the council functioned. The council's decision-making processes had been designed around the assumption that centralized authority would make decisions and lower-level council members would implement those decisions. Transforming this into a more distributed decision-making process where multiple voices could contribute to important decisions required developing entirely new procedures and practices. Psychologically, the challenge for Shen Dao was that he was essentially presiding over the dismantling of the institution that had been his life's work. Shen Dao had spent centuries serving the council, working within its hierarchies, defending its authority, and believing that its absolute dominance was justified and necessary. Now he was working to eliminate the council's absolute authority and to transform the institution into something far more limited in scope and influence. This was not a process that Shen Dao could undertake with genuine enthusiasm. He did it because he recognized that it was necessary, because he understood that the alternative was the council's complete destruction, and because he ultimately recognized that Yi Qian's vision of a transformed cultivation world might be superior to the council's historical approach. But he did it with profound melancholy and sadness, recognizing that something that had been central to his identity and purpose was ending. One particularly poignant moment came during a private conversation between Shen Dao and Yi Qian several months after Shen Dao's surrender. Yi Qian had come to the council fortress to work with Shen Dao on the structural transformations of the council. After several hours of discussing procedures and institutions, Shen Dao asked Yi Qian a deeply personal question. "Do you believe that the council served a necessary function at some point in history?" Shen Dao asked. "Or do you believe that the council was always unjust, that our entire 3,000-year history was a fundamental mistake that should never have occurred?" Yi Qian considered this question carefully before responding. "I believe the council served a necessary function historically," he said finally. "The cultivation world was in genuine chaos before the council was established. Without centralized authority, the chaos probably would have continued indefinitely, with warlords and independent practitioners in constant conflict. The council's establishment and its 3,000-year rule created the stability that made it possible for the cultivation world to develop knowledge and infrastructure and achieve relative peace. In that historical context, the council's existence was probably justified. But," Shen Dao asked, sensing that Yi Qian had more to say, "but the council's continued existence in its absolute form is no longer justified." Yi Qian continued. "The world has changed. The cultivation world is no longer in chaos. It has achieved stability. The question is no longer what institution can impose order on chaos. The question is how to preserve stability while creating genuine freedom. The council's approach to that question, maintaining absolute authority indefinitely, is no longer the right answer. My approach, distributing authority widely and allowing genuine freedom, may not be perfect either, but it's better suited to the world that the council's own success has created." Shen Dao nodded slowly, acknowledging the truth of what Yi Qian was saying. "I will work to transform the council as completely as I can," he said. "Not because I believe in the transformation the way you and the Alliance believe in it, but because I recognize that it is necessary. I will try to ensure that what was valuable in the council's 3,000 years continues to exist in the new cultivation world, even though the council itself will be fundamentally different." That commitment, to transform the institution he had led for centuries even though he was not entirely convinced that the transformation was right, was perhaps Shen Dao's greatest achievement. It demonstrated a willingness to adapt, to sacrifice his own belief systems for the sake of creating conditions where others might flourish, and to acknowledge that even very long institutional histories might eventually come to an end. Chapter 97. The New Generation. As the cultivation world stabilized in its new form, and as the immediate period of conflict gradually receded into history, a new generation of cultivators came of age in a world that was fundamentally different from the world that their predecessors had known. These younger cultivators had no memory of the Council's absolute authority. For them, it was simply obvious that bloodline status did not determine cultivation capacity, that advancement was based on dedication and capacity rather than on inherited privilege, that multiple different approaches to cultivation advancement coexisted and were equally valid. The younger generation of cultivators often found themselves frustrated with what they perceived as the excessive caution and conservatism of the older generation, who had been shaped by their experiences of living under the Council's absolute authority. The older generation had fought hard to achieve the transformation of the cultivation world, but they often remained cautious about how far and how fast that transformation should proceed. They were concerned about stability and wanted to ensure that the gains that had been achieved through conflict and sacrifice would be preserved. They wanted to build institutions that were robust and that would not be easily undermined or overthrown by future challenges. The younger cultivators, by contrast, wanted to move faster, to experiment more radically, to reject not just the Council's explicit control mechanisms, but also the implicit assumptions about how power should be organized and how authority should be exercised. The younger cultivators wanted to push the boundaries of what was possible in cultivation advancement, to develop entirely new approaches to power that would not have been imaginable under the Council's systems, to experiment with different forms of social organization and authority structures in the cultivation communities they created. These tensions between the older and younger generations were productive in many ways. They drove continued innovation and prevented the new cultivation world order from ossifying into rigid structures that would eventually require another revolution to transform. The older generation's caution prevented radical experiments from destroying the gains that had been achieved. The younger generation's willingness to experiment and to push boundaries ensured that the liberation struggle would not ultimately result in a new form of stagnation. Yi Qian and Li Huang found themselves taking on the role of elders and teachers to this new generation of cultivators, helping to guide them toward approaches to transformation that would preserve the essential achievements of the conflict with the Council while avoiding the catastrophic conflicts and destruction that had been inherent in the struggle for liberation. This role of elder teacher and guide was different from the role that Yi Qian had imagined for himself in the early stages of the conflict, but it was in many ways more meaningful and more significant than the role of military commander or revolutionary leader. The relationship between the older generation of liberators and the younger generation of beneficiaries of liberation was complex and sometimes contentious. The younger generation sometimes experienced the older generation's caution and conservatism as a limitation on their freedom. They wanted to push further, to experiment more radically, to explore possibilities that the older generation had not yet imagined. The older generation, in turn, sometimes worried that the younger generation's radical experiments might damage the institutions and structures that had been so carefully built to preserve the achievements of the liberation struggle. But Yi Qian understood that this tension was not a failure, but was actually a sign of health. The purpose of the liberation struggle had not been to establish a final, permanent state of affairs that would endure unchanged forever. The purpose of the liberation struggle had been to open up the possibility of genuine transformation and genuine freedom. That opening would only be truly fulfilled if future generations of cultivators used their freedom to continue transforming and improving the cultivation world according to their own understanding and their own needs. The younger generation of cultivators represented the future of the cultivation world. If they were able to take the freedom and genuine merit-based advancement that had been established through the conflict with the Council and to build institutions and practices that would preserve and extend that freedom, then the enormous cost of the conflict would ultimately be justified and meaningful. But if the younger generation failed to preserve the essential achievements of the conflict and allowed new systems of control and authority to develop, then the cycle of suppression and rebellion would simply repeat in a new form, and all the sacrifice that had gone into the liberation struggle would ultimately have been for nothing. This was the true test of whether the transformation would ultimately succeed, not whether the Council's authority was defeated in confrontation, but whether the younger generation of cultivators would be able to preserve and build upon the achievements of the transformation while continuing to push forward toward new possibilities that the current generation could not yet fully imagine. Chapter 98. The transformation deepens as years and decades passed, and the new cultivation world order became increasingly established and stable. The implications of the conflict with the Council became increasingly clear. The elimination of the Bloodline classification system had fundamentally altered not just the organization of cultivation advancement, but also the social and cultural structures of the entire cultivation world. The changes that emerged from the transformation were far more profound and far-reaching than even the most optimistic advocates of transformation had anticipated when the conflict with the Council was first beginning. In the decades following the transformation, the cultivation world experienced profound social upheaval as all of the rigid structures that had been based on bloodline status dissolved. Communities that had been organized around bloodline hierarchy, with higher-ranked bloodline families occupying positions of authority and lower-ranked bloodline cultivators serving subordinate roles, suddenly found themselves without the organizing principles that had held them together for centuries. Some communities adapted to the new reality and eventually found new ways of organizing based on genuine merit, genuine contribution to the community's well-being, and genuine wisdom. Other communities struggled to reorganize and sometimes broke apart entirely as the shared bloodline status that had been holding them together disappeared. The economic structures of the cultivation world were also revolutionized by the elimination of the bloodline classification system. Under the Council's system, economic opportunity had been heavily influenced by bloodline status. Higher-ranked bloodline cultivators were given priority access to cultivation resources, to positions of authority and influence, and to economic opportunities. Lower-ranked bloodline cultivators were systematically excluded from many types of economic activity and were often relegated to more menial forms of work. The elimination of the bloodline classification system meant that these economic structures no longer had official sanction. Cultivators from formerly low-ranked bloodlines could now compete for economic opportunities that had previously been reserved for higher-ranked bloodlines. The period of transition was economically chaotic. Some cultivators from formerly low-ranked bloodlines were able to leverage their exclusion from the old system into advantages in the new system. Having not been restricted to limited forms of work under the bloodline classification system, these cultivators sometimes had developed diverse skills and perspectives that proved valuable in the new economic landscape. They were sometimes able to establish themselves as merchants, scholars, healers, or craftspeople in ways that would have been unthinkable under the old system. By the time the new system had stabilized several decades after the transformation, cultivators from formerly low-ranked bloodlines had established themselves in nearly every type of economic activity and had sometimes achieved wealth and influence far exceeding what they could have achieved under the old system. However, cultivators from formerly high-ranked bloodlines often struggled in the new economic system. Many of them had never learned practical skills beyond cultivation advancement because the bloodline classification system had guaranteed them economic security regardless of their practical capacities. Suddenly having to compete in a world where bloodline status provided no advantage, many of these cultivators discovered that they lacked the practical skills and the diversity of experience necessary to succeed in the new economy. Some of them eventually adapted, developed new skills, and found ways to participate meaningfully in the new economic system. But others became economically marginal, sometimes becoming dependent on support from their families or from charitable organizations to survive. The transformation also affected the cultural and intellectual landscape of the cultivation world in profound ways. Under the Council's system, cultural and intellectual authority had been concentrated in the hands of the Council and of the highest-ranked bloodline families. The Council controlled the major centers of learning. The Council determined what knowledge would be preserved and transmitted. The Council determined what kinds of intellectual inquiry were acceptable and what kinds were dangerous and should be suppressed. Lower-ranked bloodline cultivators, by contrast, had been systematically excluded from the highest levels of intellectual and cultural production. A cultivator from a rank 90 bloodline was not expected to contribute to intellectual discourse or to develop new knowledge. Such expectations would have been viewed as presumptuous and inappropriate. The elimination of the bloodline classification system opened intellectual and cultural production to cultivators who had previously been systematically excluded. Suddenly, cultivators from all bloodlines could contribute to knowledge development and could present their perspectives and ideas to the broader cultivation world. The effect on the cultivation world's intellectual and cultural landscape was revolutionary. The number of individuals engaging in philosophical discourse increased by orders of magnitude. The diversity of perspectives being expressed in intellectual and cultural forums increased dramatically. Perspectives and ideas that would have been suppressed under the council's system because they came from low-ranked bloodline cultivators now had the opportunity to be heard and evaluated on their merits. Some of the most significant intellectual breakthroughs of the decades following the transformation came from cultivators who had previously been systematically excluded from intellectual communities. One remarkable example involved a cultivator named Shan Wei, who had been classified as rank 88 her entire life and who had worked as a gardener in a remote cultivation sect. In her spare time, Shan Wei had developed a comprehensive new theory of energy cultivation that challenged several fundamental assumptions of the council's approach to cultivation practice. Under the council's system, Shan Wei's theory would never have been widely recognized because Shan Wei herself was from a low-ranked bloodline, and therefore her intellectual contributions were presumed to be less valuable than contributions from high-ranked bloodline cultivators. However, after the transformation, Shan Wei was able to present her theory to the broader cultivation world. Her theory was eventually adopted by numerous sects and research centers. Some scholars credited her theory with being one of the most important intellectual developments of the century following the transformation. Stories like Shan Wei's became common in the decades following the transformation. Cultivators who had been systematically excluded from intellectual communities under the bloodline classification system made genuine intellectual contributions that enriched the entire cultivation world. Some of these contributions came from individuals who had developed their ideas in complete isolation because they had no access to formal intellectual communities and thus had to develop their ideas entirely through their own research and reflection. The freshness and originality of these independent intellectual developments sometimes proved superior to ideas developed within the council's more traditional intellectual frameworks. The transformation also affected the role of women and other marginalized groups within the cultivation world. The bloodline classification system had been intersectional in its oppression. It had not just constrained cultivators based on bloodline status, but had also interacted with other forms of discrimination and marginalization. Women from high-ranked bloodlines had been granted opportunities that were rarely available to women from low-ranked bloodlines. Cultivators from non-traditional family structures had sometimes been assigned lower bloodline classifications because of prejudices about their family origins. Cultivators with disabilities or health challenges had often been classified as lower-ranked because their condition was presumed to limit their cultivation potential, regardless of their actual capacity. The elimination of the bloodline classification system did not immediately eliminate all of these other forms of discrimination and marginalization. However, it did remove one major structural barrier to full participation in the cultivation world. As the decades following the transformation proceeded, women, individuals from non-traditional family structures, and cultivators with disabilities made increasing contributions to the cultivation world's intellectual, cultural, and practical development. Some of these individuals became leaders in the new cultivation world order. Their contributions helped to reshape not just the intellectual landscape, but also the fundamental assumptions and values of the cultivation world as a whole. More fundamentally, the transformation affected how cultivators understood the nature of power itself. Under the council system, power had been understood as something that was fundamentally limited and scarce, something that had to be hoarded and protected, something that could be concentrated in the hands of the most capable individuals and institutions. The elimination of the bloodline classification system opened up the possibility of understanding power differently. Cultivators began to understand that power could be shared, that multiple different people could be powerful simultaneously without threatening each other, that the development of one cultivator's capacity did not necessarily require the limitation of other cultivators' capacity. These new understandings of power gradually transformed how cultivation advancement itself was approached and how cultivation communities understood their relationship to each other. Cultivators who had been constrained by the bloodline classification system now found themselves able to advance beyond the limits that the council had established for their bloodlines. Some of these cultivators achieved power levels that would have been absolutely forbidden under the council's system. These individuals, who had been told throughout their entire lives that they were incapable of advancement beyond certain predetermined limits, now found that their actual capacity far exceeded those artificial limits. The discovery that the bloodline classification system had been fundamentally constraining their potential often created complex emotions. Joy at the realization of genuine freedom and genuine potential, but also anger and resentment at the realization that they had been deliberately constrained and limited for centuries. Other cultivators found that they did not have the capacity to advance as far as they had hoped, and they adapted to their actual limitations rather than being trapped by the council's artificial constraints. These cultivators found that while the bloodline classification system had been oppressive and had constrained them unfairly, removing that system did not automatically grant them unlimited advancement potential. Their own actual capacity remained limited, and they had to learn to work within those actual limitations rather than within artificial bloodline-based limitations. Many of these cultivators found that operating within genuine limitations rather than within artificial constraints was psychologically healthier and allowed them to focus their efforts on genuine advancement rather than on frustrated attempts to exceed predetermined limits. More fundamentally, the elimination of the bloodline classification system changed the social relationships between cultivators from different bloodlines. Rather than being locked into predetermined hierarchies based on bloodline status, cultivators from all bloodlines could now work together as peers and equals, collaborating on research projects and cultivation advancement efforts without the constant reminder of their bloodline status that the classification system had provided. The rigid social hierarchies that had been based on bloodline status began to dissolve gradually. Cultivators from formerly high-ranked bloodlines who had benefited from their bloodline status now found themselves having to demonstrate genuine capacity and wisdom to maintain their social status and influence. Cultivators from formerly low-ranked bloodlines could now achieve status and influence if they demonstrated genuine capacity, regardless of their bloodline origin. Chapter 99. The reflection late in his life. With the immediate conflicts of the struggle with the council far behind him, Yi Qian found himself increasingly engaged in reflection on the journey that had brought him from the lowest-ranked bloodline status to becoming the catalyst for the transformation of the entire cultivation world. He had lived for many decades since the defeat of the council, watching as the new cultivation world order became increasingly established and stable, as the new generation of cultivators came of age, as the healing and reconciliation processes gradually addressed the damage caused by the conflict. The years of reflection were a stark contrast to the years of intense struggle and conflict. In his earlier years, Yi Qian had been entirely focused on immediate practical challenges: how to survive the council's attempts to suppress him, how to develop the absorption technique, how to consolidate the True Path Alliance, how to prepare for the final confrontation with Shindao. Now, in his later years, with those immediate challenges resolved, Yi Qian found himself able to step back and consider the larger meaning and implications of the journey he had undertaken. One of the most significant aspects of Yi Qian's reflection was his growing understanding of how much his personal journey paralleled and intertwined with the larger liberation journey of the cultivation world. When he had begun the research that led to his understanding of the self-destruction mechanism in the hollow bloodline, he had been motivated by purely personal concerns. He had wanted to free himself from the constraint of a mechanism that had been designed to destroy him if he became too powerful. But as his research had progressed, and as he had begun to understand the full implications of the bloodline classification system, his personal liberation quest had transformed into something far larger, a quest for the liberation of the entire cultivation world from the systems of authority and control that had constrained it for 3,000 years. He often traveled to places that were significant in his journey. The location where he had first understood the truth about the self-destruction mechanism in the hollow bloodline, the sanctuary where he had trained with Li Huang and the other members of the True Path Alliance, the confrontation site where he had finally faced Shindao and demonstrated the inadequacy of the council's absolute authority. In these moments of reflection, Yi Qian was sometimes overwhelmed by the profound strangeness of his journey. He would stand in these significant locations and find himself flooded with memories. Memories of people he had met, conversations he had had, struggles he had undertaken, choices he had made. Many of those people were no longer alive. Some had died in the conflict with the council. Others had died of natural causes as the decades passed following the transformation. Still others had moved on to other projects and had gradually drifted out of Yi Qian's life as the intensity of their shared commitment to the liberation struggle had diminished. In these reflective moments, Yi Qian sometimes experienced a complex mix of emotions. He felt profound gratitude for the support he had received from individuals like Li Huang, who had believed in his potential when he still believed himself to be hopelessly constrained by his bloodline status. He felt sadness for the people who had died in the conflict and for the years that had been consumed by the struggle when they might have been used for other purposes. He felt humility in the recognition that many other individuals and many other factors had contributed to the transformation of the cultivation world. His personal role, while significant, was only one part of a much larger process. Most importantly, he had demonstrated that genuine transformation of 3,000-year-old systems was possible, that absolute authority could be challenged and defeated, that genuine freedom and genuine merit-based advancement could replace inherited privilege and centralized control. These demonstrations would shape the cultivation world for generations to come, creating currents of change and transformation that would continue to ripple outward long after Yi Qian himself was gone. Chapter 100. The endless journey. In the final chapter of this portion of the story, Yi Qian stood once more in a high place, looking out over the cultivation world that he had been instrumental in transforming. He stood on the same mountain peak where he had stood at the end of the previous phase of his journey, but everything had changed. The landscape that stretched before him was far more complex and far more diverse than the world he had known under the council's absolute authority. Multiple different centers of cultivation power existed throughout the landscape, each pursuing their own approaches to cultivation advancement, each contributing their own knowledge and perspectives to the broader cultivation world. But beyond the sheer diversity of the landscape, what struck Yi Qian most profoundly was the quality of aliveness that seemed to permeate the entire cultivation world. Under the council's absolute authority, the cultivation world had been orderly and controlled, but it had also been fundamentally static. The bloodline classification system had been established 3,000 years ago and had changed only minimally in all the centuries since. The same advancement paths had been pursued by cultivators of the same bloodline classifications for thousands of years. The same research questions had been studied for generations. The same power structures had been maintained throughout the centuries. The cultivation world had achieved stability, but it had done so at the cost of dynamism and evolution. Knowledge had accumulated, but the fundamental structure of how that knowledge was organized and utilized had remained essentially unchanged. Now, in the new cultivation world order that had emerged from the transformation, the landscape was in constant flux. New cultivation techniques were being developed continuously. New research centers were being established in new locations with new approaches to knowledge development. New schools and sects were being founded by cultivators with novel ideas about how cultivation advancement should be organized. Old institutions were being reformed or were dissolving as they adapted to the new reality. The entire cultivation world seemed to be in a state of creative ferment, with possibilities and potentials emerging continuously. As Yi Qian observed this landscape, he reflected on one of the most important lessons he had learned through his journey, that genuine liberation was not the same as the elimination of all constraints and limitations. Even in the new cultivation world order, constraints and limitations continued to exist. Cultivators had to work within the limitations of their actual capacity rather than being artificially constrained by bloodline classifications. Communities had to develop rules and practices that allowed for coordination and cooperation without imposing absolute authority and control. The cultivation world as a whole had to develop systems that allowed for diversity of approach while maintaining enough shared understanding to enable cooperation across different traditions and schools. The liberation that had been achieved through the conflict with the council was not the elimination of all limitation and constraint. Rather, It was the transformation of those constraints from arbitrary, externally imposed limitations into genuine, internally recognized constraints based on actual reality rather than on fictional bloodline classifications. This was a far more subtle and sophisticated form of liberation than simply eliminating all authority and control, which would have resulted in chaos. The new cultivation world order that had emerged was more free and more genuine than the world under the Council's absolute authority, but it was not a world without any form of organization or coordination. The younger cultivators who had come of age in this new world looked at the transformation that had been accomplished and often took it for granted. They could not fully comprehend what it had meant to live under the Council's absolute authority, what it had meant to have one's advancement potential determined by bloodline status, what it had meant to be constrained by mechanisms designed specifically to prevent one from becoming too powerful or too threatening to the Council's authority. For these younger cultivators, genuine freedom and genuine merit-based advancement were simply the natural order of things, not the result of years of struggle and sacrifice. This generational difference sometimes created tension between the older cultivators who had struggled for liberation and the younger cultivators who had inherited the fruits of that struggle. Some older cultivators felt that the younger generation did not appreciate what had been sacrificed to achieve the transformation. They believed that younger cultivators sometimes took the freedoms they had been granted for granted, and that they did not fully understand how precious and how hard-won those freedoms actually were. Some younger cultivators, on the other hand, sometimes felt that the older generation was excessively conservative and was holding back the pace of transformation. They believed that liberation could go further, that more radical forms of social organization were possible, that the new cultivation world order that had been established was not revolutionary enough. However, these tensions, while real, were ultimately productive. The older generation's commitment to preserving the achievements of the liberation struggle prevented the new cultivation world order from being destroyed by radical experimentation. The younger generation's willingness to push for more substantial transformation prevented the new order from ossifying into rigid structures that would eventually require another revolution to transform. In the creative tension between preservation and transformation, between stability and change, the cultivation world found a way to continue evolving and improving rather than settling into a new form of stagnation. But Yi Qian remembered. He remembered the isolation and despair of his early years, when he had believed that the bloodline classification system accurately reflected reality and that he was genuinely destined to be weak and insignificant. He remembered the moment when Li Huang had first explained the truth about the hollow bloodline's self-destruction mechanism, the shock and rage at understanding that he had been deliberately engineered to be a weapon and that a mechanism designed to destroy him had been embedded into his very consciousness. He remembered the long months of research and development as he had worked to reconstruct the self-destruction mechanism and transform it into something that served his own will rather than serving as a control device. Most significantly, Yi Qian remembered the enormous cost of the transformation, the cultivators who had died in the conflict, the resources that had been consumed, the communities that had been disrupted, the individual lives that had been permanently altered by the struggles that had been necessary to achieve the transformation. The new cultivation world that had emerged from the conflict was genuinely better in many ways than the world that had existed under the Council's absolute authority. But that improvement had come at an extraordinarily high price. The journey that Yi Qian had undertaken was in many ways a metaphor for the journey of the entire cultivation world. The world had been constrained by systems of absolute authority and control that had been in place for 3,000 years. Breaking free from those systems had required sacrifice, struggle, conflict, and a willingness to risk everything for the possibility of genuine freedom. But the result was a world where genuine freedom and genuine merit-based advancement were possible, where diversity was celebrated rather than suppressed, where the human, or in this case, the cultivator, potential to grow and develop and achieve was not artificially limited by inherited bloodline status or by the decisions of distant authorities. The future of the cultivation world was uncertain. New challenges would emerge. New systems of control and authority would develop, requiring new struggles and new transformations to ensure that genuine freedom was preserved. But the path had been opened. The door that had been sealed for 3,000 years had been broken open. Cultivators throughout the world now understood that alternatives to absolute authority were possible, that transformation was achievable even in systems that seemed immutable and eternal, that genuine freedom was worth the cost of pursuing. And that understanding, more than any military victory or any political transformation, was the most precious legacy of Yi Qian's journey. He had demonstrated through his existence and through his actions that transformation was possible, that freedom was achievable, that the constraints and limitations that seemed to be immutable parts of reality could be challenged and overcome. Every cultivator who now pursued their own path in their own way, free from the constraints of the bloodline classification system, was a living testament to the reality of that transformation. As Yi Qian reflected on his life and his journey, he recognized that the most important thing he had accomplished was not the defeat of the council or the dismantling of the bloodline classification system, though those were significant achievements. Rather, the most important thing he had accomplished was the creation of a new possibility, the possibility that the cultivation world could be organized in ways fundamentally different from the ways it had always been organized, and that those new ways might actually be superior to the old ways in creating conditions where genuine freedom, genuine merit-based advancement, and genuine creativity could flourish. He also reflected on the fact that this transformation had not been accomplished by any single individual or even by any single organization, despite how prominent his own role had been. The transformation had been accomplished through the combined effort of thousands of cultivators, each contributing their own talents, dedication, and sacrifice to the cause of liberation. It had been accomplished through the work of intellectuals who had developed alternative frameworks for understanding power and authority. It had been accomplished through the work of military practitioners who had resisted the council's forces and had demonstrated that the council could be opposed and defeated. It had been accomplished through the work of healers and spiritual leaders who had worked to help cultivators process the trauma of living under oppressive systems. It had been accomplished through the work of ordinary cultivators who had simply chosen to step outside the council's systems and to pursue their own paths. The journey of the cultivation world was endless. Each generation of cultivators would face new challenges and new opportunities for transformation. But the fundamental nature of that journey had been changed by what Yi Qian and the True Path Alliance had accomplished. The cultivation world would never again accept absolute authority as inevitable or permanent. The path toward genuine freedom and genuine merit-based advancement would continue to unfold, shaped by the dedication and sacrifice of cultivators throughout the world who understood that another way was possible. Yi Qian recognized that his own role in this larger journey would eventually end. One day, he would pass from existence, as all beings eventually must. When that day came, the cultivation world would continue to evolve and transform without him. That was as it should be. The most important thing he had done was not to create a final answer to the question of how the cultivation world should be organized. Rather, the most important thing he had done was to create the conditions and the understanding that would allow future generations of cultivators to continue asking that question, to continue searching for new and better answers, and to continue transforming the cultivation world in response to evolving circumstances and deepening understanding. That recognition, that his role was to open the door to possibility rather than to establish a final answer, was perhaps the deepest wisdom that Yi Qian had gained through his long journey. It was the wisdom that would guide his final years and that would allow him to pass from existence without regret, knowing that the work of liberation and transformation would continue long after he was gone. As Yi Qian stood in that high place, looking out over the transformed cultivation world, he felt a profound sense of peace and completion. The journey had been extraordinarily costly, extraordinarily difficult, and extraordinarily meaningful. He had transformed from a desperate cultivator struggling against the constraints of an artificial bloodline classification into a force that had reshaped the entire cultivation world. But more importantly, he had demonstrated that such transformation was possible, that seemingly immutable systems could be challenged and changed, and that genuine freedom and genuine merit-based advancement could replace inherited privilege and centralized control. The cultivation world that now stretched before him was imperfect, uncertain, and constantly changing. But it was also alive with possibility in ways that the ordered, controlled world of the Council's absolute authority could never be. And that was enough. That was more than enough. It was everything that the liberation struggle had been fought for. If you enjoyed this story, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. It helps more than you know. See you in the next audiobook.